go. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. Wild day upcoming. Wild day upcoming. Wild day upcoming. I'm setting up the stream, everyone, completely. Alrighty. What's up, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let me let the Instagram know that we're live. Let me make sure everything's completely set up on the TikTok stream. Later today is the State of the Union address. That's gonna be a shit show. That's gonna be a shit show. Let me make sure everything is set up. Today I was going to talk about for the stream. There's an NPR investigation that proved that the DOJ scrubbed allegations about Trump. So the same allegations, credible accusations that I've been talking about over the past few weeks on the stream. That has been determined even through an NPR investigation to be scrubbed, right? The interviews specifically. I should probably put interviews. And I literally typed in allegations wrong. Wait, no, I think I can't really see. It's really bright. But yeah, we're good. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet the criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We're going to start getting some people up here real quick. Courtney, Emma, how you doing? What's up? What's up, Engel? What's up, Keonan? How you doing? What's up, Jess? What's up, Sam? What's up, Kevin? How you doing? Rebecca, how you doing? What's up, everyone? I've never been this early. Well, today you are. Today you are this early. I am on live. We're going to be live for like around 4 hours or so. And then I'm going to probably join Dean later when he's covering the State of the Union. What's up, everyone? What's up? We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Let's get the first person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 52.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Let me make sure to get everything going. I'm trying to get a debate up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get someone up here in the early beginnings of the stream. But welcome everyone joining in. Alrighty. For the people on YouTube, I do have a question. Would y'all prefer I start on debates? Like, I start with a debate, or should I start just before? Which do y'all prefer? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker check, boy!
Because I honestly could get rid of the trolls in the beginning of the stream every single time by just doing what Dean does and starting it. Just like now? Okay, well, I guess I get to chill and talk to the chat a little bit before. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. I think they accidentally sent a guest request. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit a blinker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Early mornings, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
What's your birth year?
1999.
And what month?
June.
So wouldn't you be 25?
No, I turned 26. last June.
You'd be 26 turning 27 is what you're actually.
Yeah, I'll be
Jesus
27
Christ.
this June.
Okay, already. And do you support Trump?
So that's the thing that I've been trying to come up here. So my stepdad and me have been sitting here having an argument over
Wait.
everything that's been going on.
Hold up. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would now vote for Trump. Not Trump. I would now vote for Harris.
Well, I'm glad that you've changed your mind. That's amazing here. W's for them in the comment section. W's for them in the comment section. Let's go into the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. No, I did not mean to add that person up. I don't want to talk to that person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up, how old are you?
Fuck LGBT.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yep. Yo, what's up, bro? 18,
And what's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
April 18th.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I go Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
All right. So I noticed you like to bring up these two topics about Trump with So I was talking to myself about this last night. I was thinking about this. You like to bring up with what was that? The dressing rooms of Donald Trump, right? I noticed you like to bring that up, bro. So I was like, hold up, bro. And then I hear people talking about the trans in the bathrooms. So
Trans people.
I was thinking about it, bro. I was like, hold up. If they allowed trans men into the bathroom, right? If they allowed trans men to the bathroom, wouldn't that just lead to just like bad things like that could go on? You know what I'm saying?
There's no good evidence that trans people are a threat to anyone, right? Disproportionately, trans people are less likely to commit these particular types of acts of violence. So I don't see what the issue would be in that context.
Look.
If you want to reference Donald
like-
Trump doing so, there were acts of violence that were committed. He was held liable for them. He was held liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He was credibly accused in the Epstein files, and that's why the DOJ literally tried to scrub the interviews, right, of specifically or with this person, right, specifically that credibly accused Epstein and also mentioned Trump and allegations against Trump, and got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
I can see that. But look, I'm saying I'm saying not even trans, so let's say they had a trans bathroom, or not a trans bathroom, they had a woman's bathroom and a fake trans try walking into there, bro.
So you're saying a cis individual portraying themselves as trans. So watch this. Watch this. This is why this argument isn't good at all. Because if you force people to go into the bathrooms based upon their biological sex, well, then you're forcing trans men who are like male presenting to go into the women's restroom because they're biologically female. And because of that, you're going to then allow for cis men to portray themselves as trans men without changing their presentation at all, claim that they're trans men, and then go into those spaces. So you're actually making it easier for people to do that, specifically who are cis individuals, when you force people to go into the bathrooms based upon their biological sex. And also, there's no way that you can verify that. Are you going to have genitalia inspections at the door?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Are you going to have
there's no way.
chromosomal checks? Are you gonna be testing people's gametes? What are you gonna be doing at the front of bathrooms? How do you test for this?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the reason. I'm saying if they bring that trans bathroom shit, bro, that's just gonna cause some weird people to do some weird shit, bro. just like
You just
Donald
like
Trump doing weird
completely
shit.
ignore Donald Trump doing that and you supporting him.
Well,
right?
that's the thing. That's the
And
thing.
also,
Donald
again,
Trump.
you act like trans people are a threat. You're focusing on the wrong 1%. Literally, Donald Trump is the billionaire in the office that's incredibly corrupt and literally credibly accused in the Epstein files was best friends with a child sex trafficker. Convicted. He wished
Nah.
Ghislaine Maxwell well when he was in office in 2020 after claiming he knew that she was evil before.
Like even all that. That's just like.
Why did he wish her well? Do you wish a person that you think is like a child sex trafficker well? Would you wish them well?
Me personally, no, but like
You wouldn't?
you know what I'm
So,
saying?
could you ever foresee a reasonable person doing that?
I mean, damn. I guess not, bro. But that shit still don't. That's just I still don't get your point with the trans baffles, bro. Like literally, bro. Like I don't think you've seen it from my perspective, bro. Like a cis. That's how you call it, a cis man. Like a straight man pretends to be a woman, right? Tries to pretend to be a transgender man to go into a woman's bathroom could just lead to
You
to lead to in the
literally, you
future
literally
lead to
just,
some
you
stuff, bro.
just owned yourself without realizing because you don't understand the terminology. You unironically just owned yourself without realizing because you don't understand the terminology.
That's cat, bro. Tell me how. Tell me
You
how.
just,
Like
you literally
break it
just
back,
ran
bro.
my argument back on yourself. You literally just said
Tell-
that someone would portray themselves as a trans man to go into the women's restroom. Literally. Literally, that's
Bro.
what the argument was. That's because,
Oh.
again, you're saying that trans men should be forced to go into the women's restroom because they're biologically female. That was your argument. So you just literally owned yourself without realizing. That was really funny.
Wait, hold on. Wait, yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
It's too many. It's too
Yeah,
many.
you were like,
words
you're like,
going
oh
into
my,
this, bro.
yeah, because you don't understand the terminology. You literally owned yourself and didn't even understand that it happened.
Wait,
You should
wait,
watch
wait,
this
wait.
back later. That was really funny.
Damn, son. No.
He literally just ran
I'm
my
saying-
argument back on him again.
Look, bro. Look.
So hold
I'm
up.
saying,
Do you want
like,
to? Would if a trans woman specifically went into the women's restroom, right? Would you specifically vote for them for president? Ever, or would that be a disqualifier?
listen, I don't give. I don't care. I don't care. What
Now you
did,
don't
bro.
care.
Like,
Now you don't care. That's
Look,
crazy,
I
bro.
don't- look,
That's
look, that's what I'm
crazy.
saying,
Now
though.
you
That's
don't
what I'm
care.
saying,
Okay,
though.
so can you tell me why you support Trump?
all right, look. I support Trump. Really, because of the immigration, bro.
Okay, what about immigration? Can you name one immigration policy that you like of his?
This is what's that called? Damn. It's something to do with like the military going to the states and shit. I forgot what it's called though.
The military going to the States?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I actually have no clue what you're talking about.
I googled it yesterday, bro. I looked up.
What
Trump's
is
policy,
the
bro.
military is going to the States? I didn't know this was happening. When did this happen? The military goes. That's nothing to do with the border, by the way.
Well, look, bro. If they take out illegal immigrants,
Are you
bro,
saying
there'll
the
be no more
National
homeless people,
Guard?
bro. Yeah, look. This one. I'm gonna give
Okay.
you something that you probably never even
Okay.
thought about before, bro. I'm about to give you something you probably never even thought about before. You ready, bro?
Go ahead.
All right, look, ready? If we took out all the immigrants that aren't supposed to be here, and they're in those jobs, bro, we
Oh,
could
he's
put
talking about
homeless
ICE
people
then,
in
okay.
those jobs, bro.
He just doesn't know what he's talking about. So ICE. So you're saying ICE. What specific policy on ICE do you like? Do you like the fact that
I'm
they're
not talking
not?
about ICE, bro. I'm not even talking about ICE.
Do you like that they allowed for ICE to not use judicial warrants in order to search and seize individuals, which violates your Fourth Amendment right?
ICE gonna do what they gotta do, bro. At the end of the day, they gonna do what
Really,
they gotta
you're
do.
just totally okay with them violating Fourth Amendment rights?
Nah, I feel like they should wait outside the house, wait till they come outside, and then you know.
So
what I'm saying?
should they wait till they have a judicial warrant?
No, I'm saying they gotta wait
No,
till
they shouldn't
get out
wait
the
till they
house
have a
and shit.
judicial warrant. Why not?
Because like, bro, like it just like it is the time just take too long, bro. It takes too long, bro.
What
too long,
takes you
bro.
to go through the legal immigration process? That was a completely. Wait.
What,
So
bro?
are you saying? So are you saying it's justified to violate the law because the legal process takes too long?
Man, you just trying to twist my words, bro. Like,
That's what you just
man,
said.
not
That's
really.
that's literally what you just said. You just said it's
Look,
justified to violate the law because literally it's taking too long. So wouldn't it be justified for undocumented immigrants to come into the country and violate our immigration laws because the legal process takes too long?
no.
No, why not?
Because, bro. Because, like, look, listen to this, bro. Listen to this, bro. It really only take long if you make it take long, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you
That's
make it
not
take
how it
long,
works.
that's how.
It
Yeah,
takes
yes, it is,
multiple
bro.
years on average, several
You
years,
ever went through the
and
immigration
thousands of
process?
dollars.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. I don't hear it, bro.
I don't need to
You
go
never
through it.
went through it, bro.
I know what the statistics are based upon it. I don't need to go through it.
Go
I've
through it,
talked to
bro.
people
You let me know,
specifically.
son.
Wait, I've talked to people that have gone through it. I've literally looked at the statistics. What more would I need in terms of information to be able to make said assessment?
Go do it yourself, bro. It is what it is.
I have to immigrate to the country myself when I was born in this country.
Real shit,
That makes
bro. Real
no
shit.
sense.
But look, this is what I'm saying, bro.
Have you
Alright,
gone
tell
through
me
the
if I'm
wait?
wrong
I have a
with this,
question.
bro.
Have you gone through the immigration process?
Hell no.
Okay, so then why don't you do it? You see how that doesn't make any sense?
Look. This is what I'm saying,
You
bro.
see how that's totally incoherent?
Hey,
You see
son.
that makes literally
son.
no sense at all? Like, that's what you just told me to do.
And look. This is what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm saying to you, bro. Are you ready? Look, if I was thinking about this yesterday too, bro. If we take out the illegal immigrants, bro, that are in like jobs in like America, bro, and we put homeless people into those jobs, bro, the homeless rate will go down, bro. I'm telling you right now, bro.
Okay, so this is just like a ridiculous thing to say because you
How?
understand that we can provide jobs, right, and housing for people who are unhoused and homeless in this country, while simultaneously ensuring that people are in the country who are undocumented have a legal process for immigration where they don't have to leave the country, right, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. That actually gives us a greater ability to help, right, the unhoused and homeless Americans in our country. You understand that, right? Because immigration actually reduced deficits in this country by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years. So undocumented and documented immigration is actually very beneficial to our system so that we can actually help out other Americans. This whole idea that immigrants coming to our country are like a net loss is delusional. Literally, the studies from the Cato Institute indicate that they're a massive increase to our economy.
I bet. I mean, I guess, bro.
No, it's not. I guess that's what the facts say. So unless are you willing to say that you care more about your feelings than the facts?
Nah, bro. I
You care more
definitely
about the facts. So
bro.
then the point I'm making is that we have a greater ability to help our people specifically in this country by supporting immigrants, not only through supporting immigrants, but also like acknowledging that Donald Trump's system specifically is worse for that and harms people and doesn't make the legal process go quicker. The Democrats literally were trying to work with Republicans and get people to make the system go quicker, whereas Donald Trump literally called for people in Congress to undermine the bill and then said, blame it on me when the border bill failed.
Damn.
He blamed it on himself. So why do you support Trump when he doesn't care about there being any type of legislation or policy and negotiation and compromise and working together with the other side in order to be able to get what's necessary done in terms of the border for the long term?
Damn. Ah, shit. All right, bro. All right. Damn, I ain't got nothing else, bro.
So then why do
Doing
you
that,
still
bro.
support Trump?
Those are my only reasons, bro.
Okay.
Real shit,
Alrighty.
bro.
Well, I'll give you some time to think about that. I appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you. Jake, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. They said, missing FBI director, cross-eyed at the I'm so confused. Okay. Sorry. I think that they were they were supposed to be like a comma there, and I was reading them as one statement and not two different statements. Like you're essentially saying they didn't know what they were talking about at the Olympics or something. Let's go to the next individual. Only sent a guest request. I actually didn't watch the Olympics. I never even saw that this year. I didn't keep up. I heard our women's team literally carried the fucking Olympics like crazy, and then literally got fucking blamed by the men's teams, and like literally they engaged in like fucking absolutely atrocious remarks. Yosef, how old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump still.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Just some of his leadership roles
Leadership roles, like
and
what?
his negotiating ability.
I don't think that's very great. How's his negotiation ability, and what leadership roles?
I mean, his leadership, like the other dude was saying on immigration, I don't think he knew exactly. I mean, you see the things that are going on in Mexico right now, right? With them taking down the cartel leader and all the chaos that is being instilled in Mexico. And a lot
I'm
of
asking
people
like
and a
what
lot.
leadership qualities and what negotiation did he specifically go through that you think is good? Because I can give you specific examples of negotiation that's fell through that he thought he could do at significantly quicker timelines than he was either able to do or didn't do at all.
Like what?
Oh yeah, like for example, the end of the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. That clearly didn't happen. He still hasn't got that done. He said he was going to build the
Yeah.
wall and make Mexico pay for it. Never happened. He actually undermined a bipartisan border bill that would have built more wall than he built under his entire administration. And said, blame it on me
I
if
mean,
the
I,
border bill fails.
I mean, I don't disagree with you when it comes to the border wall and the war with Ukraine, but anybody that believed that kind of rhetoric, I can't even say the word, but
Rhetoric.
intelligent, because that's obviously that was not possible to end the war in 24 hours. He done that to gain votes, just like most leaders do. They lie and to
No, he did
to
that. He
gain
did that
votes.
with prices. He said prices were going to go down, housing prices are going to go down, and then he gets in office, and then literally he's like, "Oh, we're going to keep the housing prices up because we want people to stay wealthy," you know. So like,
Well, and
completely went back
and
on
you have
that.
and you had people that bought houses that are, they bought houses during COVID or after COVID, and they paid $100,000, $200,000 more than what they should have paid. And if they don't keep the market the way it is, then I mean, imagine what that would do to those people.
Okay, so you're saying that you think that they should keep housing prices up.
No, I mean, I think that there definitely needs to be more homes built and more housing for people, which will bring the cost down
Okay,
overall.
so then you disagree with Trump.
I agree with Trump because he actually wants to build more housing, but he doesn't want the government to play a role in building the housing. He wants it to be private investors,
So he doesn't want to
which I
build more
think
housing. That's quite
he
literally
he
what that means. If he thinks the government shouldn't play a role in it, that means he thinks that they should literally do nothing and just leave it up to the private sector. What? That's literally the
which
government does nothing.
which is good.
No,
You
it's
you
not. No,
why would
it's
we want a
not.
big
You want the
why would we,
government to stimulate housing development because there's not enough housing development, just leaving it up to the market itself.
but that's what makes us a democracy is
What?
the private sector. We don't want
What?
to be like China where we
That
can
makes
just
us a
dump
democracy. The private that made no sense.
what
I think you're talking about two separate things. One, capitalism in structure. Let's just be totally honest here. I'm a capitalist, but it is not like the most democratic process. People who own the company have an authoritarian control over the company and how they run that company. That's how it works. It's not cooperative structures in every single like business structure in the United States. I
yes,
don't know
but
what you're talking about.
capitalism
That's not what democracy. So if you're
capitalism
referencing democracy, you're referencing the system of government of democracy, not within the context of an economic sense, right?
yeah, but capitalism can only be through democracy.
That's just not
You
true.
can't
You can have authoritarian capitalism.
where's that ever
You,
worked?
well, I'm not saying it's worked. I'm just saying that like that you can have that. And by the way, like we do already have plenty of models of that existing around the entire world. I'm
Where
not even saying that's the preferable model. I'm just saying that that does exist. So I don't know what you're saying. Shiva, I appreciate the galaxy. What do you know what state
but
capitalism is?
yeah,
Yeah, that's something that's historians have identified that they talk a lot about, right? And that's literally a form of capitalism. So this whole argument that the state isn't involved ever in capitalism is just wrong. It can be.
but that's another topic. I mean, states definitely need to get more involved as well. You can't leave everything up to the federal government
Okay, wait, I'm so confused. Why did we just jump to that?
because I mean, state needs to get more involved in housing. Like, I
Okay.
mean, I think Madami is going to actually do a decent job in New York with housing. I'm not a Madami supporter, but I think that he's going to do a decent job with housing, and I think he's going to bring rent and things down as long as him and the federal government can work together. I think that that'll be good.
Well, I'm glad that you trust Mom Donnie. That's great to hear. Now the point that I would make is then like, what you're saying that you don't want Trump to do something in terms of using the government to be able to address this, but that's the only thing that he could do from a position in government. Otherwise, he's doing
And
nothing, like literally. So,
well,
by the way,
he
what you just said is that you think that he's preferable because he did nothing to help housing development. That's
I
why
think that
Kamala Harris was
what
advocating for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes that would stimulate the building of housings in this country.
where and that's great that everyone would get $25,000 for free, but that's not sustainable at all.
Wait, for new houses specifically, it is sustainable, and that's a
How is that
tax credit.
sustainable? Like it may be
Because
a tax credit,
her
but
plans,
this
according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, would do $4 trillion less debt related spending comparative to Trump's plans on a central estimate. Trump's plans have added, by the way, what he signed into law is over $11 trillion, which is more than $2 trillion a year. So, like, I mean, this guy does not have a good track record. She has a significantly better track record for wanting to address it because she's willing to increase taxes on the richest Americans in order to be able to offset the deficit.
yeah, but the richest people in America are what make America. For example, Jeff Bezos. If
No,
he
I disagree
doesn't,
with you entirely. I
if
think they
he
benefit from what America is. Because inevitably there's a trickle up aspect in the economy. You have a great consumer base, you have a lot of people that can buy products and get things that they need. That's inevitably going to create people that specifically have exorbitant levels of wealth because they did specifically what was inevitably going to be profitable, or they specifically ordered production in a certain way in which led to people buying their particular products or things that they wanted. So they inevitably benefit from the consumer market and from people in general doing well. It's not the other way around as much.
yeah, but
Because they're
if
going to
Jeff
do what's ever
Bezos,
profitable, which depends upon what people are willing to buy. And if it depends upon what people are going to buy, well, then that's inevitably dependent upon the consumer market.
which is based on the
Yeah.
investors, which are the people
It's
that
not just
invest into
investors,
this.
right? What you're not considering is the people buying the products. Inevitably, what's most valuable is the people buying the products.
Yeah, and would you say that the consumer rates are good right now?
What I
Are
said, I would
consumers
say that
are con,
I would say that like for the highest levels of income, consumer spending is high, but for the lowest levels of income, it's not as high because of the economic trends that are negatively impacting lower and middle income individuals that aren't negatively impacting the highest income individuals in this country in terms of consumer spending.
okay, so you and I don't agree with people becoming obviously so wealthy that they don't have enough or they have more money than they can spend in their lifetime. I don't think that that's reasonable. I don't think that that's ethical. But what I do believe is
Okay,
that these
well then you
people,
agree with us, and then you think that they should be taxed on that. That's literally all we're advocating
no,
for.
no,
Kamala Harris,
no, and I
what
don't.
she wanted to do was pretty slight, to be honest. 28% on income over $1 million on capital gains, right? And only a few percentage increases on income over $400,000 a year. That's it. It's not like
But
your taxes will radically increase. And by the way, this probably wouldn't impact you.
the rich pay, and believe it or not, they actually pay more into taxes than we do. Ultimately, like
Yeah,
percentage wise,
they have most
they
of the
pay more.
wealth and the income, so of course they're going to be paying more into the system. That's how what proportionally makes sense.
Yeah, so I don't understand why.
Our society
I
allows
don't.
for them to amass this immense wealth. They should have something that they should give back to society because we've allowed them to amass such a wealth.
And what's so great about this country too, and is tax
Yeah.
breaks for the
So
wealthy.
so
When
the
you
issue
donate to
is that the
charities,
richest of the richest Americans aren't paying the tax rates that the lawyers and doctors are paying because they don't pay it through income tax.
so when
So
Biden
what we
and
need to do
Kamala
is
was
we
in
need
office,
to
why didn't we give those
equalize the
tax?
capital gains in income tax structures so that the highest income Americans are going to be paying more.
Why were those tax laws not changed 4 years ago?
Why haven't they? Because they require Congress in order to change them. And you understand that like they didn't have enough people in Congress because moderates don't support specifically this type of policy. Right? And
So
that's
there
something
couldn't
that
be
needs
an
to
it.
change, and
So
that's
Trump
true
couldn't
on
today
both
sign an
sides.
executive law.
But there's
So Trump
significantly
today,
more Democrats in support of this, by the way.
yeah. Which I mean, I think that it's a problem in our government is both sides can't work together. Like that's the main problem. Is I
They
mean,
were working
we're just so
together more
divided.
under the Biden administration. Not saying it was perfect, but they were to a greater extent. Donald Trump was trying to undermine that from the outside. And what happened since Trump got in office? Watch. You're going to watch the State of the Union later, and you're going to see how divisive Trump is, talking about how we're the enemy of the people and we're domestic terrorists and whatnot, after seeing what Biden did at the State of the Union. Right?
And
Biden advocated for unity. Biden advocated for people to come together. Biden advocated for bipartisanship. Right? And then literally Donald Trump shit on all of that. And then he's going to do all of the hate fucking spiel when he gets on the State of the Union address here tonight. Watch it.
I
It's
don't
going to
disagree
happen.
with you. I don't like the way that Trump speaks, but JD Vance, Marco Rubio, and some of his cabinet members, like Marco Rubio, I think that he's going to be our next president, and I think that he's very well
That's
spoken,
horrible.
and I think that what they've done in Venezuela and what they're going to do with other countries is going to be really great. I mean, I know what happened in Gaza is not very.
So wait, do you want war with Iran?
Do I want war with Iran? I think that war with Iran is going to happen no matter who our president is because it
I
has to
disagree
happen.
with that. I think the Democrats had negotiations to limit the nuclear enrichment, right, of uranium.
Who sent the warship when Israel and Iran was like? Did Biden not defend Israel when Iran attacked them?
You understand that would be, again, not a point to specifically say that we're going to go to war with Iran in terms of an offensive gesture of ourselves. Does that make
Well,
sense?
if we're
And by the way, I just
if
want to
we're gonna
clarify, I disagree with Biden's support of Israel. So that's
and
something I
I
do
don't necessarily
criticize.
yeah, which I criticize the support for Israel, but what I think that people aren't understanding, and I know that what happened in Gaza, dude, it's so sad. It's probably the saddest thing that I've seen in my lifetime. It's one of like it was literally a genocide, probably. But what I do think that Trump's plans for Gaza, I think are going to be really great for those people. Those
Like
people have
what?
absolute
What
like he's
plans?
gonna
You mean the
that.
literally the mass killing of them? What are you talking about? What plans?
Well, have you seen the Board of Peace and the plans that
Wait,
these
the
countries
plans are
are?
demonstrated by the state of Israel because they're the ones enacting that level of violence, right? And you understand that specifically Donald Trump said by Benjamin Netanyahu that he's the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the position of the Oval Office, right? Netanyahu wants to control many different aspects of the Middle East. He wants perpetual war. That's what he's been advocating for his entire fucking career, is perpetual war,
And
perpetual need for security.
I agree with that.
Right, to an extent
And
where they have to be offensive and they have to literally take out other countries, which inevitably creates the position they're in the first place, where people specifically want to attack them, is the fact that they're so on the offensive, wanting to attack everybody. So, like, you understand that, like, people like that,
the
right, are sick, they're disgusting, they want conflict, they want war, they want suffering, and they want devastation, and we should not look at those people specifically with any fucking like, right? And genuinely, when it comes to people like that, we should be like, what they say in terms of, like, Trump, like, literally saying that he's the greatest ally that Israel's ever had, that should disgust us and be like, yeah, you probably shouldn't support that. If he says something good about them, that's probably an indication of something bad, to be honest.
And I don't necessarily disagree because I'm not for the support of Ukraine or Israel, but what I am in support of, ultimately, take Israel's name off the board, take Ukraine's name off the board. Look at the people, for example. Those people want a democracy. Israel wants a democracy. Some of these countries want freedom where there is no freedom, like Iran. You can be 9 years old and be a woman in Iran, and you can be forced into marriage.
Yeah, but let me
We've
just tell
got
you
to
something.
stand up for
That
those people.
justification of we're expanding democracy around the world has been used to justify literally destabilizing these regions. And historically speaking, especially with Iran, we've got rid of democratically elected leaders and reinstated dictators. I'm not trolling. Literally, that's happened historically speaking in Iran. So the United States has not had a good track record with stabilizing the Middle East, and if anything, has been the reason why it's been so destabilized. So I don't think that the
Well,
U.S. involving itself right now is a fucking savior in this scenario. I don't. I don't think that they're the ones spreading democracy here. I don't think you
and
spread
and
democracy by literally trying to cause war and conflict, right? Because that has not happened and
and
worked.
yeah, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but it wasn't Iran itself and it wasn't the US itself that put those leaders into place. It was things that at the time
It
the
literally
Soviet
was.
Union,
What are you talking
well,
about? It literally
the
was.
Soviet
They put
the
someone who
Soviet
has U.S. interests in.
yes, but that was negotiated through the Soviet Union and Russia, or not the Soviet
No, no,
Union and the United
that's the
States.
justification they're using to do these things.
So who's doing them? If we're not, we're the ones at the negotiating
It's
table
because they didn't
with
want. It's
Russia.
because they didn't want Iran to nationalize their oil industry. That's literally the reason. Because they wanted to profit off of oil. The same justification then is the same justification they use now, and you're buying it. This is the issue that I have. Is it's destabilized this region. It's not led to it being better. And you know what? I probably do. I do believe that you want there to be more democracy in this world. But the way in which you actually extend democracy in the world is by actually supporting it here in the United States rather than being against it here in the United States, right?
Yeah, I'm all for
Actually,
democracy. I'm
if we
for
have to, in order to say that other countries should be democratic, we'd probably have to worry about us being democratic in the first place, right? You know,
and I agree
we'd
with
probably
you
have to show by
100%.
example that we can do it too. When Donald
But
Trump literally undermines the 2020 election, gets 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen in 2020, sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, incited a violent insurrection in the Capitol, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots, and then called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
so I'm gonna just say that I don't think Trump incited the violence. I think that some of his
What?
supporters, not me, I'm
Then
gonna
why do you
say some of
pardon
his.
it?
To be honest, I can't answer that. I really can't. But I
Yeah.
don't think that that his words incited violence.
I-
If I didn't want to go to the Capitol, I
okay,
watched
do they
his
incite
speech and
violence after? When he calls them patriots and he pardons them, does that incite violence?
I mean,
When
no,
he
those
when
guys.
he calls for the deaths of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, is that calling for violence?
Well, he wasn't calling for the death.
He
They were
literally did. He
trying to.
reposted someone on Truth Social saying HA&G them George Washington Wood after he said that their behavior was seditious behavior punishable by death.
What is that behavior though? That was
Literally,
they
they
were
just
trying to
said
tell the
they
military
said
to
don't
not do their
follow
job.
unspecified unlawful orders. Yeah, if you get an unlawful order, you're not supposed to follow it. That's literally what the fucking Constitution tells them to do. That's their oath to the
Well,
Constitution, dude.
yeah, and they know that, but there was no unlawful orders given to the
Wait,
military.
and yeah. So again, they said if there's an unlawful order, you should not follow it. Not that there was an unlawful order and that this is one you should not follow. And by the way, there have been unlawful orders. For example, I can mention one specifically. Right, Mike Pence was given an unlawful order to certify false slates of electors, right, to the Electoral College rather than the real certification of the election. So he was given an unlawful order and he decided to not listen to it. Do you think that Mike Pence should not have followed that unlawful order?
I think that Mike Pence on that day done his job and done his duties. I believe
Exactly.
that in my heart.
Exactly. He
But
did not
but
follow an unlawful order. That was his patriotic duty. By the way, I don't like Mike Pence, but that was his patriotic duty right there. He put his values and his principles over his own political ambitions. That was what you do. That's what we need in terms of politicians. And I hate to say that that was coming from a Republican in this scenario, of course, but I can acknowledge and fucking when things are true and facts and when facts, right? The point that
yeah,
I'm making is that he did not follow an unlawful order. That's what he should have done in the scenario. And based upon your argument here, you're saying it's justified that Donald Trump would have called for his death in the same way that he called for the Democratic veterans in Congress death when they said to not follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, because he thinks that that's a treasonous action. And by the way, there were supporters of his that were calling for that's happened to Mike Pence, by the way.
yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, as for the things that are going on around the world and the Middle East, I think Trump has done more for the Middle East than any president in our lifetime.
In a negative context?
Well, I mean, he
Because
established the Abraham
maybe you have
Accords.
a point there.
I mean, he's
You
brought
mean in
peace to the
terms of
Middle East.
devastation?
I know that I mean he did end the war in Gaza ultimately.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you really grant him that? That's kind of
I don't
ridiculous.
I don't necessarily grant him that, but I grant his leadership and his team and the administration and the
Wait, so
American people with.
you did say earlier, like leadership of like, roles and abilities. What leadership qualities does this fucking idiot have?
Well, I think that they fear Trump. I believe that. I think that they fear
They
Trump,
fear
and
Trump.
they
What do they fear
when
Trump, or do they fear what Trump has access to?
I think that they fear what Trump has access to.
Okay,
Yeah.
so would every president have access to that? Yes. So explain to me
Yeah,
how that's a unique fear to Trump and not just because he's in the position of the presidency.
because I don't think that any president has ever had the guts to fly B-52 bombers into Iran and
That's
drop
really
bombs on their
ridiculous.
nuclear
I'm sorry,
facilities.
that has existed historically. Literally, I just told you there is huge histories of the United States doing that. That has not led to better conditions. I literally, dude, I just gave you that there was no good reason to believe. Do you remember Bush?
Yeah, but Bush he didn't drop bombs on Iran.
You don't think? Okay, so to clarify, you understand that we're talking about perpetual war in the context of the Middle East. What happened to Tulsi Gabbard calling this out? By the way, wasn't
Well, I
this like
think they
the whole
called for
thing
her
that
death,
Tulsi
maybe.
Gabbard was against, and now she's on the administration that's doing it?
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty ironic?
So if we go to war with Iran tomorrow, are you not in support of that war?
No, definitely not.
And why is that?
Because I don't think that the U.S.'s involvement has led to more stabilization.
Through other administrations, I would agree with that.
Definitely not with Trump.
But I think Venezuela is not going as bad as what we thought. But I
So why
solemnly
didn't he? Why did they
think that
put in the? Why
because
didn't they put the actually elected people into the office? That they kept the same regime in office, which doesn't materially benefit the people that live there, and they just said that they wanted to steal some of the oil.
well, we just want control of the oil, which I don't think
Exactly,
necessarily is
exactly. You know what I
bad.
mean? You're like okay with going to perpetual war for oil.
No, I'm not okay with going
That's literally
to
what
war
they're
with
doing.
oil, but if we don't have control of the oil, then someone else does.
That's
Just
what they
like
always say. That's literally what they always say.
but if we're not
Who are
careful
they
as
going
a
to sell it
country,
to? Who are they going to sell it to?
China,
China? Okay. And are they not allowed to
but
do that already?
and I don't think Venezuela is allowed to sell any oil right now. There's a
Well, they
full
were
embargo on
already allowed to do that
Venezuela.
prior. What was wrong with that? I have no issue with them stealing it or not stealing. Sorry, it's not stealing. Fuck. I do have an issue with them stealing it. I meant to say I have no issue with them selling it to other countries like China.
But China is who would you say is the most productive people on as a society? Like I
Who?
know that is kind of off topic, but
What?
when you compare China to the United States, for example, look at how well they
Are you saying in
are.
economic? Are you saying in economic? Or are you saying? Or what do you
Yeah,
mean? Like in terms of
like
production?
in terms of just a productive society.
I would say China probably produces the most amount of goods like overall if you were to compare like country by country.
Yeah, and in order for us to compete, we have to have control of the
Wait.
global supply
We
chains.
wait. We don't necessarily have to. That doesn't make any sense.
So if we don't control how much oil they
Because
receive or how much,
supply chains respond in terms of consumer markets, right? Because supply chains are a
yes,
response to the consumer market, right?
but we control
If
the flow
supply
of those
chains are a
goods.
response to the consumer market, and we have a huge fundamental aspect of the consumer market, wouldn't we technically have more bargaining power because their production has to be allocated towards our demand? And if they don't get our demand, then they're going to not profit off of what they build, which means that they would be losing and overproducing.
Well, that's what they're doing right now. They're overproducing and they're flooding the market with goods, which undermines our ability as Americans to make affordable products
Hey,
in
that's
America.
fine. That's fine. If they want to produce goods specifically, that's okay. What's wrong with that? If they want to produce and sell
Well,
products on a free trade, that's totally fine.
and I don't necessarily agree, but we know throughout
Wait,
the
are you
history of the
advocating
world.
against capitalism right now? That to me, it sounds like you're advocating against capitalism. You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you currently.
I'm not advocating against capitalism
Yeah, you
at
did.
all,
You just did.
but but
You just
but
advocated
we
against
can't.
capitalism. Want to know why?
But no,
Do
what I'm
no.
saying is we can't compete with China because their government is
So you
so
you
in.
can't compete with China, which means that you say that the U.S. cannot compete on a capitalist framework. Is that what you're saying? So
Yes,
that we need to prop
yeah.
ourselves up, not by utilizing capitalism.
No, I think that our government needs to work together to work on things to regulate the economy, and that way we can pump money
Work
into the
on
things
things
that we
to
need.
regulate the economy.
Because if we can't invest into housing, we can't get everybody to agree on to invest into housing, whether it's done by the government or the private sector.
So
We can't do that.
it's ironic that you want to regulate the economy, but that's exactly what Trump doesn't want. They're getting rid of regulations. They're allowing for them to use pesticides in fucking food in production that literally causes cancer, right? They're getting rid of the EPA's determination that greenhouse gas emissions cause literally global temperatures to increase, right?
Yeah, but
They're literally
but
allowing for
that
greater aspects of forever chemicals.
and that's not like the
They're
whole
cutting
greenhouse
the
gas.
EPA by 40%.
And, yeah, and that's true, and I agree, and that's facts.
So
But
then
what
why
they
do you
don't say
support this
is,
administration?
the reason for the the new green energy is not about greenhouse gases. They don't care about the earth. Like, let's just be honest.
Yes,
Like,
it is.
it's more so about that you can make electric vehicles a lot quicker, and you can power those electric vehicles off of nuclear reactors, and it's a lot cheaper, and it's a lot easier for your that's just facts. Like, the time that it takes to produce a BYD versus a model versus a vehicle made here in the US is not even comparable. You can produce an electric vehicle 50 times quicker than you can a combustion engine, which is why that we need to go to electric vehicles, not because of green energy, but because of production capabilities, because we're not going to be able to compete.
If you want to tell yourself that, but you're willing to produce more EVs, that's okay. But like the reality of the matter is that 99% of climate scientists indicate that climate change is like literally a real thing that negatively impacts human survival on the planet. So you understand that we need to address it for our survival, not necessarily because of the planet. Like the planet isn't like a person, right? We're not like saving
Well, yeah, but
we're saving
eventually,
the planet for human development and for human survival, which also includes other ecosystems.
and eventually AI will regulate all that. Honestly,
Okay. Yeah, so 200 years from now, we'll have some type of AI system that runs our economy and regulates it. Why is that relevant
you
to now? Yeah, and we might live on Mars too.
you think it's going to be 200 years before AI regulates government?
It probably will be a long time before, yeah.
That's up for debate.
No, it's not, dude. Like they're just language models right now. They're not like gonna run government.
No, but they're. I mean, the capabilities of AI is insane, and it's not even AGI yet. It's just like you said.
Yeah, so like we're still a while away from it running our entire system.
But if we don't get our act together, and if people can't agree on simple things like, and I don't think that Trump does a great job of this, but like sometimes I wish he would just keep his mouth shut and not say anything, because he can't speak. He doesn't know what it's like to live poorly, and he never will, probably. And I come from a place where, I mean, I didn't grow up with much, but the people that I live here only support Trump for, oh well, he's gonna, he's gonna do good with the economy, or he don't care to bomb people. Like, yeah, that's, but like that's literally why some people support him, and it's crazy to watch. But if we don't come together as Americans, dude, our government is going to fail.
Hey everybody, come together, but I'm going to support a candidate that literally calls for the deaths of your side just because you guys said to follow the Constitution and follow the law. Dude, no, that's not called coming together. What? How is that coming together? That makes no sense. Like, You have to put away people like Trump in terms of stop supporting them, right? From an ideological perspective, if you want to be able to get us all to come together. In order for you to care about the virtue of unity, you actually have to follow through with that yourself, right?
I agree. But and that process starts with me and you. Like today, I mean, we don't agree with each other, but I feel like we had a really good conversation. You know what I mean? And that's the conversations that not only that me and you need to take place, but we need to have conversations like that with and come to not necessarily a solution, but these things need to be talked about, not from us, but by Congress and people that can change the laws and make things better. And I don't think Trump does a good job with that, but I do agree with some of his policies. And I think that he's a better candidate than Kamala.
Okay.
And hopefully somebody
Also, like, what policies are better?
like foreign policies, most foreign policies, like
Such as?
taking money from DEI. Like I think that John F. Kennedy, when he established that, was
Taking money
great.
from what DEI policy did they take money from?
All of them, like they've cut
Give me a
spending on
specific
DEI.
example.
I can't remember the one in Africa, but they do blow it out of proportion and they say things that aren't true, like, oh, you know, they were giving these for transgender, or they just say that stuff to make it justifiable. When in reality,
So all you heard is transgender funding in Africa. That's all you know?
yeah, and
So by the way, I don't know
no,
what you're
but
referencing in specific. I don't know what transgender funding we were giving to Africa.
I can't remember exactly, but I remember Trump talking about, and not necessarily Trump, but I did a little research back probably like 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah, so
I
like
can't remember
that's
exactly.
not. I don't know what DEI policy you're referencing. USAID funding is a small portion of the budget. Cutting it literally led to people dying. Okay, because people rely upon USAID funding. So that was a good thing. It was a very small portion of the budget, and they did that to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires to a greater extent. Literally.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, but either way, you know, there is bad in it, but there is good. Like the money was being mismanaged, which is bad, but also there was people, like you said, that were not going without, or that are now going without, which is something that I don't agree with. But it's like,
Where did you hear that there was transgender funding in going to Africa?
it wasn't transgender funding. It was something about mutilation or for
Something about
circumcision or
mutilation,
something for
circumcision.
circumcision.
I really
Circumcision,
doubt
yeah.
that.
That's what they say, quote unquote. And I
Yeah,
don't
like by the way,
believe.
like I who's they? Fox News?
No, I don't watch Fox News.
Who'd you
I don't watch
watch? Alex
CNN. I don't watch
Jones?
Fox. I don't watch Alex Zone. I try to do independent research
Yeah.
and
So
statistics,
what
and
independent research told you this?
I can't remember exactly.
What do you
I know
typically
that it wasn't,
frequent?
and it wasn't an independent research where I found that information. It was, I think it was like John F. Kennedy, or not, or not John F. Kennedy, but uh, Robert Kennedy, dude. I think that he was the one that said something about it. I think, I can't remember.
Wow, because he's known to be a really great source of information.
Yeah, and I'm not
RFK is
saying
known
that
to
he
be a
is,
great source of information, right?
and I don't like what he's doing with instilling distrust into vaccines, because I think that some vaccines are great. I think that they are,
Yeah, but he's not
but
scared about germs. Remember, he literally would snort stuff off of a toilet seat. So it's like he doesn't care about those germs, right? Like he's not worried about
the more,
that. But like, don't give those kids no vaccines.
yeah. But I think the food is yeah, it does cause cancer, but at this rate, like it doesn't matter what we eat. Like it really doesn't. Like you're gonna die just like I'm gonna die. Like we're not immortal. We're gonna die, and disease is gonna happen. Disease has been happening for a long time, and I mean, America has. I mean, we kind of not necessarily lead the way, but we're one of the top. I mean, we provide really good health insurance, or I mean, you're not going to go to the doctor, and they're not going to deny you for treatment. They're not going to deny anybody that walks into the hospital
Yeah, they
treatment.
do. They deny people for treatment all the time because they can't afford it. So I just want you to live in reality for 1 second here, real quick. 137 million Americans live in struggling with medical debt. Over 130 million Americans, many
Yeah,
of
but
which
they're not.
have to think about whether or not they're going to eat food or pay for their medical bills, whether or not they're going to pay for rent or pay for the medical bills or
Dude,
pay for basic things in their life. They have to miss out on so many different aspects of life simply because of something that they had no control over. And the point that I'm making is that no person in this country should have to deal with that. Other countries around the world, they have universal systems that take care of everyone, and they spend almost half as much per person as we do here in the United States. Because you want to know what's crazy? If you give more people access to preventative health care, you're more likely going to restrict chronic health conditions from affecting people in the long run, which are what's most costly.
and I agree with you on some of that. I agree that chronic health diseases like heart disease and things are caused by the people themselves, not by, it's if you like most places. I mean, get outside and go for a run, go for a walk. Like, you can't blame everything on the government. You can't blame your health on the government. You can't blame that on Trump.
Dude, I'm saying that we can make health better by engaging in preventative health care, and you're like, dude, people should go out and exercise more. Do you not think, as an aspect of preventative health care, that they would take that into consideration? That they would say, oh, maybe for certain people, depending on the scenario, that you could exercise more in certain scenarios. Like, for example, me. I'm the most sedentary motherfucker ever. I practically
Yeah,
never exercise. I definitely need some more exercise. That could be helpful for me. And that type of stuff is something that you hear from a doctor when you go. If you can't
yeah.
afford
And
it, you don't go and you don't hear that, right? So if you want that to be more common for people to have access to, how about we ensure that people have the adequate access to care that they need in the first place so that they don't have restricted access to this because they can't afford it?
can can you be summoned into court over not paying your medical bills?
I'm not
Can
quite sure. I think so.
you
I think
cannot.
it used to be that way, at least,
It used to be that
and
way,
it
but
was and that was only changed due to what regulatory policy?
I can't remember on what administration it was. But can you look? Can you Google that for us? Because I'm
People are
curious
saying
myself.
you can still be sued back because of Trump. Didn't I think that the Biden administration tried to do something about it under their administration, and maybe Trump must have brought it back or something. I feel like that's from what I saw. They garnish your wages. That is true. If
I don't think
you
that's true.
let me look it up. I got you.
Because if that is true, then that's something that we, as the people, need to stand up and fight for. That they should not be able to garnish your wages over medical bills, unpaid medical bills that you needed treatment for.
Okay, so then the point is that literally you should have public access to education. It does say yes, it can lead to wage garnishment only after a creditor obtains a court judgment against you.
I've never seen it happen. I don't know anybody that's ever happened to.
So just because you don't know someone doesn't mean it doesn't happen. The point I would want to
Yeah,
make
yeah,
is
yeah,
that
yeah.
like it's really bad to have a system that can bankrupt people like this. And I mean, there's even people in the chat saying it happened to them. Like, why can't we just acknowledge that that should never happen, and that we should advocate for a public option that everyone has access to universal health care instead of the system that Donald Trump continues to advocate for, where there's literally fucking concepts of a plan, which just means nothing. Which literally just means nothing. Everyone knows it. Like, he's been saying it's coming out in 2 weeks for like the past fucking 10 years, dude.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Obamacare was good,
Um,
honestly.
okay. So then why do you like Trump?
I mean, basically his foreign policy, dude.
So wait, you care more about other countries than you care about the United States?
No, I care a lot about our country, but I
So
think
if the
that
domestic policy of Democrats is significantly better, why do you prioritize foreign policy to domestic policy?
because foreign policy affects Americans just as much as policies here in America. Because,
What particular foreign policy affects this country as much as literally people not having access to basic health care that they need?
for example, if there were zero tariffs on things that were coming in from China, do you know how many jobs that would probably be lost
Are you
if
serious? We had the
for
worst year of
example,
job growth in the past 4 years. We had real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration after a massive boom under the Biden administration. So not only is what you're saying not true, but even if that was the case, it's a ridiculous indicator to say.
but like companies like BYD, for example, I work at a production manufacturing plant where we build cars. if BYD were to sell their cars into the United States, that would put every American car manufacturer factory out of a job. We can't, like, if you wanted to buy a Chinese vehicle,
You understand that like there already are, especially EV tariffs that were in place under both administrations. You can have specialized targeted tariffs, but that's not universalized tariffs.
yeah, but tariffs can be used as a good thing. I don't think that they should be used the way Trump has used them, but I think he's overused them, but I think that he has rightfully and justfully used some of them. Not all, but most.
Okay, so you understand that these tariffs have led to indications in the economy becoming significantly worse, like real GDP growth becoming less in 2025 as compared to 2024, real median wage growth being less in 2025 as compared to 2024, the worst year job growth in the past 4 years, unemployment increasing, inflation staying up above the target rate, which specifically keeps interest rates up, real domestic manufacturing investment declining, business investment declining. All of those things should be taken into consideration.
What drives inflation up though? Do you
The
think that
tariffs.
you think the tariffs specifically drove inflation up, and it wasn't over consuming by the American people?
No, because the people who are quote unquote over consuming are the richest Americans. If you look at the economic data, the lowest of income Americans are, again, earning less in terms of a wage growth than what they were under the last year under the Biden administration. And in terms of the interest rates being higher, that reduces consumption and investment.
So you don't think that people will bring their factories and their jobs here and create more American jobs if they don't have to pay tariffs? Because we've already seen that happen.
Tariffs have not led to stuff coming back to this country. We've seen decline in real domestic manufacturing investment because many of the aspects of production process come from other countries around the world. So you're increasing the cost of manufacturing in this country as well by imposing universalized tariffs and not targeted tariffs.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, and I mean, I agree with that, and to an extent, but I think that the tariffs right now, that the way that they are being used are good.
How? I think that the way that they're being used is stupid as fuck. It harms this country, and is definitely not America first.
I mean, I'm not for America first. I'm for all people first.
Okay.
And I know,
Okay.
like, I mean, I support like 90% of people that, I don't think there's enough transgender people to affect the world.
I'm sorry. Wait, you say you're all people first, but then you wanted to get rid of the USAID funding under the Trump administration. So wait, by the way, let me just clarify. By the way, I do think that everyone, in a certain extent, I think that Trump's co-opted the term of America first. We to some extent are America first, in the same way that like you are going to like worry about like your family or what you have control over first versus what you don't have control over. And we are going to spend more on like Americans than we're going to spend on other nations. Like that's just a fact. Even though America makes up proportionally less of the population. I don't think any person would be advocating for most of our funding to go to other countries because most people exist in other countries. Like I don't think anyone advocates for that.
No, but not necessarily I do either. But
so
I
there is a
think
notion of America first that exists for practically everyone's position. It's just that Trump has co-opted it and acted like he's America first when he's not really America first. He's the rich and the corporations first.
Yeah, but I believe that they're obviously, I mean, I don't know what your religious beliefs are, and this may not even be religious, but there's obviously something higher than me and you.
I'm
that's
not
obvious.
religious.
And
I don't think
I'm
that's
just
an
saying,
obvious fact.
But if I were the dude that overseen global, pandemics and things that are going on globally, I would look at America and I'd be like, you know what, America, you guys are doing all right. But I also believe that America isn't doing enough for people around the world. We need to find a better solution.
So cut USAID. So cut USAID. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's cut USAID. You're not doing enough for other countries around the world. Let's cut our funding.
It's just mismanaged.
So
like the money is not being
there's no
invested in the
evidence of it
things that
being
it needs to be
mismanaged.
invested
There
in.
was no evidence of it being mismanaged.
Like some of this money could have been invested in housing and
Trump.
I mean,
you acknowledge that Trump doesn't have any policy for housing that invests into it. Could it be invested into public health? Oh, wait, Trump's cut that. Could it be invested into our education? Oh, wait, Trump's cut that. Could it be invested into like making the legal immigration process go quicker? No, wait, he just only put it into like militarizing ICE and like murdering U.S. citizens and justifying it.
All I'm saying is if we go to war with Iran, I would not want Kamala being
Kamala.
the leader.
I don't think
Kamala,
we would. I don't think we
Kamala.
would go to war with Iran if Kamala Harris were president, and I think that's a
I
good
think that
thing.
I think that we would no matter what.
I think that's a ridiculous thing
It
to say. There's no good
it's been
argument to say
brewing
that,
for
but I think
since
that's just a justification you're going to be using, and the Trump administration is going to be using to engage in offensive conflict with Iran.
yeah, but I mean every president's dropped bombs on everybody. Like I think Obama,
That
like
doesn't.
I know
Yeah,
this sounds
that does not
crazy
mean I
coming from me,
agree with
but
what Obama did.
I think he's the best president in our
Does not mean I
lifetime,
agree
for
with what
sure, no
Biden
doubt.
did. I don't agree with doing that.
But I think that it will be done for the greater good, just like what
It's
happened in
not
Gaza
for
was
the
done for
greater.
the greater
Okay,
good.
I'm sorry. They sell it to you as if it's the greater good, but it's not. I'm sorry. There's no good evidence that it's the greater good. Until you have evidence to believe it is truly for the greater good, why wouldn't you question that? Why wouldn't you investigate further?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You stand up for transgender people, for gay people,
What are
right?
these pivots?
But I'm just saying this is I'm using your logic. But you stand up for those people, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So as someone, I stand up for those people just as much as you do, believe it or not.
I don't think you
Me,
do.
but but
I mean,
but
you
where I'm
support
going with
Trump. Trump
this
actively has
is,
kicked trans people out of the military. You know that, right?
yeah, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't like them. It
Okay,
just it
so wait, so
affects.
you stand up for trans people just as much as I do, but then you advocate for the guy that actively says that they're literally trying to destroy this country, that they're predators, that they're like trying to harm everyone, right? When it's
He's
really the
never said
guy in the
that.
position of the presidency. Yes, he has. They absolutely portray trans people as evil, as predatory. They absolutely do.
He he doesn't portray them. He just says that there's not a place for him in the military, and I think we can all agree on that.
You want wait? Explain to me why they said that there's no place for them in the military.
It's just I mean if you were going to a war with a country and I mean you got to put women in certain rooms, men in certain rooms, and you're worried
No, no,
about
it has
you know
nothing to do with any of this. It's they said that they can't be true with themselves and that they're a national security risk because they are a liar. That's
I mean
literally what it said. Go
is
read
that
the
what Pete
order.
Higgs has said?
Go read the order, right? Specifically where it
I
says where they were kicked out of the military. It is fucking
I
disgusting that anyone would sit there and defend that and say that they stand for trans people just as much while simultaneously defending this. This is so much more than, by the way, literally, right, the conversation about sports, which isn't even impacted much by the administration's right decisions. Right, you understand that if we're talking about specifically people in the military, we're talking about people that were decorated for decades, being kicked out of the military simply just for being trans. They've been in the military for over a decade. They were kicked out just for being trans. You can't tell me there's any good argument that justifies that. There's absolutely
and
fucking nothing. Okay? That is absolutely so blatantly against trans people that you have to acknowledge that if you're saying that you care about trans people.
I would have to view the situation. But where I was
Oh,
going with
he
that
also wants
argument
to get
is,
rid of their Second Amendment rights.
but
You think
I
it's
think
justified to
that
remove the Second Amendment right for trans people?
no.
Okay.
But but what I do think is that on a global scale, you look at the things and that are going on and what's happening to the people in Iran. Like a 9-year-old female can be forced into marriage. That is no good. Like what in that? Like if I'm going to stand up for
Wait.
anybody in this
Of
world,
course, I acknowledge that there's very atrocious things that are happening in Iran. They murder protesters that are peacefully protesting. I acknowledge that, right? And I do just want to acknowledge one that also does happen in the United States, right? In terms of like U.S. protesters are killed, like for example, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, right? Even when they weren't protesting. And again, also, I just want to acknowledge that this is something that should not happen anywhere around the world. And that does not mean that the U.S. is going to be able to prevent that, because the U.S.'s involvement, I would argue, is one of the leading factors and causes as to why the Iranian government exists in the manner in which it does. Because of the fact that
so
we literally went and overthrew democratically elected leaders and reinstated pro-U.S. dictators in order to be able to extract resources, natural resources from Iran, and from other countries in the Middle East. So we have actively perpetuated the conditions that have led to the destabilization. It is not our involvement that has led to stabilization.
This has nothing to do with this destabilization. It has something to do with their beliefs. Their beliefs are that a woman can be forced into marriage. That has nothing to do with anything other than
Have we
their
been
fucked up
wait,
beliefs.
but you understand that we haven't been able to prevent those types of views from existing within their countries by involving ourselves.
But
So
how my
explain to
question
me how
isn't
you
how do
can
we prevent that?
meaningfully change that.
That's I don't know. Is it regime
Okay.
change? Is it
So you say
I mean I
regime
don't
change. How
know.
many times have we done regime change? Has that truly been in the benefit of the people that have existed there? Wouldn't that something that you understand that like when it comes to these types of situations, individualized revolutions within their countries are the way in which they respond to these situations. And having an outside cause in terms of support of a certain type of situation has led to a lot of these radical extreme groups existing and being in these situations of power in these areas. Literally and getting rid of democracy, by the way. So I don't think that
So
Donald Trump, the guy who tried to undermine democracy in our country, is going to be promoting it in a different country. Let's just be totally real here.
well, every president has intervened or had some type of negotiations with Iran.
No,
Obama,
do you
I
think
mean
that
he
Kamala Harris would be going to war with Iran?
yes.
I just very
I
much
think if
disagree with you. I see there's no good reason to believe that.
I think that if anybody would stick up for those people,
If you were to
I
ask
think that
Kamala
she would have
Harris
done it
right
a
now
long time ago.
if she supported a war with Iran, she would say no.
Well, she would say no now because she doesn't agree with Trump. But if she's in that position, I think that she would say otherwise because she's going to be
What? See, that's
being
so
advised.
ridiculous, dude. You're so
Like,
ridiculous. I feel like that's just an unfalsifiable claim that you're making that you have no supporting evidence for.
well, it would be her advisors ultimately telling her what to do. Just like
You have
Trump.
no
I mean, he
supporting
listens to
evidence
everybody
for any
around
of
him.
these claims. What's your supporting evidence?
Has there been any interviews or anything with Kamala talking about the Iranian war?
Kamala? There's no evidence saying that she supports military conflict with Iran.
But she supported it, Israel when they were going to war with Iran.
Wait, I don't think she supported the war with Iran that Israel started.
So who was the one that attacked Israel? The first was on October 7th.
I'm talking about specifically the originally what happened under Trump's administration here.
But this has been ongoing before Trump's
I am
administration.
pretty sure Harris specifically said that she disagreed with the war with Iran that Donald Trump was engaging in.
But her administration, her and Biden's administration, literally sent the warships over to shoot ballistic missiles down that were being fired into Israel.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, but what you're not understanding is that there's a difference between responding in a defensive sense in support of a particular situation versus advocating for direct offensive conflict to then cause regime
Yes,
change. Do you
and
understand that there's a huge
sometimes
distinction because of the fact that again there was an active regime change called for by Harris, whereas you're saying that Trump is calling for regime change, right? That's what you are
I
saying,
don't
right?
think Trump hasn't called for regime change in Iran, has he?
Wait, no, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that he hasn't called for regime change.
So then you don't think that he's going to go to war with Iran,
I think that we're going to go to war with Iran, yes, but
but
I
it's
don't think
not
that there'll
for
be a
regime
regime
change. So
change.
what is the war for?
What did you say?
What was the war for then?
What, the war with Iran? They tell us that it's about a nuclear weapon, but I truly, in my heart, believe that the Iranian people are trying to create a independence from imperial powers. I believe that. I believe that they want to produce their own nuclear energy. That way they can provide it for their people. But either way that you look at that, I don't think that it's a good scenario. Whether they invent a nuclear weapon or whether they uh, are nuclear capable of producing nuclear energy for their society. I don't believe that either scenario is good because then we will not have control over their country in a sense. Not that we need to have control over their country, but we've got to protect those people just as much as we do our own people. Because they're people just like us. There's little girls over there and boys that Like if you're, I mean, if you
So
get
are you
caught with,
advocating for, are you saying that they're advocating for regime change? What are they going to change?
I don't think that they'll be. I think that most likely that we'll see a similar situation that happened in Venezuela, and we may take the president of Iran hostage. I believe that
Okay, so then they're going to regime change. Or are they going to keep the same regime
most
in
likely.
office?
I would say that
Because with Venezuela, they kept the same
well,
regime in office.
yeah, and I think that that's probably what they'll do.
So that means
I'm not.
no
I'm,
regime. So how does that materially benefit the people? If they keep the same regime in office just to steal the oil, how is that materially benefiting the people?
well, I don't think they're worried about the oil in Iran. If they're worried about anything in Iran, it's probably the lithium and stuff.
Okay, so can you answer the fucking question, dude?
I don't think I don't think that a war with Iran or Iran is going to be beneficial right now. But I think 10 years that it will be beneficial for the people, whether it's a regime change, whether it's whatever the case may be.
So are you going to answer? Okay, so are they doing regime change? What are they doing? How does that materially benefit the people if you keep the same regime in office? Answer the question.
It's not going to be beneficial to the people.
Okay, if it's not
But
beneficial to the people, why are you sitting up here and saying that you're doing this for the people?
because, I mean, we've got to do something.
You acknowledge that that's not going to do anything.
I mean, I don't know. I don't have the solution. I really don't. But
So then,
there has to be something
I,
done.
I'm confused what your point is.
I'm just saying that a regime change would probably. I don't know. I think with
Now you're
Marco
advocating
Rubio,
for regime change. Is that what it is?
no, I'm just
No,
saying
he's not
maybe
advocating for regime change. What are you advocating for? You don't even know. I don't.
if
What
I
are
had
we
to
saying?
advocate for one, I would say a regime change.
Okay, so he is advocating for regime change. Do you think that Trump is advocating for regime change?
I've not seen any claims to support that. No,
Okay, so then why are you bringing this up as an argument as to why you support Trump?
because of the things that happen in Iran, or however you pronounce it,
Iran.
is is more significant, and I think that people around the world should be focused more on that than on transgender ideology, because I sup- and the Jeffrey Epstein files, because there are so many
Oh
more
my God!
people
Wait, you don't want to. So
affected
by the
by
way,
those things.
you said you cared about little girls, but then you don't care about the little girls that have accused Donald Trump of sexual abuse
I do,
in the Epstein
I
files
do, but
that have been a credible accuser that the DOJ literally has scrubbed the interviews about.
yeah,
Right? They were determined to be a
yeah,
credible accuser because they credibly accused Epstein, right? And they got a settlement, right? And then literally also accused Trump. And Donald Trump and
and
his DOJ has literally scrubbed the interviews associated with that allegation against him.
I think that we need to have an investigation done.
Yeah, so wait, so there was interviews. Why are they scrubbing the interviews? That to me sounds like you don't give a shit about the victims that have come out, even when they've come out
No,
about
I
Donald Trump
definitely.
specifically, because of the fact that literally you want to defend your favorite guy.
But statistically, and if we're talking statistics, you like to talk statistics. We there are more people being harmed around the world than there are here in the United States. And most of them are little girls. Most girls that are alive today, 180 million girls alive today were married before the age of 14. But we don't talk about that. We only talk about, well, Trump may or may not have raped. We don't know. But what we do know is most girls, that 180 million little girls were forced into marriage and were impregnated before the age of 15. We do know that. That's a statistic that is not, but we don't talk about that as a country. We don't talk about ways to help those people or ways to help the world. We're just so focused on our little tiny nation here that that we
I
can't.
wish you would for 1 second look into a mirror. I wish for 1 second you'd realize that's your side that has not been talking about wanting to help other countries. Because earlier you quite literally said you were against the U.S. aid funding that was for benefiting those conditions. And you literally did
Yes,
talk about how you disagreed
but
with it. So don't even get me
but
started on helping other countries when you aren't even willing to help us here in the United States. You aren't even willing to help us here in the United States. You're willing to overlook everything that we need. For what? You can't even mention anything that Trump is materially benefiting in other countries. Name one thing that Donald Trump has done that's materially benefited another country, other than Russia.
Saudi Arabia, Qatar,
Yeah. So by the way, countries that are committing genocides. By the way, right? Country like literally
Qatar.
Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia had a blockade over Yemen that Donald Trump supported that starved and bombed 70,000 children to death.
What? Do you know what the Abraham Accords
And
are?
you know that Biden actually disagreed with that, right?
I don't think anybody agreed with what happened.
Wait, you understand that Trump was in support of that and was literally supporting Saudi Arabia doing that?
Have you read the Abraham Accords? The Abraham
That
Accords.
didn't take into account the state of Palestine and led to more conflict in the context of the region. Did that lead to peace? He said that was peace in the Middle East. That's what he literally claimed. Bull fucking shit. You know that's bullshit. How many times are you going to buy the lies?
How many times has there been peace in the Middle East?
I don't think that there's been peace in the Middle East.
Amen. So we can agree on that.
So Donald Trump
So why are
lied.
we blaming? So we're blaming Trump because there's not peace in the Middle East when he's done more for the Middle East than any president in our
No,
history.
he hasn't. Again, you're
That's
acting.
a
So
fact.
name one way he materially benefited anyone around the world.
What do you mean materially
I'm
benefited?
asking, like, name the way he materially benefited people around the world. Because the way you just mentioned, the countries you just mentioned, are actually not benefits to the world when you specifically were talking about the ways that he helped them, because they literally helped them murder people. He literally helped Saudi Arabia, I can't speak, Saudi Arabia, murder people in Yemen
But who
by
was Yemen
starving
at
and
war
bombing
with?
children, 70,000 children.
I've never seen that, and I would love to see that.
You,
If
go ahead, look it up.
I haven't read it. I will when we're done. But that's crazy. And if that's the case, then obviously I don't agree with that. But I think that
So then, like,
he
how,
has brought some type of.
explain to me how he's materially benefited the people.
I mean, just look at Saudi Arabia. Like, fly into Saudi Arabia. We own that country because of oil.
We don't own
Qatar,
Saudi
for example.
Arabia. You just keep repeating the same point you made. We already responded.
Qatar. Look at Qatar, the country. I mean, that's one of the most developed countries in the world as far as technological wise goes.
What specific way did we materially benefit the people in Qatar?
I mean, they still have their same belief system, but look at their country and how far it has came in the
Yeah,
last 10 years.
what did Trump do that caused the material benefit for the people in Qatar?
I mean, the Abraham Accords obviously helped.
What did that specifically do? Tell me, what aspect of the Abraham Accords made conditions better?
I think that with those policies in place, it's unlikely for other countries to go to war with the U.S. backing support. So it ultimately protects some of those people from being bombed by certain militias and groups
What
like
conflict?
ISIS.
What conflict would have happened specifically, right? If the case that this wasn't in place.
I mean, it's untelling. I mean, there's been so many conflicts in the Middle East since we've been alive and since my parents have been alive and my grandparents have been alive that we can't even keep up at this
And I would
point.
argue the Abraham Accords led to more conflict in the Middle East, especially with the fact that it didn't recognize the state of Palestine. That's definitely something that can lead to more conflict. Now I'm gonna say a few more things, and I do want to go into the next person. I just want you to focus more on things that materially affect people, because it sounds like you care about what the material effect is on people, but you're just not willing to apply it to Trump's policies when literally 420,000 children are cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
Yeah, but
With a
on
big,
a
beautiful
global
bill.
context, I mean, very, very, very few children in America skip more than one meal a day. That is facts.
So you understand that that's going to be made worse off. You say very few. I think it's a lot. You say very few. I think that it's made worse off when you cut children's access to free school lunch and breakfast. You shouldn't be cutting children's access to food. Children should be fed in this country.
Amen. I agree. We definitely got to take care of the children, but like at some point, we got to look at society and be like, parents, step up and do your job.
You
Like
understand that
we
you can't
can't.
just blame the parents for a society that does not allow that for them to literally get paid enough for the jobs that they do. When it takes more than one job in order to be able to pay for the basic things that people need, right? That is definitely way too much that you're asking from people. It should be one fucking job to take care of everyone you need in your family, specifically, given that you're a parent, right? Like your kids should
And
be
I
taken
don't
care
disagree
of,
with that.
and a family should be taken care of off of literally, right? Your ability just to work one fucking job. You do not need to work 3 jobs
I,
to be able to do that. It's ridiculous.
I agree with that 100%. But do
Alrighty,
we
well,
blame that on Donald Trump?
yeah, because he causes income inequality to be worse. He gave tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires when Kamala Harris would have made conditions better for working class people, especially people with children, because she would have expanded the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare, alongside the fact that we'd also see a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. Right, so there were plenty of things. Plus, you wanted to increase the federal minimum wage, expand access to healthcare through a public option. There are plenty of policies I can point to in terms of Kamala Harris that would have made the middle class individual significantly better off compared to what we saw
And
under
some of those
Trump.
are great ideas. I agree, but a lot of those
All of those
things
are great
wouldn't have made it
ideas.
through Congress.
What's up?
90% of those 90% of those policies wouldn't have made it through Congress.
So then you understand that you want to get more people and to support these policies so that they can actively affect the American people in a positive way. And then you're saying it's not the president then that would be restricting us from being able to do that. It would be people that you're voting into local offices. So then the problem means that we should also address not only federal offices but also local offices.
Amen. I agree. 1000% agree with that.
Okay, so that
It
means
starts at the
that means
local
here in
level.
2026 you should be voting for Democrats.
If I agree with their policies, maybe.
You should. You should. I mean, I don't know why you agree with Trump at this point. I think it's ridiculous.
Just as
Especially
foreign
on a local
policies.
level. Wait, you acknowledged earlier that domestic policy is better for Democrats, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Democrats
Okay,
have
if
done a
you
bad
agree
job.
that domestic policy is better, that means in your local elections you will vote Democrat because that does not matter. Foreign policy does not matter in that context.
No, but I will have to view their policies. You know what I mean?
Okay, well,
Like
take a look into
1000%.
them. Alrighty, well, I appreciate you coming up.
I see you, Parker.
Alrighty. I have multiple people to thank, everyone. I do have to catch up. I'm a little bit behind. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We're going to get the next person up here quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, later I probably will be joining Dean, covering the State of the Union with him. So just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim, please, Parker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please just play Farm Sim, Parker.
You have
Please.
multiple accounts is crazy in my guest box. That's a whole separate account. Whole separate account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bleaker checkpoint! Bleaker checkpoint, bro! Come on!
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second to get some people up here for some debates, everybody. We're about an hour and 30 minutes in, meaning we have another 2.5 hours at least. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Tentatively, kind of. Not really, but kind of.
The election round
I
today,
just
Harris
wanted-
versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. The only reason
I would watch the streams, and then maybe I'll be able to convince you that way. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Nadia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $15 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Michael, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Literally, though. Haley, thank you for the $5. Well, literally, trust me, bro. And Chloe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. Thank you. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. So Katie Johnson, Sasha Riley, say their names. Justice for all the victims involved with Trump and Epstein and many other pieces of shit in the Epstein files. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kellyanne. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Kristen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me know seriously, because the background, I probably do need to get a better background at some point. I feel like everyone has a more professional background than me, but yeah, it's like a room, I guess, you know. And I'm not really good at decorating, so I'm pretty bad at it. Brittany, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, literally, it's so bad. Oh, what the fuck? They're just playing a game? Okay, alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. I have some people to think over on YouTube, but let's make sure to get this next person up here first. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. To just give us a quick second to get some people up here. I do apologize again. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It seriously helps get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, oh. Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please, can you play Farm Sim?
I'm only getting Farm Sim Fetus right now, everybody. We want some debates. If you're on TikTok, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. 18 plus, you're in the U.S. You're currently our MAGA, and you haven't debated me recently. And you're also ready to debate. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007, November 20th.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Do you just give me a quick second real quick? Let me thank some people, and then we can go do that real quick. Alrighty. Can we get some W's in the comment section right now for Mad? Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Well, I'll make sure to look into that. I actually haven't heard about that yet. Silver as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Linal, thank you so much for the $5. The Blessed One, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Anthony, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. He said apologize. Investigate all bad ICE officers. Absolutely. Can we do W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Anthony. Seriously, for the $100. Thank you so much. Emil, thank you so much for the appreciate the $2. Thank you for the Prince of Grifting. Me Talk, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Jake, again, thank you for the $10. And Rogue, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Carrie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. How much do we have to donate for you to play farm sims with that kid? Well, I don't know if I would accept a certain donation amount for it, but maybe someday we will. Maybe. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Or sorry, you already went through that. Why do you support Trump?
I think during the past 2 terms, he's led the economy better than anybody else.
Okay, how so?
I don't know. I feel like prices on taxes have gone down since he's led the economy, and more job opportunities have been available.
So you said taxes have gone down. So do you think taxes were too high under Biden's term?
Yeah.
Did you know that it was Trump's tax policy?
No.
Okay, so now that you know that it was Trump's tax policy, do you still blame Democrats?
No.
Plus, you should also take into consideration that Donald Trump has imposed tariffs that cause the prices of things to go up, which negatively impacts you because you buy consumer products.
Yeah.
Okay? So at this point, why do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Howdy.
I think they accidentally sent a guest request because I think they were asking how did I join. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
1980.
Nice math. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Real G Savage said in the comment section, Parker, you just teach violence and hate. Debate me, bro. You're scared. You're scared, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. 19.
What state do you live in?
Canada.
New state dropped. New state dropped, chat. New state dropped. JD, think of this $6.66. They said my contact tariffs were $60, and I got back way less on my taxes, which are simple as can be, by the way. Keep convincing yourself, MAGA. Yeah, I know, it's horrible. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I am 20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Let me explain why.
Okay, if the election were held
First,
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, of course.
Okay.
But let me first.
For sure.
Let me
Why do you
first say
support
why.
Trump?
Yeah, Trump is sacrificing his way to heaven for us. He's bombing everybody. We're trying to destroy drugs or whatever. You know, that's gotta go. He's the goat. Like, we need to kill people. We need a guy who's not want to go to heaven.
Yeah, I think they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. They're definitely trolling. There's no way. Let's go to the next individual. Can you imagine they weren't trolling? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
I'm assuming they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Again, that person's saying in the comment section, Parker hates our Constitution. Unlike Trump, you teach violence and hate. You don't debate. You just rudely engage with people. Accept my guest request, bro. Justina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you for forced to watch you on mute because of so many meetings today. But just know you're cooking all of them, Parker. Just saying hi. Thank you so much, Justina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cookies of W's for Justina in the comment section right now. Good to see you as always. Let's go into the next individual here, everybody. Yo, it's a
Oh my
Paladin.
god, I did not mean to do this.
You're good. You're good. Can we get some Trumps for president in the comment section to drown out all the MAGA? That won't join the live. Yo, it's a Paladin.
Play Farm Simulator.
Let's go to the next individual. Everybody only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. It looks like Trump supporters are too scared to debate today, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election world held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump.
And I've talked to you recently, correct?
I don't know, maybe.
You don't know?
What did we talk about?
No, I just remember the profile picture. The point
Wait.
I'm asking you is why do you keep sending guest requests and why do you spam propaganda in the comment section?
No, well, I don't know. I wanted you to bring me up, but we were talking. We were.
So do you admit that it was
did they-
propaganda?
Sure.
Oh, okay, that's hilarious.
We were talking about like unitary executive theory and the administrative state. You actually just posted the debate on your channel, which
Oh.
I thought was funny.
All right, bye bye then. That must have been very recently then. That must have been within the last week. So. Alrighty. Sorry there, I was just doing that quick. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Checkpoint! Take it!
Shelby, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for Trump 2026 for president. I know, right? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. To just give us a quick second. Bids, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, of course. It's always good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. We're running out of Trump supporters. I think they're scared. Chad. What's up, how old are you? Oh, that was a terrible background.
Yo, what's
How
up,
old are you?
nigga?
You're disgusting, dude. Actually disgusting. I should have expected that with the fucking name. AF pack. That's disgusting. Disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, daily reminder to drink your water, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, play farms.
Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
For sure. BRED, how old are you?
49.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure. I'm going to start with question mark, and then we'll go on to you. Question mark, why do you support Trump?
Honestly, I just feel like he's a stronger, like, character. Like, when I was watching him, like, debate, is it Kamala or Kamala?
Kamala.
Kamala, okay. I just felt like his, how he presented himself was a lot stronger, and I'd much rather have him lead our country.
Okay, like, could you give, like, me a specific example of, like, a policy that he passed that you like?
Honestly, I'm not really sure about many policies. I know that makes me sound very naive, but I think a lot of it has to do with like what his views are on abortion and obviously I've heard you debate before about women's rights. I agree with a lot of what you say, but I think especially like the trans people in women's sports and in women's bathrooms, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so, like, for example, would you ever vote for a trans woman that has walked into the women's restroom?
I mean, personally, it's not like like I dislike trans people. You know, everyone's entitled to feel how they want to feel. I just think that it's kind of infringing on women's rights.
Okay, so like, would you ever vote for a trans woman that walked into the women's restroom?
Probably not.
So would you ever vote for a cis man that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms?
Yeah, I mean, I know he did that, and probably shouldn't have voted for him. That's true.
Okay. So you don't. So at this point, you wouldn't vote for him anymore. You would vote for Harris over Trump.
I mean, I'm not really sure. I think just from what I saw, that Trump is like, he's like the stronger like person. I think that
How so?
I don't know. I just think he's taking a lot more action. People are saying take your L. I probably should. I sound kind of dumb, but just I know people that I'm around, people in the area that I live in, and my family all support Trump. So
Okay, so then, like, given that you've had this conversation so far, has it at least made you question that or change your mind at all, or would you still say you support Trump? You just might not be able to explain why.
yeah, I think the fact that he walked into a women's restroom, again, that's completely infringing on women's rights. But the fact that the Democrats
Like he was purposely doing that to perv on them. Let's just to clarify that as well.
Yeah, but then why should trans women be allowed in women's restrooms? I don't think that's very
It's
safe.
safer for everyone as a whole. Trans people are safer along with cis women as well, because the fact that if you force people to go into their bathrooms based upon their biological sex, you're going to force trans men to go into the women's restroom because they're biologically female, which will then allow for cis men to present themselves as trans men, not have to change their presentation at all, and then literally go into the women's restrooms. And then how are you going to be able to identify who goes into which restroom? Because again, specifically, right, are you going to have genitalia inspections, chromosomal checks, gametes? Are you going to look for them, figure out what gametes that they have?
I mean, no, that would be pretty difficult. I mean, personally, like, I have a question for you. Like, obviously, you believe that trans women are real women, correct?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because they meet the definition.
Like the social definition or the biological definition?
Social.
So we're just saying that gender is just based off of the social
Gender
construct?
is socially constructed, yeah.
But isn't it biological?
There are notions of gender that are biological, but I don't think it's only biological.
Okay, so would you date a trans woman? Because you believe that they're
I'm in a
real women?
relationship with someone, so I'm not going to talk about who I would date and who I wouldn't date.
Okay, well, I don't personally think that they're real women. I think that's quite disrespectful to say that, especially coming from a man, but I would say, because, I mean, you're a guy, you can't really speak on the fact that they're real women. It's like it's a social construct, as you said.
So can I say that trans men are real men?
No, I don't agree with that either.
Okay, so then it's not about me being a man. It's about you not like acknowledging that trans people have valid identities. So what makes you think that the way that they're using the terms here in terms of gender are incorrect? Because I think that the way they're using it is totally correct.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. Everyone's kind of hating in the comments, and I don't really have a lot to say, so.
Well, like the point I'm making is that you can have a biological definition and a social definition, right? And we shouldn't equivocate between the two usages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
We know that when someone is
I don't really
like when we're
I don't
saying
really have much else to say.
Like when we're saying a trans woman is a woman, we're not saying that someone is biologically female. We're saying that someone is a woman. That's what we're saying. Does it make sense?
Okay. Yeah. I understand that.
So then, like, what policies would that impact that would be relevant to what your support for Trump? Like, do you want people to accept reality? Because, like, Trump denies reality and literally says that climate change is a hoax.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb. You low-key got me. I don't have anything else to say.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Right now, for the deportations are going good, but the tariffs, I voted for the economy. I voted for, you know, what he promised during the election.
Thank you, the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Okay, so like, what specific policies in terms of the economy do you like?
Uh, I like the tariffs. You look healthy, by the way, man. It's good. It's good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. So the tariffs. Why do you like tariffs?
I think they're a source of income for our government to supplement the tax cuts he gave everyone.
Okay.
I would like to reduce spending, but I think that's a little bit of far reach. I think a quick Band-Aid would have been the tariffs, but, you know, we have the Supreme Court ruling that, you know, stop that, put a stop to that.
So I guess my point is, if you want it as a source of income, why do you prefer tariffs as a source of income as compared to income tax as a source of income? Because I would say I would prefer income tax as it's progressive, rather than tariffs that are regressive and disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals who spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
How are tariffs or regressive tax? How is the income tax progressive tax?
Income tax is progressive because of the tax bracket structure that causes people to pay more the more income that they make. And the reason why tariffs are regressive is because lower and middle income individuals spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So if you cause tariffs to increase prices, that will disproportionately come from lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Meaning you're asserting
cost of
that
living.
then the cost was passed on automatically to the consumer.
Mostly passed on to the consumer. 96% of tariffs are paid by the U.S. Importers and consumers. Most of that is paid by the consumer. Yeah.
We would see that reflected in what, a PPI report, a CPI report, and you're going to say you don't believe the recent CPI report.
No, I do believe the recent CPI report. I just think it's higher than what it would have been otherwise if Harris were in office. I think we would have expected to see inflation go down by this time to a greater extent,
where are we right
below the target rate. The last claimed one is 2.5 or 2.4%. Sorry,
2.4. We target for 2.0, right?
Yeah.
So 2.4 is a disaster caused by tariffs. Is that what you're telling me? And that this regressive tax.
Yeah.
And if
why.
you see exactly,
can I explain why?
Finish my thought.
Go ahead.
I mean, and I appreciate that. If you see most of the sectors that are important, and I think apparel, food, they actually went down. They didn't deflate, but they went down in inflation. And certain sectors offset that. A lot of people discredit the CPI report. Let me pull up the CPI report, actually. So how can you say that that's the cost being passed on directly to the consumer if not every single sector is inflated at the same time?
Okay, so you're saying if not every single sector is inflated at the same time, that means that this can't be possibly due to the tariffs. What we are not taking into consideration is not every industry is affected the same by tariffs being implemented. Does that make sense?
So then explain which ones wouldn't be affected by tariffs being implemented if you're saying it's a regressive tax generally passed on to the consumer.
That depends on the data. I'm just telling you that the inflation has pushed us above the target rate, well above the target rate when we wouldn't be above the target rate otherwise, which then limits our ability to reduce interest rates, which negatively impacts investment even more than the investment being negatively impacted by the tariffs being implemented, because we spend even more money manufacturing when we are trying to get aspects of the manufacturing process from other countries around the world, which we already relied upon to a massive extent. I think around 30% of
You're rambling,
manufacturing.
Man. You seem nervous. Hold on a second. Chill. I got you, bro. Chill. Just where was the inflation passed on to that the lower consumer would feel it as a regressive tax, as you claim? Just don't do all of that, what you're doing.
Okay, well, I wasn't rambling. I was describing it to you very succinctly right? And I was giving you necessary information. That's not rambling. You're just being a little bit annoying for no reason.
Oh, my bad. Okay, listen. I just didn't feel you were addressing and keeping in course with the conversation. Sometimes I'm a little bit short, and I apologize because you are patient, and I appreciate you having me up on your platform. But
So
can
repeat,
you
repeat your question? What was your question again?
Yeah, if you said the tariffs are passed on to the consumer as a regressive tax, generally a detriment to the lower and middle class, since they
Yeah.
disproportionately affected, that would mean that everyday products are inflated. Can you show me that in the CPI report it being passed on to the consumer? Because you said not every sector gets affected by it.
Yeah, I said different sectors get affected differently
But
by the tariffs.
you don't have the data. So I'm not going to be like, oh, you're talking without the data. I'm not going to be childish. But at least in the recent CPI report, can you say, look, unless you don't believe it, if you don't believe the recent CPI report, I understand people that don't, I guess. But this is what the data that we have is showing us. That most of the sectors that would affect the lower and middle class are significantly inflated.
You said most of the things have been inflated that do affect the low middle class. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said the opposite, right? Food away from home, food at home, gasoline. We
Food
see
away from home has
electricity
become
might go
significantly
up a
more
little
expensive.
bit,
Have you seen
but
groceries?
vehicles
Look at the
stay the
inflation report.
same. Huh?
Look at the inflation report. That went up.
What went up?
The food away from home and food in general, both of them went up.
In January, in December, they were 0.7, which is, coming off the fourth quarter, a high demand month.
That's high for 1 month. That's really high for 1 month.
Well, that's
Like
the fourth
food,
quarter.
for example, food is 2.9%. Food away from home was 4% increase over the past year. Food at
That's
home is
unadjusted.
2.1% increase. So food at home is relatively around the same. Food away from home is definitely way more expensive.
Hold on a second. That's unadjusted. Look at month to month. December 2025, it was 0.7.
Okay, that's
Right.
very high.
January, but this is November, December, the highest demand quarter of the year. Remember that.
But
A lot of
0.7
people
in one singular month is very high.
Hold on a second. And when it went down to 0.2 in January. Okay, so inflation is always going to happen if there's demand in the economy, which we expect and we hope for. How is 0.2 a heavy weight on the average consumer if tariffs or a regressive tax? We expect inflation.
That's
So we
on
don't
top
want
of other stuff that's already existed. So what you're not acknowledging is that tariffs have increased price. We can see, like, based on multiple studies, that it's around $1,500 per average consumer.
Inflation is cumulative. So wherever the prices are set is where the prices are going to stay and keep going up from there. That's not what I'm saying. You're saying that the tariffs are passed on to the consumer blanket, and these tariffs are volatile, as you see. He's moving them up and down, but the CPI is not reflecting that volatility in price. Unless we're going by the PCE, which is what people are buying, but I'm going by the CPI because this is what is being sold. Since you're saying that they're raising prices, and it doesn't seem like they're raising prices disproportionately. It seems like inflation is.
No. Here's what you're not understanding is that, like, these prices have stayed up when they would have otherwise not have stayed up. We would have likely seen this inflation come down given the trends in the economy, especially with the worst
You
share
think
of jobs.
inflation going down is prices going down?
No. Inflation going down is the rate of increase in pricing going down. Does that make
Okay.
sense? There's a
And
difference
that's what
between
happened.
disinflation and deflation. Deflation would be prices going
Right.
down. Disinflation would be the rate of prices going down. The rate of price increase going down.
Well, I never heard the term disinflation, to be honest with you. But
Okay. That's
I'm
okay.
I'm glad we're clear on that. And you're saying this is out of hand. 0.2 is out of hand, and our girl Kamala would have been doing a tremendous job.
I think she'd be doing better than what Trump has done. And let me explain aspects of the economy that have got worse since Trump got in office. Right, the
Right.
first year under Trump's, or last year under Biden's administration, we saw 2.8% real GDP growth. In 2025, we saw 2.2% real GDP growth, which means we saw lower real GDP growth under Trump's administration since tariffs have been implemented. We've also seen lower real median wage growth under 2025 than we saw in 2024. We've seen the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, an unemployment increase. We've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration, and we've seen real business investment decline under Trump's administration. So what metric has gotten better since Trump got in office?
I can admit that a lot of globalist and world power leaders weaponize their position in our bond market and our stock market to cause volatility in the value of our currency and the certainty in our economy. That doesn't mean that his plans was caused this what you said, medium growth didn't meet the same thing that Biden did. What was the first one you said?
Real GDP growth was lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. Real median wage growth is lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw real domestic manufacturing investment decline.
Real GDP growth, we expected a slowdown because of the work that DOJ did. What we did not expect is the layoffs in the loss in oil and mining and transportation that we seen in the August unemployment report. And I can say that the copper tariffs might have had an effect on this, but those are needed for our nation's integrity. We can't be codependent on other people on such a mineral we need.
Yeah, so
right?
Targeted tariffs are okay. Universalized tariffs are different. Democrats don't disagree with targeted tariffs on critical industries.
Listen to me. I still got like 3 of your points that you Gish Gallop through address. Hold on. Understand that you can't use the effect of one tariff that is admittedly going to cause some type of strain on inflation to blanket it to say all tariffs that he was imposing because they're quote unquote blanketed, they're bad. All right. That's why I'm trying to pinpoint exactly where we lost to what tariffs were implemented at that time.
So there's a lot of issues with the markets right now because there's a lot of uncertainty with the tariffs going away and being determined to be unconstitutional, and then new tariffs coming about and tariffs increasing and decreasing on different countries, and how the fact that these negotiations aren't really standing up because of the fact that there are issues in terms of them being established, like certain rates have decreased because of the fact that there has been a universalized tariff that's in place on every single country versus other countries. Tariffs have increased to degrees in which they said they wouldn't. 15% when they said they would do 10%. So it's like there's plenty of issues that we can have in terms of like the tariffs that we've seen that have created uncertainty in the context of the markets. And we've also had issues in terms of getting data. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a relatively good picture on the fact that tariffs have made our economy worse off in basically every single metric. So again, I'm going to ask you the question. What metric has got better since Trump's got in office that is due to his tariffs being implemented?
What metric has gotten better? The only metric that we needed it is to make our country rich. That was the main promise.
How?
And we've seen so far 133 billion in revenue, and it hasn't even been a full fiscal year of collection. If you on the low end, our tariffs would have collected 1.2 trillion yearly. 1.2 trillion over the course of this is percent. How is that wrong? How's that wrong?
There's no good evidence that we've had 1.2 trillion already. That's absurd to say. Plus, they've been shot down by the Supreme Court and determined to be unconstitutional. So the same types of estimates that you have on prior numbers won't be applicable to the ones that have been in office right now. And by the way, what you're not taking into consideration is that in 150 days, please listen, in 150 days, Congress has to vote on whether or not they're going to keep the tariffs in place, and they're going to vote against them being in place. So do you understand that tariffs are not even going to stay in the long run?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to piss me off. They're over here proposing some damn SAVE Act when they're not enacting these into law, when these are a great measure to help our nation.
No, they're not.
Listen to me.
You don't have bipartisan support for it.
I want to
That's
make
why.
sure clear that I didn't say that 1.2 trillion has been collected. I said that Michael Besant has said that the tariffs in their full effect would collect this revenue. that would, in total,
No
of
good
a
evidence of
four-year
that. And
administration, can make up for the
sorry, I
10
don't mean to cut you
billion.
off, but 96% of that would be paid by the U.S., most of which is paid by the
We
consumers.
already had that discussion. We just
Yeah,
had that discussion that the tariffs are not being passed on to the consumer
They
because
are.
the 2.4
Wait,
we see.
I told you there's a study that shows that there's $1,500
I don't care
per
what the study says
individual.
because the CPI is louder, Parker.
Wait, so you understand that you're not taking into account various other factors that could be influencing the level of inflation when you're not when you're just looking at the overall number. The overall number
Are
can
you
give you a
gonna say
general trend, but it will not tell you specifically every single aspect of it. That's why I tell you specifically studies telling you that $1,500 increase in the average consumer spending on a yearly basis for an average consumer is worse off for them. So you
no?
understand
You
that
see, you
Harris
gotta
would not have
lean
done that.
on
That would have been
these
$1,500
biased
to each
studies.
person back to them, plus a
You
$6,000
gotta
child tax
lean on
credit.
these biased, kind of make up believe, guessing
These
kind
aren't
of
biased.
studies that don't sing because the
Bipartisan
CPI report and the
research.
government
Bipartisan
reports don't
research
say
from
the same
economists is
thing.
biased. Yeah. Wait, by the way, you
All the
literally.
economists were wrong.
Wait, I'm sorry.
All the
That's like.
economists were
Okay,
wrong.
so then I don't accept the BLS numbers. Inflation is really high.
No. And
Wait,
all the
wait.
economists
Wait,
that
you just
said,
said we
hold on
don't
a
have to
second.
accept what economists say. We can just make up our
No,
own numbers. I'm going to make up
no.
my own numbers about
Hold on a
inflation,
second.
and I'm not going to listen to what the economists said.
We don't have to believe what their conjecture says as opposed to what is calculated by the government. That's two different things. So don't
Wait, what was
conflate
the
them. Now, let me say
conjecture?
this.
What was the
The
conjecture?
conjecture is what they're guessing because they don't actually have the behind the scenes that the government has. Duh.
Wait, what was the guess?
They don't have the access that. So if they're on magazines, they're guessing just
Hey,
like you and I.
sir,
Now let me say
what was the guess?
the guess is that the cost was passed on and it was an additional $1,500
So they
for
form
what did you
estimates
just say?
based upon the data, okay? And I'm just going to let you know that's the same
What
thing the Bureau
data?
of Labor Statistics does. They form estimates based upon the data. That's why there's revisions to the numbers. So maybe you should look into how the data is
That was the
collected a little bit
creepiest smile,
before you
bro.
make the argument, because it kind
That
of
was
makes
the creepiest.
you look bad when
Wait,
you make this argument, especially when you tried to act like I didn't know anything
why'd you
earlier.
smile like that? That was the creepiest shit on the planet.
What
All
was
right,
creepy?
your smile.
My
Listen,
smile is really creepy. I'm sorry.
no, that one specifically. Like, listen to me. Listen to me. The government, tracking it. The government tracking it, and these individual or independent groups tracking it are two different. All right. Are you trying because they use the same method that they have the same access to financial statements? Is that what you're saying? That they follow the economy
Yeah,
closer
they
than the
have the
government does
same
because they
data
have the
as
same
the
method
Bureau of
for
Labor
one of them?
Statistics. Yeah, they have the same data as the Bureau of Labor Statistics because they're
This is
going
genuine.
based
So
upon
you're trying
that
to
data.
pivot away.
They're going based upon estimates formed from that data, which is the same thing that people from the Bureau of Labor Statistics would do.
What's so funny is that when it's so funny when the government reports say negative news, y'all use the government reports. Y'all don't have independent studies. Oh, look, unemployment for black people are high. Look what BLS says, right?
I don't dispute what BLS
it says
says.
good news, you
I
guys, oh,
told
I
you it's
got
a
this
general
independent
indicator,
study
but
here from the
it's a
highest
general
reported
indicator. But if you're trying to
college.
listen, it's a general indicator. But if you're trying to look at the effect specifically of tariffs, you do have to have a study that would look at the effect specifically of tariffs, because there can be other indicators that could impact that. If you're referencing like unemployment, for example, could there be other factors that are influencing unemployment? Yes, but I would say mainly those factors are influenced by Donald Trump's tariffs being implemented and thus not being able to reduce interest rates because of that, which limits investment. Sorry, I'm gonna let you go now. I'll be quiet.
I don't know if you were rapping some bars or you were talking to me or what that was. You got the thing is you guys kind of like
I speak too quickly. Is that what it is?
no, it was your head bopping, your shoulder movement too. It looked like you were in a rap battle. Just because I'm black don't mean you got to rap battle me, bro.
Bro, that's a crazy thing to say. I speak this
That's not
quickly
crazy.
every single day. I do this every single day.
All right. Say what you said again, if you can. Slower.
Yeah, we would be able to increase investment more if we didn't have inflation above the net target rate because of the fact that then it would allow for the Federal Reserve to realize that there's not as much pressure on prices going up as there is issues in terms of lack of investment and job growth. So we aren't able to focus on lack of investment and job growth because of the fact that tariffs have been implemented and put that upward pressure on inflation when we're still trying to get below that target rate.
What do you mean we invest? Like the government invests, like the way they invested into infrastructure and created jobs through that, the way they funded chip manufacturing in America and created jobs through that? Is that what you mean?
It could do either or because it impacts our level. It impacts our level of interest in terms of the debt for government, and it also impacts interest rates specifically for people who are trying to buy houses, are trying to start companies, right, et cetera. So if the interest rates are lower, that incentivizes people to invest.
Wait. Hold on. First and foremost, low interest rates get adjusted for unemployment. Long-term interest rates do not, and the bond market, the 10-year Treasury is what affects the loans that are given out, the 30-year loans. All right, the 30-year loans go by the 10 years. So I don't know what you're talking about right there. I don't know if you're lost in the sea, but short term are different than long term, and where the curve is.
Yeah, I don't know why you brought that up. That's an irrelevant point.
Because you said, oh yeah, it makes it the unemployment causes the interest rates to go down, and then people could buy houses. Be careful there.
Let me explain. So the Federal Reserve has a dual mandate: price stability and maximum employment. Right. So those are the two things they're trying to satisfy within the economy. They're going to decrease or increase interest rates in response to those factors to then be able to influence them in a direction in which is positive for the economy. For example, right, if we're saying that there is high unemployment, but there's low inflation, they're going to decrease interest rates to then stimulate demand in the economy, stimulate investment to help stimulate the economy and build more jobs in our economy. If there's high levels of inflation, they're going to increase interest rates to be able to stifle the level of demand in our economy, reduce investment so that there is actually less pressure on inflation so that inflation can come down.
Well, we will always want that short-term rate to stay under we will want the note to stay under the bond. Yeah, and then which one is okay? Is it the T note, the T bond, and what's the fourth one? The third one? Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. They would need that one to stay under. So that's not going to affect the housing market. I don't know what you're talking about. The short-term rates don't really affect it like that. Maybe credit card rates.
So if they're able to decrease interest rates from a federal government perspective, it absolutely will affect housing. Okay, every economist acknowledges that. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what every economist also agreed on, that the tariffs on our biggest trading partners were going to be the most destructive things, and they wrote it in every single op-ed, every single magazine, and y'all all sung the same song.
Those are
these tariffs did not do. They didn't do anything.
They've destroyed our relationships with our allies. Trump has literally distanced ourselves from our allies. He's made us look weaker on a world stage because when we distance ourselves from our allies, we look less strong to the global community. For example, Russia. Russia realizes that NATO is divided, and they see that as an opportunity to strike.
Who sees it as an opportunity to strike?
Russia. China. Every single one of our adversaries, they see the division amongst us and our allies as a reason to strike because it didn't exist prior, and we were a lot stronger when we weren't divided.
Okay. We don't have any strained relationship with our allies. That's first and foremost.
We do. We definitely do. You're delusional.
China and Russia both have their headaches.
Canadians and Europeans, let them know in the comment section, please.
Listen, don't do that. Actually, give me mod powers so I can mute them whenever I don't like to hear what they say. Listen.
I don't do that on my account.
Do what?
I don't just mute people when they say things I don't like. Obviously, it's when they spam, when they slur, and stuff like that. Like I let people say disagree.
I respect that. Give me mod powers. I won't abuse them.
Hell no.
No? Wow. At the end of the day, China has their own problems where they're about to go into a civil war. Xi Jinping doesn't even seem to have an army anymore because they locked up the top general under traitor accusations. Right now, Russia's got their head full. They're barely winning against America aiding Ukraine. You think they can actually take on America itself?
Wait, so by the way,
Stop playing, man.
what's stronger against Russia? The defense of Ukraine that we have right now, or the defense of Ukraine where all of our allies are working together in tandem on the same page?
They can't beat us still. We're
So
number one. We're America, baby.
by the way, they have taken more land because of the fact that Donald Trump reduced funding and has literally divided us on the world stage. He threatened to annex our allies, such as Canada, such as Greenland, and he threatened to literally cause World War III and the dissolution of NATO.
Okay, I actually am disappointed that he didn't threaten to annex Canada. He was
Yeah, he
going to
did.
tariff the crude oil because they're very
Wait,
dependent-
stop.
Let me finish.
He didn't threaten to annex Canada. That's a blatant lie.
Listen. He didn't threaten to annex Canada. He
Yes, he
threatened
did.
to tariff their crude oil. But let me finish.
Do you want to bet?
But let me finish, please. Please, let me finish. He threatened to tariff their crude oil at 25%, and they're very their bitumen is very codependent on our oil refineries, since we're like the second leading oil refiners in the world, right? That would cause their gas to go through the roof. It would tear their economy apart. Trump said, if what we're doing you as a favor cripples you, if we start looking out for ourselves, then become the 51st state. Because other than that, we're not going to take care of another nation.
No, he literally said,
He
we're
never
going to make
said
the 51st state, actually. They're going to be the 51st state, I promise you guys. We're going to make it a one state, the entirety of Canada. One fucking state. I know that they should be plenty, but we're going to make them fucking one.
Well,
The state of Canada. Welcome the 51st state to the Union, everybody.
I'm going to let you get your little...
He literally did this recently, too. Come on. You're not acknowledging reality. He has threatened to annex Canada, and he had to be talked down by Charlie Kirk. I'm not trolling. Charlie fucking Kirk had to talk down Donald Trump from literally turning Canada into a member of the United States. You want to know how he did it? By saying there's too many liberals in Canada. Unironically, Charlie Kirk talked about this. I'm not just making this up. Charlie Kirk literally talked about the fact that he went to the president and he literally had to talk him down from making Canada the 51st state because there's too many libs in Canada. Unironically, that's what they said.
He said, look, y'all. He closed it out.
They said we already have enough libs in the United States with California. That's what they said. Unironically,
but at the end of the day,
that was their argument. I'm not trolling.
They could join, and there's a bunch of Canadians that would love to become part of the United States.
Okay, listen, if Canada wants to have a democratic referendum to join the United States, they can do that. That's not happening, though. They are not doing that. They have not asked for that to happen, right? Why are we superimposing that upon them? That makes no fucking sense.
I just looked it up real quick. T-bills, T-notes, and T-bonds. I was forgetting bills for some reason.
They say only Alberta. But I don't think Alberta can do that legally, too. So it's like...
They want to come to... And they're actually proud of Trump even existing. Like, this person that is instilling the ideals of protect your nation so it can thrive for your citizens.
Dude,
being
Donald
as
Trump
honest and
is a
transparent
threat to our future generations. Donald Trump is a threat to us currently. Donald Trump's a threat to everything that's foundational
You
to this
got like
country.
a chip in the back of your head that gets activated.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I took the Pfizer vaccine, and it just every single time that you make a claim, I just it goes off, and the 5G loads in. It makes me say that. Yeah,
it's weird because you kind of get even a monotone voice when you say it. You're like, Donald
seriously,
Trump.
it is literally the microchip kicking in. You know.
Yeah, I could fuck John Love.
Speaking of the microchip, Mary, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Can we get some W's from Mary in the comment section right now? Thank you. I really appreciate it. They said, Parker, you're dropping knowledge today from a finance to Middle East geopolitics. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mary. Keep some W's for them in the comment section. Fallon as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lindsay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. I know, right? It's actually ridiculous. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cassie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's Vase. Thank you. Kieran as well. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you explain how if we don't want deflation and we want to maintain to zero inflation, how won't that perpetually cause perpetual. Hold on, I'm trying to read that. Perpetually
I
cause
know I can see it
increases
trying
regardless
to
of
read
tariffs.
it.
Yeah, we want increases because it's beneficial, but underneath the target rate. And by the way, once it's underneath the target rate, we know that it's within a manner in which we know that there's breathing room to increase the level of demand. Right. So when we are in a situation where it's still above that 2%, it could go volatile again, which is
Yo,
what
can
my
I thank
concern
my
is.
gifters now? Can I thank my gifters
You
real
don't
quick?
have any gifters. You don't have any gifters. Casey, thank you
Come
for
on,
the
bro.
$2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Casey.
Yo,
Thank you.
guy,
Can we get some W's for Casey in the comment section
Danny,
right now? Thank you.
Austin.
Are you literally making up donations right now?
How do you not see people showing me love?
Ricky as
I'm
well. Thank you so
smacking
much for the
around over
$10.
here.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Can't stand me. I really appreciate it. Well, thank you so much. Shelby, thank you for the $5. Angela Nader, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the membership subscription. W's for the 5 months. Everyone liked the live based. Ricky as well. Thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Chimze, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you. I think I am actually fully caught up. Can you thank all my donors actually?
No, can I thank my daughters, please, guys? Thank you so much for the love, Austin, Parker.
What? You're just literally
Yo,
making up
guy,
donations.
guys, thank you so much. Look, he's getting
He's
mad.
like literally making up donate. He just thanked me for the donation, bro.
No, somebody named Parker sent me a hug, and I appreciate all of it. Thank you.
They sent you a
Quentin.
hug? What?
Stop freaking out, bro. It's my turn to thank my people. Hold on a second. Thank you to all the people showing me love. Give me the 5,000 coins so he's mad. Thank you
The
so much.
5,000 coins? You don't have 5,000. You have 3,000.
I thought I wasn't getting anything.
30% of that goes to me, right?
I thought I wasn't getting anything.
Well, I didn't see
I thought I was making up gifters. Now you see 3,000?
I don't see anything. Barb, thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you. That's going to me. What are you talking about? I literally get 30 to 50% of it. I just want to let you know.
Do you understand
hand
that? All right, let's get back. Do you understand that China has their own problems? China
Also,
cannot
by the way,
afford
stop
to
your
go to
grifting,
a war
man.
with a
Stop your
superpower and
grifting.
its customer.
Stop your grifting.
Huh? My grifting?
Yeah, you were grifting.
How was I grifting?
You just were. You just were thanking people, begging them for money, right?
When did I define that as grifting? If you define that as grifting, you're the biggest grifter.
Yeah, dude, I am the biggest grifter. What are you talking about?
Oh,
One
I don't
grifter
grift.
on TikTok. I am the prince of grift.
Why
Everyone
the
knows me.
prince?
Why the prince? I was granted by like the stalker to the live himself. Calls himself
you got
controlled
like a
opposition
move?
and is like he literally comes up on the live all the time. He calls me a grifter. So I was just making a joke.
Yo, how do I get a 1v3 with you, Dean, and Santana?
Not gonna happen.
I'll pack y'all up.
No, you wouldn't. You're already losing against me, so I don't know why you want to lose even harder.
All right. Yeah, okay. So, you don't know the difference between a T-bill and a T-bond?
I do. I don't know why this is relevant though. Now, can you
What's the
let me
difference
try
between
to
a
let me try to direct us towards a conversation that will be productive. Okay.
I've been trying to tell you that China
because I still
is-
have not an answer to this question. Can you name one material benefit the economy has had since Trump got in office?
I did, and I said the tariff revenue since imposing them has brought in $133 billion. And
So that hasn't. So by the way, let
not
me
passed on
clarify.
to the consumer.
That
That's where we
hasn't
went into
decreased
the
the debt.
conversation.
That hasn't decreased the debt. So that's not like actually conditions getting better. We actually see more debt because Trump was in office. So I don't see that as a point to even make at all.
But we voted for the tax cuts. The tax cuts are considered what the government doesn't accrue from its citizen is considered spending. That's why they pass it in the spending bill. We knew this was going to be added to the debt when we voted for him. We knew that ICE was going to cost a lot of money and that needed to be passed into law in some type of funding bill. We knew this. Right, so you guys call it, oh, look at all the debt he's at, and we knew this was going to be. He spent a lot on the military his first term, $2 trillion. We knew this. So you guys always pointing that he added to the debt. We voted for this.
So you wanted him to add to the debt.
We vote the policies. It's an investment. The policies are
Yes.
going to be
Yes.
fruitful in the long
Sign
term.
off on more debt, Trump, to give tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires.
Because
Please
you don't
give
know
us
how
more debt
tax.
so that we can give more tax breaks to the billionaires. I
But
want
that's
more
like it.
tax breaks for the billionaires. You know what? No one these days cares about billionaires. Billionaires, they deserve more. Okay? You
Is
deserve
that
less. Billionaires deserve more.
is that
Okay?
like is are you
Cut
like the
children off
impressive
of
guy?
free school lunch and breakfast, and let's give that money to President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, through the IRS tax system.
You know, maybe if your impressions get better, you would be the king instead of the prince. Maybe it's your impressions.
Yeah, my
They're not strong.
my country accent is terrible, and my Trump accent is bad too. It's getting worse.
Well, do one that you're good at. Let's see what you're good at.
I'm not good at any. I'm terrible at all.
You got it. Maybe you'll be the king. Now you know where to work at.
Yeah, I know that I'm never going to be someone who is going to be a voice. I'm never going to be a voice actor. I know that for sure. So,
You could be. Sky's high, Parker. Dream, bro. You're not good at politics. Take it somewhere else.
a lot better than you.
Handle this better then.
I am. I've destroyed you on every point. You
I don't
can't name
think
a
you've
single
even
metric that
engaged me
actually
on
got
any
better
level.
because debt's got worse since Trump got in office. So you can't say the
You
tariff
don't.
revenue because tariff revenue doesn't lead to the debt becoming better off.
If you let the tariffs in full, if the globalists and the people that can live outside
You
of
mean if
America with the
he
same
actually
standard,
passed constitution? So how about this? Do it constitutionally. How about you follow the law? You should say that to
okay,
Trump.
so
Tell him to
I
follow
can
the law
both
to get his
agree.
tariffs passed.
I can agree that I can agree with the Supreme Court decision, and I both understand Trump's position for invoking the economic powers. See, these nations are working in concert to traffic and create and traffic drugs into America, their
Wait,
main
that's not
consumer.
even the claim specifically. The claim is about trade imbalance.
No, that's a secondary claim.
So neither of them were established as a claim that's constitutional for him to establish tariffs. So
But
that's why he couldn't.
of course, because the invasion is invisible, he doesn't have concrete
The
evidence.
invasion is invisible. What invasion?
It's an invasion of drugs of these people that control our
80%
nation
by
from
U.S.
their
citizens.
nation.
80% by U.S.
Listen,
citizens.
of course, because these are bad actors that we're going to take care of in this nation, but these other nations have to get control of those evil characters. And the way to do it, since we have diplomatic relationships, is to cripple a sector of their economy using our power, our leverage. You're supposed to be proud of this, man. Do you like to see addicts in Skid Row? Listen, we may not be able to clean up people because they're already addicts and old in age, but we can stop the creation of new addicts. Yes or no?
Listen. So I do think that we can address the level of ODs and the level of situations that are happening in our society through other policies that meaningfully allow for rehabilitation of individuals who are in those circumstances, that provide social services for people in those circumstances, which again, Donald Trump is not advocating for, while also simultaneously trying to restrict it from coming to our country within those faculties. I do think that the way that Donald Trump's doing it is not allowing us to do it to a greater extent. He's trying to murder people off the coast of Venezuela for just the alleged situation when we could get information from them about these intel operations. So you understand
let
that
me ask you
we,
something.
again, are actually going through this at a worse degree because of how Donald Trump's addressing the level of trafficking to our country. Plus, he's not addressing the countries that are doing it to the greatest extent, and he's not even specifically going after things in general because he's pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country. The ex-president of Honduras. Over 400 tons of sea drug to our country they trafficked, and they get a pardon. So if they're convicted of doing so, they get a pardon. But if they're just alleged of doing so, they deserve to be murdered, even though there's not evidence given to Congress that they actually were doing this.
He's doing his best to tackle the longest standing, most detrimental issue to our nation in 4 years.
It was already decreasing
So
under
he's-
Biden. There was already addresses to fix it under Biden in terms of mental health treatment, in terms of investment and enforcement, and even in immigration law specifically surrounding it. Right, there were investments in all of that. Okay, and what unique investments under the Trump administration actually exist?
We even see it being fruitful with the unaliving of the recent the head of the cartel, a strong cartel in Mexico recently. This is with American pressure and American intel that they're going in there and eliminating. Now, if they were to actually let America go into Mexico and finish it off, the job would be done not even a week.
So that's just such bullshit. You guys are going to justify conflict perpetually, right? And literally going into Mexico and then murdering U.S. citizens and literally civilians. How many Mexican civilians will you be okay with literally killing that are innocent?
Why
Like,
would
genuinely,
we're
that's what's going to
America,
end
we're
up happening.
tactical. We have the best
I knew the
information.
Trump
We've been
administration
tracking
was
these
going to do
people
this.
for
They were going to
years.
literally do this, and they were going to try and make
If
an
you
argument
think
out of
that
this and try to go
Parker,
in
if
and
you,
try to literally engage in a perpetual war.
yo, is Parker your first name or your last name?
It's my first name.
Okay, what's your last name?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, listen, Parker. Do you think that
Actually,
investigation?
my last name
into
is Get a Job.
Parker, listen,
Parker,
that would have been
get a
clever
job.
if you said
My
it the
last
first
name
time
is Parker,
around.
get a job.
Yeah, no, it would have been clever if you said it the first time, like when I first asked you the question and you was like, get a job, that would have like, oh, that it was the cue. But then you like spun around because you thought about it later. It's just embarrassing. Let it go.
That
But listen
wasn't
to me.
embarrassing.
If
I
you
was
could,
just you're so annoying for no reason.
why am I annoying, bro? Why are you trying to hurt my feelings? Can I finish my sentence,
Why
bro?
am I
I'm
trying to
trying
hurt your
to.
feelings? Didn't you just try to do that to hurt my feelings? And I just said that's
No, I'm
annoying to
trying to
do.
acknowledge the obvious of your action, and you're trying to attack my
That's
character.
not the
Completely
obvious of
different.
my action. That's just quite literally you trying to reach to act like
Did
it was
you or did you
embarrassing for me to
not
do that.
loop?
You're
Did you or
reaching.
did you
I like how
not
you're
loop
reaching to
back
embarrass me
around?
so bad that I've embarrassed you this entire debate. That's just called
Did
that's
you listen
projecting
to me?
because you're
Did
embarrassed
you
yourself.
loop back? Okay, cool. Did you loop back around to the question after we moved on because you thought of something later? You thought of something that
Go
you
ahead and
felt
make
was
your point.
clever.
You're obviously embarrassing yourself to keep explaining it.
Okay, listen. At the end of the day, what were we talking about?
Oh, you're embarrassing yourself right now. He literally just brought up something irrelevant that he literally forgot what we were talking about.
But what were we talking about?
Dude,
Come
I'm
on, it
not going to
happens
give
to
it to you.
everybody.
I'm not going to give it to you. I can't because I don't remember myself. I have no clue.
It was an important point. All
Not
right,
very much.
China.
That's why no one remembers, by the way.
It was an important point. It was an important point.
No one remembers. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we were talking about Mexico.
Okay. Yeah, we would be tactical. If you think that America just started collecting information on these cartels and these drug traffickers, and
Hey,
then just
how
Trump
about
is
this?
just
How about this?
starting and
I'm
just
gonna give you
guessing.
something. There is a real concern of addressing cartels. I don't think the way that Trump's doing this is addressing them to a greater extent. I think the best way to address them is to limit their profitability. What do they profit off of? Human trafficking and DRUG trafficking, right? So what can we do to limit their profits? Well, one, let's make the legal process for immigration go significantly quicker to incentivize people to go through the legal process of immigration, to limit the amount of people that will go to them specifically so that they can come to the United States of
Yo,
America.
what? Now you're bringing it back to immigration?
I'm just saying, like, what are realistic ways that we can limit their level of power?
That's not realistic. We
That is
cannot.
totally
We do not have
realistic.
the. We do not have the infrastructure and tight markets to withstand just that ongoing influx of demand. We
Yeah,
do
we
not.
definitely can
We definitely
cause a
don't. We're
quicker
already
legal
seeing.
immigration
Where
process.
are
Yes,
you
we
at,
can.
bro? You're like, I hate these flyover state people talking shit, and then we're stuck in New York and places like New York and California with
I
just
live in
new
Los
influx of
Angeles.
people demanding the apartments that I couldn't afford, demanding in the supermarkets that I can afford to eat
Dude,
in.
I
Like
literally live
that.
in
But
Los
where are you?
Angeles.
Where
What
are you? Are
argument
you
are
in
you making?
Ohio,
I live
bro?
in Los
Where are you?
Angeles. Los Angeles.
Where you live? Man, you don't live in fucking Los Angeles. You
I
live in
do. I
fucking.
literally live in Los Angeles. What are you
All
talking
right.
about? Like,
I
that's
don't,
why I
bro.
was
I
like,
don't know
I
you.
don't live in the Midwest. I live in California. I've been
I don't
living in
know you, bro.
California for over a decade.
Okay, you got it. Okay. So what you're saying is you just think that people that come in the into our system can just magically get new apartments without creating demand for the people that are already living there.
So watch this.
Just
Watch this.
that the
I do think that
supermarkets
we.
are not going to get fuller, that the classrooms are not going to get
How
fuller.
about this? How
Are
about
you
this? How about
telling
this?
me
How about this? How about this? How about this?
that's a
How about this? You're gonna like
non-issue?
this. You're gonna like this one. You're gonna like this one. So how about we create incentives for people who are immigrating to the country, or even people who are already in the country, to go towards Middle America? because there's a lot of cities in this country that
Yeah.
have dying cities because of the lack of people that are in those areas because
But
people are
there's
moving
lack
to the
of
big cities.
infrastructure,
No,
advancement.
well, actually,
There's
well,
food deserts,
if
the technological
so we can
advances
expand
that don't.
so we can expand access to those things in those
Yeah,
particular
but
areas. I'm
the
talking about
way
areas in the United States where those things are prevalent, where we have access to those
infrastructure
certain things,
can.
and there still is infrastructure
Let
that
me
people just aren't using.
listen. Infrastructure can grow at a steady pace of population growth, but when there's an unnumbered influx of people flooding it, the infrastructure can't keep up with the amount of people coming in. You're creating a crisis by just saying anybody can come in here. Okay?
No, we're
Just
not saying
because
anybody.
T-Mobile
No, that's
decides or
wrong.
Verizon decides
Misinformation.
to build
Straw
towers
man.
doesn't mean that. Let me finish. Just because Verizon or Twin, this is just an example of what one sector would have to do to expand enough for an increase in population, right? If Verizon decides to build towers, they still won't build towers in time for the growing population. They would still have to wait and grow to other parts of the nation that are already developed, creating that initial demand no matter what.
Wouldn't expanding the infrastructure bill help and address that?
Look, bro, the infrastructure bill,
Doesn't immigration
spending
allow for us
tax
to have more
dollars,
money to be able to pay for these types of
spending
systems?
tax dollars to aid a population that shouldn't be our responsibility is not only forcing socialism, but it's like socialism for the world. Like, hey, everybody come here if you're struggling, we'll pay
Infrastructure
for
bill
it.
is socialism under this guy's view. Now listen here, I want to make this
No,
point to you because
no.
I
Not
want
the
to make this
bill
point to you
itself,
because
but
I
the
don't think
idea
you
that you can
realize.
just keep spending money to.
I don't think you realize that immigrants, they decrease the deficit. There's a Cato Institute study that just came out that shows over the past 30 years that immigrants, undocumented and documented, reduce deficits by $14.5 trillion. So they massively decrease the level of the debt and allow for us to pay for all these other programs. So they're actually a net benefit to our debt. They're a net benefit to our governmental structure. They take less than they put into the system by $14.5 trillion over the
First and
past 30
foremost,
years.
that number.
That is
Yeah.
nuts.
That number is from 1995 till now, and it can't be a note to your point that they're net positive because we don't calculate nor keep the numbers on how much we spend on them through EMTALA, through the public school system, through our public institutions, for instance, police department, fire department. We don't know how much we spend on them in our court system with public defenders. So for you to come in and say, and then listen,
we do.
If it had been 1.1 million that came in, and I say this all the time, 1.1 million that came in the past administration, I would not give a fuck about immigration. It's the fact that you gotta say no human is illegal and anybody can come in, line up and sign up, and if it's a problem, just add more judges, as if that's a fucking real solution, right? Reagan let 2-3 million people into this country, gave them amnesty, and all it did was cause one of the biggest immigration booms that we've seen to this day. We can't just give amnesty. We can't just let people into this country and incentivize the migration.
Okay. So you're not giving any metric that it harms. I've given you multiple pieces of evidence to say that immigration is positive to our system. I can send you a National Bureau of Economic Research study that indicates that immigration has led to increases in wages for natural-born U.S. citizens, increases in employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens, increases in GDP, productivity. So I just cope is really all I got to say. Immigrants benefit us, and they allow for us to pay for these systems.
It's just ridiculous
and it's great.
that you wanna.
We should have more immigration.
Yeah, I think it's you're closing it out because you really don't know how to respond with the fact that you don't have numbers to compare it to call them a net positive. And then on top of the numbers that we're spending on them, they're a continuous influx. So you don't even know how they could be a net positive if we're continually spending on new ones, right?
I just gave you a study that indicates that from the Cato Institute.
The study can't tell you how much
you're just coping with reality.
The study can't tell you how much EMTALA spends on them because EMTALA isn't a quantified fund from the feds, and they don't keep, no state to state keeps a specific number for undocumented migrants.
Let's just clarify.
So how can you say that
14.5 trillion is going to mean that over the past 30 years is about $450 billion a year, at
And
least.
what is this that they
added
they
to
paid
our
into tax dollars?
reduced
What is
from
that
our
exactly?
deficit. So
What is
immigrants
it
coming to our
exactly?
country reduce $450 billion per year in terms of our deficit.
What do you mean
And yet you're going to sit
produce?
there
Like
and
they
you're
spend
going to
and
like
make?
you're going to say that these programs are going to be more than that? Are you serious? That's $5 trillion
Yes,
over 10 years.
especially over the course of 30 years. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We've probably spent 100 trillion on undocumented migrants. But I'm just
That
guessing
was
that number.
so fucking
that
stupid
number
for you to
don't
say.
put-
I can't believe you just said that. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard anyone say in my
Did that
life.
offend you?
100 trillion to undocumented immigrants? Are you fucking serious?
Did that
You think
offend
we've
you?
s- Yes, it actually did. It offended me. It was so stupid. Like genuinely, why did you do that? Why did you say that? You make yourself
Bro,
look.
it was
You made
just a
yourself look
random
so
number to
stupid,
say,
saying that
listen,
we spent $100 trillion on
relax.
undocumented immigrants. What are you talking about? That's like
Are you
the
trolling me?
misinformation galore. Like everyone hears that and is like, "That's stupid." Even
Bro,
Trump supporters
everyone knows
probably
that I
think that's
was using an
stupid.
exaggerated number to say that we spent way more than they quote unquote
Give
produced.
me a single study that we spent more than that, please.
We don't quantify. We don't have these numbers because
We
we
do.
don't. When
We do.
when
There's
somebody
how many
loses a
fucking
leg in a
studies
car
created by
crash
you?
and they
There's
come into
literally
the
how many
emergency
studies
department, they don't say, "Are
created
you
by MAGA on
undocumented?"
this?
Listen, when a child comes into the school, they don't say, "Are you undocumented from an undocumented mother?" Or do you have? No, they don't do that. Okay.
Yeah, children in the country do deserve
So we don't know how much we spend
education.
on lunch for each undocumented child. We just know that ultimately they do cost money to take care, and it's not quantifiable because state to state they don't keep those
Okay,
numbers.
how about this for legal
So how can
immigrants?
you say your
wait,
14.5
are
trillion
legal?
is valid?
Wait, listen. Are legal immigrants a net drain?
Are legal immigrants in that train, meaning that they came illegally and then were then naturalized, or they came here legally and then got naturalized?
I'm talking about people who are legally in the country, have been naturalized. I'm saying that. Can you answer the question? Do you think they're a
Where
net
they
drain?
they come here, it depends if they came here illegally.
I'm gonna
Did they come
fucking
here-
throw my head through a wall. I'm asking if legal immigrants are a net drain.
It depends
Whether
how
or
they
not they
came
came
in.
here undocumented does not fucking change that. I'm talking about people who are in the country legally.
No, they're not a net drain.
Okay, so if legal immigrants are not a net drain, if we increase legal immigration, how is that going to be a net drain?
Because legal immigration is not going to be a net drain because we measure it according to what our economy needs, as opposed to people coming in when they feel is best. And this large influx, it cannot be withstood by our infrastructure and economy if it gets too
What
severe.
level of influx are you saying? Okay,
All right.
I think what you're saying is true, but what you're not understanding is the level of numbers of
course.
immigration we're at is not severe enough to cause that.
No,
yes,
it's
there
not
can be
severe.
issues. Yes, there can be issues. Say if like there were a fucking billion people that wanted to immigrate to our country, which is not true, clearly, right? Say that were true. Could that be too much for our systems? Absolutely. But we're nowhere fucking near that, okay? We accept about 1 million people per year. There were less than 4 million people that came to the country undocumented under the Biden administration, okay?
Show me that.
Yeah, that's from Pew Research. The
No. Show me
Undocumented
that.
immigrant population Pew Research.
Show me that. Like, show me a government source that says that 4 million people only came into this country. I'll turn on my camera and
You
show
the
you otherwise.
source. It went from
Put me on a
10.5
big screen and
million
make me a mod.
to 14. I'm not making
I
you a
know
mod.
what you just told me, and you just told me a lie because we had 12
I
million
didn't.
border encounters and a little close to
Not
8
all-
million, 7 million something people.
Not
came
all
into this
border
country.
encounters
Stop
would be
rolling your
people who
eyes.
come into the country. So
No.
listen. So again, can you give me the fucking due diligence of just looking up Pew Research undocumented immigrant population? Can you do that?
I don't need to go to Pew Research when government sources say otherwise. Why do I have to go to these bias studies? Why are you so stressed out, bro?
That's actually what they're gonna cite, unironically.
So then why don't you pull it up and put it? You don't got the studio.
I just told you what to look up and where you can find and verify the information.
Well, why can't you put it on the screen for your 6,000 people in here?
Okay.
Put it on the screen. You got studio? Yeah. Pew Research, and then show me the government source that said that during those 4 years, only 4 million people came in. That's crazy.
Yeah, due to recent data numbers.
Recent data numbers. When did this come out?
I'm saying most recent data numbers, which is up to 2023. Look here. In 2024, there was even less specific people that were coming into the country. So that was covering the main time when it was increasing. Let me pull it up. I got you.
Thank you for the gifts, y'all.
You're embarrassing yourself. You're not getting gifts. Do you see?
Okay, now go and find the government source. This is a lie. Go and find
This
and that's
is not a lie.
2023.
Yeah, I told you.
No, so there's an extra 4 million somewhere in there that you hide. And now go to the government source and show me the
No,
government
wait.
source that they're referencing.
Let's do math. Should we do math real quick? Let's
No,
do math real quick.
just
Let's
show
do
me the
math.
government source, bro.
What? Okay. What
Because you
is
said it's linked to a
14?
government source.
What is 14 minus 10.5?
Bro, are you gonna make me pull the racist card? I don't even like to use that. You're doing this because I'm black.
What?
No, I'm just kidding, man.
Bro, come on. Can you just engage with the
Yeah, we
point?
took
It's
that for
obviously
real.
less than
No.
4.
No, man, I'm sorry. Bro, can you show me a government source that says I'm pulling up my source? You're gonna put me up on the big screen when I pull up my source from DHS saying that it was 12 million border encounters, show you the year by year border encounters, and then the 7 point something apprehensions, the expulsions under Title 42,
Yeah,
and
dude,
the apprehensions
apprehensions
under
and
Title 8.
expulsions. You're not talking about people who are in the country undocumented. When I say population, I'm talking about people who are in the country. You're just talking about encounters, people they encountered at the border, not people
Yeah,
that
because
came
it was
into our
catch and
country.
release, Parker. It was catch and release.
But they didn't come into our country.
What do you mean that border encounters
Dude,
doesn't
I'm
mean they came
referencing
into
the
our
literal
counters?
population, which is people who have been in
Yeah.
the country.
Listen, border encounters doesn't mean they came into the country. It means we encountered them. That's why I highlight the 12 million as opposed to the apprehensions, which is a little under 8 million. Call it 8 million.
What is an apprehension?
Right? These are the people they call apprehensions, the catch and release under Title 8.
So, but if it's catch and release, that means it's asylum, correct?
You can't
Asylum
come
is
to
a legal
America-
process of immigration.
You can't come into America as an economic migrant and claim asylum. 1158
Yes,
is
you
clear
can.
that your life must be threatened. No, you cannot.
You have to. So the way in which you determine specifically that is one, you have to go through a credible fear interview, and then secondly, also there's going to be like a case to determine whether or not you are being persecuted based upon a certain protected class. And some are accepted, some are not. And you understand that you just saying that they specifically came into the country, right, is not evidence, one, that they stayed. It's not, two, specifically that they were in the country undocumented. This is a legal process of immigration. So it's like you're honestly just coping.
You must understand that you cannot come here for a better life. Your life must be in danger, and you cannot have come through a country where you could have sought asylum, right?
So
to
that's
get
just not
to
true.
America.
Not true. That's
That is-
not what
But we
international
gotta put
law
up
says.
1158.
That is not
We
what
gotta
our
have
law
this
says either.
2023 debate about 1158, bro. 1158 Section B is clear. You
Wait, so then
can't.
you're saying we don't accept people from countries
And you
like
can't, and it's illegal
listen,
to come
listen.
to this country
Listen,
to
for
look for
example,
work.
do people seek asylum from the Middle East?
Sure.
Do they? Okay, do you think they should be accepted?
If their life is being persecuted for, their ideas, their rhetoric, their color of their skin, their religious beliefs, if their life is being persecuted, like if I stay where I am, I'm going to be unalived by a group of people.
Are you going to engage
in
with it?
power? Huh?
Are you going to engage with it? Do you think they should be able to seek asylum in the U.S.?
If they come
but
through
there are
another
countries that are
nation
closer,
seeks-
like in Europe, that they could seek an asylum, right? That
That's
you
what
just
I'm
said.
saying. If you let me finish and you don't go on a nervous tick, you will get your answer. What I'm saying is,
You're
if you
so
come
annoying.
to America, why are you calling me annoying? Why are you being like that, bro? Listen to me. You got to understand that I said if you don't come through a nation where you could have sought asylum already, right? If you come into a nation or they're chasing you through that nation too, Then you come over here, we'll take care of you. Full effect. We're America. We're the greatest nation on the planet, most compassionate.
Okay,
nation on the planet.
so if we're the most compassionate, then you should be saying that this is legal immigration, not undocumented. So then, can you address the reality that you don't have any statistics that say that there were 10 million people that came to the country undocumented under the Biden or under the Biden administration? You have no evidence for that. You have no evidence of 20 million. You have no evidence of 30 million. You have no evidence for any of those numbers. You only have evidence for less than 4 million.
Never said that, bro.
So then tell me, how many people do you think came to the country undocumented under the Biden administration, like came into the country?
Seven something million under different programs, TPSs.
Okay. TPS is a legal process.
TPS is being abused. TPS being abused.
TPS was a legal process. You are not saying. So why? By the way, this is what Trump supporters do. They say they try to literally fucking change the numbers by not acknowledging reality. They'll point to people that did come through a legal process and say, "I don't like that legal process. Therefore, I'm going to consider everyone that came through that legal process to have come undocumented." That is fucking disingenuous.
No, it's not.
They were coming through a legal process of immigration.
The legal process to come into this country is to petition for an I-20, an I-130, or an I-520.
Is TPS status legal?
Can I finish?
Can I finish? Answer this question. Is TPS status legal?
TPS status is legal if it's valid and if it's not ongoing over a longer period of time, because the T in TPS means temporary, Parker. Now let me finish.
Who designates what is considered temporary?
Temporary, maybe 2 years to 4 years, depending on the condition of your nation. Now let me say this. What I'm telling you is that at the end of the day, to come into this country legally, you petition from your nation. An I-120, which is one of the work visas. I-120 is the student visa. I-130, I think, is for one of the work visas, H2A or H2B and stuff like that. Yeah, H2A is agriculture. H2B is non-agriculture. Or I-526 as an investor, because guess what? A lot of illegal aliens are actually wealthy, rich, and own property in America. Undocumented immigrants. Okay.
So then why wouldn't you want to make them legal citizens so that they can literally provide more tax revenue to our systems?
Listen to me. I never said we don't want to make them legal citizens. We wanted to go the proper way to decentivize a larger influx into this country.
So give them a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent criminal background.
Let me finish. And the right way of doing it is petitioning one of these applications for an EB1 or I think an EB5. All right. And then you wait for our invitation to get into this country so then we can handle the influx according to our growth and our economy to what's our interest to keep the nation safe, because ultimately it's the only one we got, Parker.
So let's make the system quicker, though. Right. I think it's not quick enough. I think that the process that you're understanding, like if it could be like within 6 months, if it could make sense within that respect, I get it. That makes sense to me. But the current process takes multiple years on average and thousands of dollars to be able to get in this country. And that is too much that you're asking for people. That's why people that would have otherwise gone through the legal process will go through the process undocumented. So that's why I'm saying we need to have a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent criminal background that are already in the country, because that's the best way to ensure that they are vetted, the best way to ensure that people incentivized to go through the legal process, and it's the best way to ensure that there is specifically like better tax revenue for the system overall, right, and that people aren't mistreated in our system.
You just went back to listing the positive attributes of having these people in the country without acknowledging absolutely anything that I said. Right, we have a number of limits on these applications anyway. So adding judges and softening the system doesn't do anything from stopping people to come into this country, being economic migrants that are fine back in their country, their parents' own home. But you know how over here in America, when somebody wants to change their life, they move from Idaho to Los Angeles or to New York. No, these people do it with America. Like, I want to change my life at 19. I'm gonna go to America and I'm gonna be tired and mess up my hair and claim that I'm a victim back into my country to the tune of millions. We cannot incentivize this. We cannot make it seem to the rest of the world that you can just come and do that, bro.
And you guys, here's something I think that's great about America is that you can come to this country if you want a better life, and that with hard work, determination, you can build a lot for yourself in this country. That's what I want to exist for everyone around the world. I think immigration is a fundamental aspect of our culture. It's fundamental to our economy, and I think it's incredibly important. That's the literal American dream.
It is not. Literally less than 5% of the workforce is undocumented migrants, meaning we won't feel it a bit. And mind you, we don't even want to deport every single undocumented migrant in this country. We want to deport the 8 million that came into this country. That's what he says about the biggest migration effort in American history, because he believes that Biden had the worst border crisis in American history. Okay,
It makes no sense
but
because
so they're
we
not
let
even
people
gonna,
legally into our
they don't
country
even,
3 to
it's not
7
even gonna
hours in
affect,
the early 1900s.
it's not
Ellis
even gonna
Island,
affect.
people got into our country legally 3 to 7 hours. That's how long it took back then.
Listen, it wouldn't even affect our economy, not even a bit, our GDP, not even a bit. If we were to deport every single undocumented migrant in this country, which
It
that's not
would.
even
It
possible.
would. No study indicates
It's
that.
not
You're
even
just
possible.
lying
And
to
then second of
yourself.
all, we're
You
not
have
even
no
taking into
source to say that.
account.
You just whipped that claim right out of your ass.
Hold on a second. I said they're less than 5% of our workforce. It wouldn't affect our economy, not one bit. Now, let me finish. You don't even count the 600 billion a year in remissions that they send back to build in their country, and then they leave our country, right?
So
After they done used
ban
us.
U.S. citizens from sending money. Let's ban everyone who's in this country from sending money to
No,
other
no,
countries.
our president fixed that. He put a 1% remission tax in the big beautiful bill. It's one of the things that I appreciate very much. So maybe it can stay in
Wait,
the
so then you want
community, which
so you want
disproportionately
undocumented
affects.
immigrants. Wait, so then you want undocumented immigrants paying taxes, but you don't want them in the country?
I want them, if they're going to be in the country, sending money outside of the country to build in their nation and to feed their people outside of their nation, then they need to pay an extra tax, of course, because they are building back in their nation. Shit.
Why don't you
My
just give them
family
a
did it.
pathway to
My family
citizenship at
got
this point?
hella
Isn't that
property.
unironically taxation without representation?
That's taxation without representation.
Yeah.
Well, there we control the money that's in our nation. So if you want to play in this game, then ultimately humble yourself to that. Now, are you talking about letting undocumented
You're
migrants vote? Is
purposefully
that what you're
admitting
saying?
that you want to tax them purposefully without
Hold on,
giving them
hold on, hold on.
representation within the context of
First
our
and
democratic
foremost,
processes. That is quite
not only
literally
migrants send money
taxation without
outside of the nation.
representation.
Listen, not only migrants send outside of the nation heavily, all right? So don't make it seem like this is a targeted tax
Sure.
on them, so it could be on taxation without representation. Because
So should I be taxed in sending
They
money?
don't happen like that.
Wait, if I like someone who does a stream on fucking TikTok, who does stuff and lives in Canada, if I sent money to them, should that be taxed?
If you're sending money to
Yeah, if I
people
donate to them.
outside of the nation, there's a 1% remittance tax.
So who
think
should
I
I
said
pay that
remission.
to? When do I pay that?
Huh?
Do I have to pay
That's
that
a
through like
tax.
PayPal or something?
I gotta teach you the basics now, Parker.
Dude, are you saying that you have to like write that down to classify that as like a business thing? As a typical person? Every single time you send money to like a content creator you like that lives in a different country?
I think it's cash.
We want to incentivize them to send money to our American content creators, everybody. Send money to your American content creators right now. Right now, we got to see it. We got to see more money for American content creators, less money for other countries' content creators.
I want to put my evidence on the camera, but I don't have camera access on this account. I just realized it. But I have the border numbers right here in front of me. I could turn on my camera right now, but I can't. And you're not going to accept my request on my other account. Because you're soft. You're indeed soft.
Why am I soft?
And I know you invented that little rule because of me. Oh, only debated me, never before. Like
No, it
Santana
has
about-
nothing to do with you. Why would I bring you back up then? You haven't debated me in a while, so I brought you back up.
Oh, I thought I was getting away with it.
No.
Oh. I thought I was slick.
I know. That's why I thought it was kind of funny there. Because I'm like, dude, I literally know that you've been on the live before. I know who you are. I literally just accepted you up here. One, because there's not as many other people in the guest box. Two, because you actually kind of will have a conversation. It's not like you won't have a conversation. Sometimes you'll be you'll like be a little bit annoying, but I don't really mind. That's less comparative to most other debates that I have. So there's still a productive dialogue that we've had, right? And I mean, I haven't talked to you in a long enough time where it's like people who are joining the stream haven't heard a conversation between us recently or before in most circumstances.
That makes sense.
Does it make sense? Like if someone came up who has been here in the last week or so, people just saw that person. I just had a conversation with them. There's not as much change in dynamic, if that makes sense. So like over time, if it's been a while, people come back. I'm okay if it's been a while, if it's been like a year or something, since you've been on the live.
Okay. I don't think it's been a year the last time that I smacked. It has been a year since the last time
It's probably it's been a long time. I know. It's been a while.
Okay. So immigration is doing great right now. I think the deportation numbers are like at 71,000 because we're doing it lawfully.
Wait, but like, do you actually think I'm soft? Like, you're just saying that to like joke around?
I think you and Dean have a little bit of fear for me.
Okay, why?
I just think I'm like aggressive in the way that I speak and like I'm willing to engage because I hear the people sometimes that y'all be debating and just be like the goofiest people that end up being like, oh, you're right. Like the girl that was here before me was like, you know what, you're right on that. And I'm like, yeah, he's not right. But I didn't want to interrupt.
I would say that I definitely don't fear you in any meaningful way. Like, I don't think this conversation is to be feared. Not only just because it's not like I don't think that like you, I don't know, I feel like you treat the conversation with more respect than the typical Trump supporter, right? And I can actually have a conversation with you. Yeah. So that's why I'm kind of questioning why you think I'm soft right now. I'm like, would you actually think that? Because
no, you're not.
Okay, it. So then this is something you're saying. So sometimes you will say things you don't actually mean just because you kind of like want to get at me.
No, sometimes, Parker, it's about the cue. Sometimes you just gotta say it because it was teed up. You get me?
Okay. So you just like to joke. You like to joke is kind of your view.
It's the cue, man. You gotta respect the cue sometimes. Like,
you just like you fear me, right? Is that what it is?
Why would I fear you?
Because like
I pull up to your house right now. What are you talking about?
You fear intellectually engaging with the point.
What was the point that I failed to engage with?
Well, that Donald Trump has caused basically every single material aspect of our society to become worse, right? If we're talking about macro indicators.
Macro indicators. Which one? Which ones?
Yeah. So real GDP growth is lower. Real median wage growth is lower.
You said micro indicators?
Macro indicators.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. GDP growth. We can say that is all of the effect on the economy are globalist and the world wealthy weaponizing their position against Trump. So the unsurety is all because they don't like the policies. Trump is taking their hands out of American pockets.
Wait, hold up. You think the wealthy elite is against Trump?
Yes. I can't believe.
So not only is Donald Trump a part of the wealthy elite, but he does everything he can to benefit them at the expense of the American people. Like, for example, the fossil fuel industry, he literally says that greenhouse gas emissions do not affect human health and development, right, and global temperatures, even though there's a 99% climate scientist consensus that that's true, and that's to benefit corporations at the expense of the American people. He's gutted the EPA by 40%. Giving corporate profits to those companies, right, at the expense of the American people?
First and foremost, American companies and globalists and wealthy world elite are two different things. Though they commingle, the interest of these people is still in America, right? As opposed to these other people that ultimately live in a... Let me ask you something. You think 10-year bonds...
He's like, okay, it's the wealthy elite globally versus the wealthy elite here in the United States.
Yeah. Let me ask you, okay, do 10-year treasury bonds just sell themselves off automatically?
No,
they don't, right? A group of people, significantly have to drop off their treasury bonds early back into the market for it to affect the yield, right? The yield curve, right?
Yeah, every single action in a market is going to be due to human activity.
Okay, then. So who are these people that sold off
initially
the 10-year, their 10-year bonds at the top of the year? I think it was like in April.
What's that?
These are the people I'm telling you that weaponize their position because the president's position for the country wasn't to their advantage.
Okay, so I'm confused. Are you trying to say that like it's not profitable for other elites, so they're trying to go against Trump? Is that what you're trying to say?
There are people that had global interests, some in America, some outside of America, that own treasury bonds. I mean, all the way up to the Chinese government, they own a lot of our debt. You understand? I don't
They
know
own a pretty
exactly who
small
sold
portion
off
of
their
our debt.
bonds. I don't know who sold off their bonds because I don't have like the list of this.
Most
this
debt is held by
incorporated
U.S.
company.
citizens.
Those are but there's T-bills, T-notes, and T-bonds. T-bonds are the longest, the 10-year ones. Regular American citizens aren't holding the long-year ones, bro. Okay, that's why I said the 10-year. I'm telling you, these are the people that let go of the bond to affect the dollar, to affect the economy stability on purpose. They did it in unison. Like it was within like 3 days. Like they obviously think these people don't know each other.
So I think that Donald Trump does what's in the interest of the elites and the the high interested elites and well connected people, specifically in those
all the
situations.
elites are on the same side?
Listen, let me explain. To a greater extent than we can see with the Democrats advocate for policies that would increase their taxes and regulate them to a greater extent, and literally benefit the American people. So, like, I think that the priorities of the Trump administration is clearly in alignment with the rich over the American people. That's not America first. That's the rich first.
First and
That's
foremost,
corporations first.
all monetary policy is going to disproportionately benefit the wealthy strictly by percentage. Okay, any type of quantitative easing, interest rates lowering and hiring, any regulations and any single.
I never said those were the
tax
things
policy.
that I wasn't saying any of those things.
So you're saying that his policies right now in America are disproportionate?
Those aren't his policies.
Let me finish. What I'm telling you is just because his policies seem to benefit the wealthy doesn't mean he's pro-wealthy, because first and foremost, not all the wealthy are on the same side. Okay, there are a lot of people that don't have America's best interests in their hearts, but still have a lot of stake in America, weaponize their position. And just because he can benefit a certain group of wealthy people doesn't mean that all wealthy people were on his boat, bro.
But he benefits wealthy people. So that's why.
He benefits everybody, and some Americans are wealthy.
He disproportionately helps the wealthy.
No, all monetary policy disproportionately benefits the wealthy.
So monetary policy is controlled by the Fed. We're referencing fiscal policy controlled by the government, right? And his fiscal policy disproportionately helps the rich and wealthy at the expense of the working class, whereas Kamala Harris's policy benefits the working class and taxes the rich more.
All taxes, all regulation disproportionately hurt the bottom class. Everything that takes up time, adds up costs.
Income tax disproportionately comes from the rich and wealthy.
Already, right now, federally, yes, right, over half of their. So what you want is to disproportionately tax them according to their wealth, kind of penalize them solely because they're wealthy.
It's not penalizing them. It's saying that I would rather they get taxed than middle class individuals get taxed. That's just the reality.
Did middle class individuals also get a tax break or no?
But that tax break would have been maintained under the Harris administration. She wanted to keep all tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and she also wanted to increase the level of or decrease the level of tax. I was going to say increase the amount of tax cuts, but by literally expanding the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket.
You gotta slow down. I got in a text message, so I missed what you said.
Yeah, I was just saying the policies that Kamala Harris is advocating for. We're going to give more tax cuts to working class people.
We weren't going to give tax cuts to more working class people. They were going to raise the taxes. They were going to go to pre-CAA tax rate.
I just explained how they. Okay, maybe you didn't hear me.
I didn't. I said that.
That's fine. I didn't know how much of it you didn't hear. I guess is kind of like what I was questioning. So she wanted to do a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. Those are just a few examples.
Okay, so the $50,000 first year businesses is literally. And show me the Kamala 80-page plan too. Tell me this. The $50,000 first year for first year of business, a $50,000 write-off only created a tax loop for scammers to come in and just rack up debt. Okay, write it off and then disappear. That's first and foremost. I really don't understand who starts a business without getting a loan. Do you write off $50,000 and then you don't write off anything? Because right now, amortization, you write off $5,000 a year off the loan that you made. So what was her plan for that $50,000 outside of giving
$50,000 tax deductible means you can reduce your taxable income by $50,000. Whoa. Oh my God. They pay less in taxes. No way.
So what did I say that wasn't consistent with what you just said if it's not a write-off?
It's literally a write-off. That you said scammers
What,
were
so
going to do
they,
this. You can't
if
just
I
make a
said
company in
write-off
order to
and
get
you
the
said my
write-off.
definition in different words, why did you go wow like you just got one?
Why'd I go like wow? Because I think it's very obvious.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that it's not a good idea because right now you write off, or do people just go into loans, go into businesses with no loans and then write off 50,000, or are they going to get a loan for their business? They're going to get a loan for their business. Right now, the tax code calls for $5,000 each year until writing off the capital of the business for the duration of the business. Right? Of course, you can write off more, but write off $5,000 of the loan. So you're telling me that you can write $50,000 of the loan the first year?
You
Or
can
can
write
you
off
write off
$50,000 of your
$5,000
income.
and then you can write off $50,000 of your income,
Yeah.
which you would have to pay back if you couldn't write off with the
No.
loan money.
No. It's just a tax deductible, meaning it's like a standard deduction, essentially.
Yeah, it's a write-off.
Yeah, so you reduce your
So
taxable
right now you
income.
can write off $5,000 a year until writing off the towards amortization. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then write off $5,000. I'm asking you, do you write off $50,000 now, and then you write off $5,000 after that until clearing your loan, or do you write off $5,000 and then you like write off hundreds of dollars because you write off the $50,000, and then in 5 years you write off another 20,000 or 50,000 or whatever the remainder of the loan is?
The
How is the
50,000
long-term
is
plan
just
going to
for
work
it's
with
just
that?
for 1 year, for the first year, and it's literally just a tax deductible. That's
Okay,
it.
and your loan is, let's
I don't know why
say,
this is so complicated.
90,000. The loan is 90,000.
And not necessarily on a loan. We're talking on specifically like the company as a whole.
Well, who starts a company without getting a loan? A lot of people go into companies straight cash.
Dude, it's on the company's income for the year. It's not
Okay.
necessarily on a loan.
When you start a business, you start it with a loan, Parker.
Dude, I get you. I understand. This is
Right
for
now,
taxes.
the tax code calls for you to write, it's amortization, you write $5,000 off yearly until writing off the capital of the loan, until finishing the payment. But right now, you write off 50,000 off the rip, right? How is the rest of that going to get written off?
You can do all the other same deductions. This is just
5,000?
another deduction that she's adding.
5,000?
You can still do that one if you want.
Sounds like a loophole for scammers.
No, it's just a $50,000 tax deductible on businesses in the first year of them starting out.
You're just repeating yourself.
Yeah,
And
to help
this is
stimulate
not a
businesses to be
policy.
okay in their first years when they're most likely to literally fail.
And also, this is not a policy. This is not a policy that is beneficial to all Americans that you can include it into the well-being of all middle-class
By the way,
Americans.
I didn't dispute you there. It was just one of the things that I said.
That only benefited a small amount of people in this country, because out of the
It
population,
benefits
not many
people who are starting
businesses.
businesses. I showed a route specifically for people who are starting businesses. I showed a route specifically for individuals who need access to healthcare. I showed a route for individuals specifically who are starting families, for buying their first house.
Yeah,
There's
but
multiple
you
people
didn't
who had different
respond.
routes. And again, I was explaining how it was beneficial to all of those
Yeah.
people in those different
Yeah.
routes. You could say
You
that a
went-
child tax credit doesn't benefit everybody, but it does benefit people with children. So it affects people on that route.
Hold on, but you're doing it to try to compare to the general tax cut that Trump gave the nation as a whole, trying to
Yeah.
equate that.
Yeah, I'm saying that most of the tax cuts in his tax policy went to the rich and wealthy, whereas under this bill, most of it would go to people who are in need, right? And it would help stimulate the economy, be good for the economy as a whole, for people who are starting businesses, which helps social mobility.
I don't think that equates to the greater good that a general tax cut of the big beautiful bill did for the middle class.
It didn't because she wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year in the TCJA.
But taxes would have still been up for the middle class also.
No, she wanted to keep those taxes down. They would have gone down to a greater extent because tariffs would not have been imposed.
Trump's new tariffs would not have been imposed, but we still got tariffs. That's besides the point.
Either way, the tariffs being imposed indicates that there's a greater cost. Do you have
Can
any
you show me
last
that in
things
the
you want to
plan?
go over? You have been on for like an hour and 30 minutes, so I probably should get going on to the next person here very soon.
I mean, you're gonna after that's cool. After me, you're gonna have a row of 20 young kids saying the N word. You're like, what the fuck? It's gonna happen. All right. Well, you didn't show me evidence for anything, by the way.
I did.
You showed me Pew Research for one of your claims. Pew Research for one of your claims. And then I wanted you to show me the link to BLS. You showed me the text that it said BLS under the chart, just for the chat to know.
Okay. I've provided you evidence, reason, and sources for every single thing that I've said, every single time I've justified it, and you couldn't give me any indications of the economy that are better off because of Trump's tariff policy. Literally couldn't tell me anything.
Because it
Other
kept
than you
pivoting the
said,
conversation.
you said tariff revenue, and the tariff revenue doesn't account for the fact that we still see an increase in the debt to a greater extent than we saw
And
specifically
in that,
under the Harris administration. Again, if you compare the Harris administration's policy to the Trump administration's policy, you clearly see Trump administration's policy leads
yo,
to
why
more
don't
debt.
y'all let this lady go? Why don't you? It's been 2 years. Why don't y'all let her go? Like, look forward to the next candidate. Like, who are you thinking that she should run again?
Well, she's going to run again, but I'm not necessarily saying that she's my preferred candidate. My preferred candidate is someone like AOC or Ro Khanna because I'm a progressive.
Oh,
But
you are
I
fucking
do
insane,
use
bro.
that as a sort of baseline to say that, like, if there's a candidate of the Democratic Party, who would you rather support? And Kamala Harris was the last candidate, so that's a very good baseline to use.
Why don't you learn more about like DeSantis? You know,
You.
just get like, do you understand? Like, I don't understand. Anyway, I can't have that conversation.
I really
but
like Ro Khanna.
AOC, bro.
I don't know if AOC is going to run, but I feel like Ro Khanna will, and I really like Ro Khanna. So I think he should probably be the candidate because I don't know if AOC will run.
No, I hope AOC doesn't run. That would be disgusting, bro. That would be really bad. She a fake New Yorker. Can't have that.
It's crazy that you specifically care about that, but you are willing to vote for Trump. The guy held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman that has a credible accusation against him in the Epstein files from a minor, where the DOJ was literally scrubbing the files.
Here's what I'm asking. How come we don't have pictures, videos, or audio corroborating any of the claims in the Chatty Patty side? Because you could that's the hotline
Well,
side.
the DOJ.
There's a
No,
difference
I'm
between-
talking about the person who specifically got a settlement with the Epstein estate and accused Trump as well. And the Trump administration, again, according to an NPR investigation, was literally scrubbing the interviews associated with that case. So why are they scrubbing the interviews if there's nothing?
Because it's salacious and it'll distract the nation. We don't want this
But they're
stuff
supposed
that
to
could be
release all of them.
misinterpreted and
They're supposed to
abused and
release
weapon-
all
hold on.
of them.
We don't want this information that can be misinterpreted, misrepresented, and abused
So
and
he doesn't
weaponized.
want all of the Epstein files to be released.
Do you believe everything that's in the Epstein files?
I do believe things that are in the Epstein files. Absolutely.
Did I ask you that? Did I ask
Are
you
there
if you believe
FBI?
some? I
Are there
believe
FBI
everything.
tips? Listen, are there FBI tips in the Epstein files in which do not have sufficient evidence to substantiate? Yes, I'm not disputing you there. But what you're not understanding is that I'm referencing a credible accusation from someone who had a settlement with the Epstein estate. Okay.
Okay, I'm not discrediting this person, but at the end of the day, understand that that doesn't mean that they could not be vying for more money and attention by using the president's name.
Okay. So you're just saying that they're looking for more money and attention by using the president's name when they got a legitimate settlement with the Epstein estate already.
Accusing somebody who is a convicted P3DO. Trump is not a convicted P3DO.
Okay. So again, you don't think that their accusation against Epstein was believable?
Absolutely, they are.
Okay. If they're a believable victim, if they're a credible victim, why don't you accept their accusation against Trump?
Because there's no evidence like there was for Epstein.
Okay. So you claim that there's no evidence. If there's no evidence, why are they scrubbing the interviews?
Because it's salacious. It would literally make America start talking.
Wait,
And
but didn't they release all the other FBI tips? You're okay with them releasing all the other FBI tips, right? That make claims about Trump. So why aren't you okay with them releasing these interviews?
What interviews are you talking about?
It's gonna make us look bad. It's gonna make us look bad.
I never said that.
Don't release these particular interviews. It's gonna make Trump look bad.
Okay, listen to me. What are you saying they should release? What videos did they redact?
The interviews.
What
interviews with this particular survivor
are not released.
They're not released. They have been scrubbed by the DOJ according to an NPR investigation.
And according to a random newspaper in the middle of
Random
nowhere.
newspaper? You think NPR is just a random newspaper, bro?
That's just as probably some liberal in a 2013
Come on,
computer
bro.
laptop.
Come on, man. Come on.
But you see how you just like dropped
Come
NPR like it was
on,
a power boom source?
Yes, it is. NPR is a great source.
It's not. It's
Yes,
biased,
it is.
bro.
How? What's the bias?
The bias is that they
don't like Trump. They think Trump did wrong. Well, I wonder why. Probably because the information about what Trump has done indicates that he's done wrong. And you have to deny reality in order to try to say that he hasn't done wrong.
Yeah, but NPR saying that the administration deliberately went out and scrubbed the internet is a MAGA editor spreading conspiracy theories. They don't know that this was an effort, a concerted effort by the administration. So that's where if it's not on the internet, you don't know if the person who filmed this interview decided to not involve themselves in anything because they might be a Trump supporter and decide to pull it themselves. But you inject conspiracy in there and say the administration is working hard to suppress this truth information.
That's not
knowing
conspiracy.
anything.
That's something Trump has literally blatantly done in public. I mean, literally, Marjorie Taylor Greene is called a traitor by Trump because she wanted the release of the Epstein files. He's done this publicly. You just don't acknowledge reality.
So Trump is so stupid and he does it in public so often. Why would he? And he openly try to place claims against and denounce and put down the Epstein files. Why wouldn't he do it for this interview too?
They did scrub
Why is he
them.
quiet about this interview? Okay, why is he quiet about the interview? Because Trump would have said, yeah, I saw this interview and I made sure that it didn't exist because that's Trump. So why is he not saying, he's not claiming
No,
it?
I don't think he takes credit for every single thing he does, but I do think that in some circumstances he does.
He takes credit for everything. That's one of y'all main gripes
he
with him.
calls it a hoax, dude.
Calls what a hoax?
He calls the Epstein files a hoax.
They're greatly exaggerated. There's
Oh,
a lot
greatly.
of stuff in there.
The Epstein files are greatly exaggerated. By the way, only us in the United States do we say that because other countries around the world are investigating. They're going after the people that specifically are in these files. But here in the United States, we can't do it because, it's a hoax. It's bullshit.
No,
They're just trying to come
no,
after
I didn't
people.
say
They're
there was
making up
legitimate.
bullshit.
I didn't say there was legitimate stuff.
Thank you.
There wasn't legitimate stuff in the Epstein files or evidence and creepy videos and stuff like that. For sure there was. But you got to understand that there's a lot of fake claims next to real claims.
Okay, name three fake claims. Name three fake claims.
They have pictures of this guy, Dan Brazilian, in the picture with Post Malone and two women that are redacted. And a whole bunch of other pictures from this guy. And he came out later to say, all of the videos that are in all of the pictures that are in the Epstein files were redacted and blacked out women. are on my Instagram. Somebody just submitted my pictures to try to ruin my credibility when this were to come out. And this has happened to many people. Now, there's a difference between being mentioned in the Epstein files and then being in the Epstein files. Being mentioned means...
Did you mean Dan Blitzerian, not Brazilian?
Well, I don't know none of these guys. I don't care about the celebrities, right? All I care is about Jesus Christ. That's the only superstar in my eyes. Now, let me finish.
I don't know why you
right?
brought them up.
Because that was the dude. That's an example of somebody who's in the Epstein files and completely shatters the idea that everything
I
is
asked
true.
for
because
3
most of the pictures
examples.
are
By the
fake.
way, I'd have to look into that.
I'm giving you one,
I
and you
asked for
cut me
3
off before I
examples.
get to the second one.
Go ahead.
I got 3. I got 2 more for you.
I'm waiting.
Okay? There's a difference between being mentioned in the Epstein files and then there's being in the Epstein files. Being mentioned means somebody called the hotline, right? Or submitted pictures. And then the other one is you actually have correspondence, audio or video with Epstein or in an Epsteinist situation environment, right? Trump has none of that, right? There's more evidence to debunk the Epstein files, that there's more lies in there than there is truth. But you guys want to cherry pick what's a lie is a lie, and whatever helps your narrative is the truth. Here's this chunk of Trump, here's this little chunk of Trump, and he's been mentioned 1,000 times with the craziest stories. And then you guys said, look how bad the Epstein files are. It proved that he snitched on Epstein in 2003. It proved that they separated. Yeah, it proved that
That was in
the
2006,
Jews.
and after they already
2006.
they already
Yeah.
had arrested him.
Okay.
And then
So they
he
had
wished.
already
Did you know he wished Ghislaine Maxwell well in 2020? And he also said he didn't know about what Epstein did in in his first administration. So how did he know that he was evil and call him out in 2006 and then not know about it in 2017?
Okay, so listen. There's first and foremost, you can know somebody for a long time and not know their double life. In the emails, you can see that they clearly made a distinction.
Epstein's a terrific guy, but he likes beautiful women as much as he does.
on.
Many of them on the
No, no,
younger
no.
side.
No, listen.
That's what Trump said.
There's
Trump
a
said he's a
clear-
terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side.
There's a clear difference.
He
right?
said when talking in the investigation to the investigators specifically that he's known about this and everyone's known about this for a while.
Listen, they made a clear difference of who is in a Jew and who is Goyim, and who was allowed and who wasn't. There were things that were Jew exclusive. That's what they were saying.
Think of the
This was
galaxy.
their
Thank you.
correspondence. And they referred to people as non-Jewish as Goyim, or they'll be in the lobby. So there are things that Trump was not privy to, that he was not allowed to, that Epstein was only allowed around his people.
So
Simple.
are you? What are you trying to argue here?
That Trump wasn't around all of the crazy stuff that Epstein, even though he was friendly with
Why
him
did
in Palm
he
Beach.
say to investigators that he was? Why did he quite literally say that?
Well, because it started coming out towards the end of whatever friendship that they may have. Like, yo, this guy is a little bit far. He doesn't like him young on some 19-year-old, 20-year-old shit, which is what he was saying in that quote that you were referencing right now. He likes him young, dangerously young. Right?
Yeah, so you
And
understand?
this is when
He said he's
distanced himself from him.
Then why did he walk into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent? And
Pivot.
literally an 18-year-old came out, so there are 4 girls as young as
Why
15
you
years old in these
pivot
changing
like
rooms.
that?
Why did he say you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
So you getting washed. So you going to Shaquille O'Neal pivot on me?
This is something that you can't address. This is completely relevant.
Okay. Ultimately, in the Epstein files, he's not criminalized. It didn't prove anything. And then
why
when
are
you
they
realize it
scrubbing the
didn't prove
interviews?
anything, listen, what they're not
Pivot,
scrubbing the
deflection,
interviews. You have no
deflection.
evidence of that conspiracy. You have no evidence of that conspiracy.
Yes, we
You
do.
don't know who
NPR
took it off the
investigation
internet.
literally indicated that.
NPR, that local NPR, bro. It's embarrassing every time you say that.
It's not embarrassing. You're just mad. You're just coping. It's actually embarrassing to you.
I'm never embarrassed. I'm always honest and forthcoming. And you
No,
are
you're
the
not.
one that's
That is
showing
such a
two
lie.
faces right now, trying to
That
misrepresent
is such a
shit,
lie.
repeating.
You know that you're not
old things.
representing. Do you feel genuine when you say that? Like seriously, dude. Do you
Yes,
feel
what do you
genuine when you
mean?
say that?
Yes. What the fuck? I'm not joking. You know I show my face on this app?
It's not about showing your face. It's about telling the truth.
Yeah, I'm not an anonymous account, bro. I mean what I say.
Dude, that does not mean that you lie. Do you think I lie?
Yeah, I mean a
Am
little
I
bit.
anonymous?
Yeah. No, you're not anonymous, but
That's what I
it's
thought.
not that you lie. You misrepresent.
You misrepresent.
facts. Yeah, like you
Which,
misrepresent.
by the way, You intentionally misrepresent facts, or you're lying.
And you
But,
bold-faced lies that only 4 million people came into this country during the Biden
That's a fact.
administration.
It is. I showed you a source for that, and you just denied it.
I can't turn on my camera
Thankfully.
to show you otherwise, but I have the border encounters right here. Go to cbp.gov. Just go to cbp.gov, bro.
I've already looked at the data. I just told you. I literally told you where to look. You're not referencing people who are in the country in terms of population.
No, I'm not. There are way more than 8 million people, undocumented migrants in this country right now. It's about 12 to 14 million.
Yeah, it is 14 million. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it went from 10.5 to 14 million. What is the difference between that?
No, it didn't
Less
go
than
to
4
14.
million. Less than
No.
4 million.
Yo, you just said 10 and said add it up.
10.5 to 14 million is
There weren't that
3.5.
many undocumented migrants before Biden. There weren't 10 million.
Yeah, there were.
No, there weren't,
Yes,
bro.
there was.
That's a
According to
lie.
Pew, yes, there was.
No, Pew Research is bold-faced lying. There weren't that
Not
many,
true.
bro. No,
You're just
man.
like you're not. You're coping.
Illegal
Cope.
immigration was not.
Keep
Is
coping.
not that big of a deal.
Keep
What Trump
coping,
wanted
dude.
to do the first
You're literally
administration.
coping like crazy. Keep coping.
Vela.
Can we get cope in the comment section real quick for the guest? Cope.
No.
Cope.
Obama left
You're
Trump a net
coping.
negative, but Trump
He's
wanted
coping.
to stop the infant.
You know,
Oh,
actually,
man.
Biden handed over a more
Yo,
secure
guys, don't
border.
write cope. Yo, do not. Bro, y'all corny as hell, bro.
You just told them not to write cope. They're gonna keep doing it because you said that. By the way, they're just gonna keep spamming cope. Speaking of coping, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ari, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I didn't even catch that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Ivan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said my remittance tax for the grift and for the Church of Peace. Well, thank you so much. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, oh, so to catch 10,000 traffickers, we have to line up 1 million people. This ain't a strategy that's static. I have to read the whole thing. It just cut out. When everybody's a suspect, nobody stands out. You don't sharpen the needle by making the haystack bigger. Well, that's very true, Benjamin. As well as Stellas, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. That is very true. That is literally what they learned. Thank you so much, Stella. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Cora, thank you so much for the $5 for Prince Grift. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Callie, thank you for the $10. Again, I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Michael. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the $500 on Venmo.
What?
Holy shit. Thank you so much,
Shut the
Michael.
fuck up.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yo, Michael, why don't
Thank
you
you
give
so
that
much.
to
I
a
really appreciate
relative
it.
or a
Thank you.
pretty girl?
Yes, we are
Why don't
literally
you go
so,
kick out a pretty girl on
we
a
are
date?
we are so close, Michael. We are literally so close to 500,000. Absolutely crazy. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said 10 cents per missing follower in hopes of reaching more people so that we can have a better nation. One of which were
me, chat.
abusers,
Gift
fraudsters, misinformation, peddlers, and criminals running the country are a thing of the past. Well, thank you so much, Michael. Can we get some W's from Michael in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. As well as Caitlin, thank you for the $1 for the coat money. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Caitlin in the comment section for the coat money. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you for the $1. It said, please read, I'm 100% disabled vet living abroad. The government pays me. Should the government stop paying me? I definitely think it shouldn't. I think it should. Keep paying you. That's 100% based. Thank you so much, Bruno. Tessa as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. W for watching for the past 2 years. That's so amazing. Thank you so much. Jillian as well. Thank you for the $10. I'm Canadian, and due to my career, I know thousands of people, want to join the United States. Most of us have boycotted U.S. goods and travel. Seriously, though, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Jillian. Gladys as well. Thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Marlene, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. That's very true. Very, very true. As well as I need to catch up on YouTube real quick. Can you thank all the donors for sending me money?
Can I thank my donors and tell them?
Can you thank my donors?
No, your donors are ridiculous. Who sent you $500, bro? Go
Michael
spend
sent
that on a
five.
pretty girl.
Can you thank Michael for the $500?
Yo, thank you to Sela for the coins.
You won't say thank you to
Austin,
Michael?
Chill Guy. Bro, Michael should have sent me that. I taught you so much in this
No,
live.
Michael's not going to send. By the way, you're trying to get mad at people for sending you money. It sounds like you're just jealous.
You read that in a comment and decided to repeat it.
Can we get some copes in the comment section for his jealousy?
Do
Can we
not
get some
write
copes
coke.
in the comment section for his jealousy, everybody? As well as Misha, thank you so much for the $2. I really
Yo,
appreciate it.
write
Thank you so
W
much.
Bretta.
Jay, thank you for the $5
W
as well.
Bretta.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Definitely Sophistry. Well, thank you so much. M1, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Libby, thank you for the
W
$20.
Bretta
Thank
in
you
the
so much.
chat,
I
y'all.
definitely won't let it burn me out. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Libby. VJ,
already
thank you so
burnt
much for
out.
the
You got
$10. I
eye
really
bags,
appreciate it.
bro.
Thank you so much for people who are getting notifications for the live. When I searched your channel name, it didn't pop up. Had to go directly to your channel feed for here. Yeah, I was noticing it was taking a bit for people to get into the stream a bit longer than it typically does. So I do think that there could be an issue there. It could just be early in the day as well, though. But Tesla, thank you so much for the $5. Gnarly, thank you so much for the $2. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $10. Thank you for sure. Let's be mad about people sending money to their families overseas, but not bat an eye over billions of tax dollars sent to foreign countries all the time to fund their social programs. That was very true. Jeremy as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Brand, thank you so much for the $2. Omega, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for this fool thing that we only take in immigrants as refugees. FML. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good some W's for them in the comment section. Silver as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for he needs to cope. Thank you so much. Good some W's for them in the comment section. Riki, thank you so much for the $5. Gabe, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to look. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Two dudes as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As well as, oh, it's not loading for some reason. Can you thank all the donors that just sent me money? Like especially Michael for the $500. Stella's mom, thank you for the $10, and Kaylin, thank you for the $1. As well as Marshmallow, thank you for the $10, and Honey Badger, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
They
you
said
to
to
y'all for
cope.
almost getting me to 10,000 coins.
They said
'cause
you're
I'm
super
right.
jealous and you need to cope. Would you admit you're jealous?
Can we get a W Bretta in the chat?
No. Can we get an L Bretta in the chat?
No,
Well,
no,
thank
no,
you so
no.
much for the $5. Can you remind Bretta that jealousy is a sin?
Jealousy is not a sin.
Is it?
And
Is
we
it
actually
being-
have a jealous God. No, we actually have a jealous
But
God.
aren't you like being an idol? An idol to jealousy, you know?
No, not at all.
Well, at least you would say, is over jealousy bad?
Over
Envy?
jealousy is bad. Too
envy?
much of anything is bad. Too much of anything is
Is
bad.
envy a sin?
No, it's not a sin.
No.
No, I
Really?
don't think it's a sin.
That's interesting.
It is. Is it one of the 7 deadly sins?
True. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. They said, please shout out my mom who's recovering from surgery and watching. Yes, absolutely. Shout out to your mom. Absolutely. I hope that she recovers well. Yeah, it is one of the 7 deadly sins.
Yeah, but jealousy is different, and I don't envy you. These people
Really?
sending
You
you their
don't?
money,
You don't?
they don't
It
have
sounds like
women
you
to
do.
spend it on.
You just
Well, I'm getting
you
people
just said you
donate.
wish
I'm
that they
almost at
sent it to
10,000
you.
coins.
You wish that
No, I
Michael
didn't
sent it
say
to
that.
you. That's what you said.
No.
You
I
did
say
say
he
that.
should have sent it to me because I'm providing value. I
Yeah, so
taught
that's
you. I
so
said, I
exactly.
taught you.
That's clearly you were like, please send it to me, because I think
Look,
I'm the
look.
one providing value here, having to debate people.
What do you mean? I taught you
Dizzy,
so
think of the
much.
£5
You didn't know
and Honey Badger,
anything.
think of the $5.
You didn't know. You thought.
I have a question,
you
Breda.
thought
If you went live yourself, how many people do you think would be in the stream?
if I was live myself
Mhm.
with a panel like 300 people, 200 something people, with no panel, just like 1v1, maybe like 70, 80 people. But I used to, on my original live, I used to get like 500, 600 on my 1v1s. But then you liberal devils managed to get my live account banned.
Okay, you liberal devils. Well, I love being a liberal devil. Well, I do. I'm apologize that your account is gone, and that's a good amount of viewership. But I do want to say, like, technically, if you consider value in terms of the level of viewership, if you're referencing in terms of bringing people into the stream, right? You can't compare it. You can't say that you're the one providing the value to the stream when clearly I would have gotten the
Well,
viewership
if you're
without you.
lying to 7,000 people, it's worth less than me being honest and teaching to one person.
Oh, come on. I am being honest and I'm not lying. Are
You
you
are-
really calling me a grifter right now?
No, I think you really believe what you're saying. That's what's embarrassing.
Okay,
like that's
good.
what's crazy. Like you're
That's
not
what's
lying.
embarrassing. Okay.
Listen, you're not lying because you believe you're telling the lies and the stupidity you spew. You believe is reality. That's the problem. You really believe that dumb
What
shit.
lies? What lies?
You believe that this country could just handle an influx of people and that we just
Yes,
need
it
to
would
add
benefit the
borders?
country.
Hold up a second. You believe people could just eat anything and whatever appearance they are, we should just boost them up. You believe men could be women. You believe trans kids exist. Just pure delusion. You believe black people are victims? Did you just hear about that lady that got caught on the Zoom?
Hey, chat, everyone. You heard it here first, folks. Parker Get a Job believes trans kids exist. Wow. Oh, my God. Parker Get a Job believes in a basic fact of reality. He believes trans kids exist. Oh, my God. No way. Wow. It's crazy. Trans kids do exist. Wow. And by the way, I don't believe men can be women. That's a dumbass thing to say. That's a straw man. I believe that trans women are women and trans men are men.
I don't even know what that. I think we just said the same thing. I
Actually,
think we literally said the same thing.
You believe men should be considered women.
Why?
Yeah, because trans men who are men, you believe that they should be considered women. So you actually believe men should be considered women.
I remember you invented gaslighting. I got gaslighting from you.
You believe men should be women.
I don't know what that means. This is gaslighting.
Do you see how I can do the same thing as you? Wait, do you think that's disingenuous for me to say that? That's the same thing you're doing right now. You believe men should be women. That's actually your view.
I believe that if a man feels that they were a woman, feels that they were a man growing up, but they just didn't admit it. And
so again, he's doing the disingenuous shit again. If a trans woman is a trans woman, do I think that she's a woman? Yeah. Wow. Crazy take. Wow. That's so unhinged. No way. Parker believes trans people's identities are valid? No way. I couldn't possibly fathom that.
Yeah, stop crashing, bro. Let me ask you this straightforward question. Do you believe men can get pregnant?
I believe that trans men can get pregnant if they have a uterus.
Did I ask you that question, bro? I asked you if men can get pregnant.
Yeah, trans men are men. Some men can get pregnant because some men have uteruses, right, and can get pregnant.
Okay. All right. If all women decide to be trans men and not get pregnant, can society keep going?
Wait, say that again?
If all the men decided to be transgender,
you can't just like decide to be trans. How could I? You think I could decide to be trans? That's not how it works.
Yeah.
How could I? So you could volitionally choose to be trans. How could I do that? Let me know. How can I do that?
It's a mental disorder.
No, it's not. It's not because you want to know. So by the way, it's gender dysphoria. People who are cis who are not trans have gender dysphoria in some circumstances. So gender dysphoria is not being trans. They are different things. Right? Being trans is the incongruence in terms of gender and sex, right? Gender dysphoria is built beyond that in terms of like the depression, anxiety, right, and negative impacts in terms of someone's psychological health, right, specifically due to said incongruence, which, by the way, can exist for cis individuals because certain aspects of their body might not represent what their gender identity is.
Sir, you just went around in a circle to make something that shouldn't be made.
You got cooked and you didn't understand the explanation because you didn't try to do so.
What is there to explain? What is there to understand?
What is there to understand? I just explained it. Parker created gaslighting, chat. He did it. He created it on the stream right now.
You're literally a gaslighter.
How would I gaslight you?
Listen to me, and don't cut me off. Okay. Look. If gender dysphoria is the cause of transgenderism, how can you make the distinction?
It's not.
So then when you say, you cannot quantify a person's mental to say that it's a woman brain or a female brain to say, this is one single trait that every single transgender shares.
What the fuck are you saying right now? Were you paying attention at all?
Yeah, there's no one single trait every single transgender shares that identifies them as such innately. All right, you know what I'm saying.
So you're asking, what is the trait that identifies a trans person as trans?
There is no one trait, chemically or biologically.
There doesn't need to be. By the way, it's socially. So let me tell you the definition. I'll tell you the definition. I'll tell you what a man is. A man is a human.
I didn't even ask you that question.
Okay, go ahead.
But you're tripping. Let me. All right. Understand that every time that we highlight one thing you say, you move the goalposts. So if you say, they're not this, well, they don't have to present for them to feel inside. They have this, well, this intersex. So now you move the goalposts between gender and sex, where you're like using biology to defend the gender stuff. Some people say, "Oh, it is real because gender dysphoria is real." So when you present it like, "Well, this is was real," you be like, "Well, no, some don't have it because there's no one trait that can legitimize their claim."
Yeah, there's no one trait that identifies someone's sex. Just letting you know, by the way. There's multiple traits that we take into consideration when we're identifying an individual's sex. So that's one thing to take into consideration, too. Right? We don't think that gender is always biological. Okay? So in the context in which it's not biological, we're referencing people's commitments towards certain sets of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the sexes as a prescription of their identity. Okay? So if it's a prescription of their gender identity, that's literally what we're referencing. That's a coherent definition that identifies trans people to have valid identities. That perfectly explains it. It's not circular. There's no issue with the definition.
If it's a prescription of their gender identity.
Yes.
All this vague terminology
so
to
he just
not
thinks it's
paint
vague.
any idea, and it's word salad. You see what I mean?
Mad.
What do you mean a
You're
prescription?
You're mad.
I'm not mad.
No criticism. You just said that you don't like it.
No,
That's
I'm
called an ad
highlighting
hominem.
that was-
Ad hominem, right there. Ad hominem.
I did not ad hominem. I'm
Yes, it was.
acknowledging that you didn't land or paint an idea to speak
You're not
to your
actually.
point.
You didn't actually
You're
engage
going around in
intellectually with
circles.
what the position was. You just said
Now
you
you're
didn't like the
attacking me
position.
because I acknowledged your tactic, Parker.
No, I called it an ad hominem, which it is. Instead
not,
of
I'm
actually
just
disputing it,
acknowledging-
that's like calling it silly without explaining why it's silly.
No, I'm okay.
Exactly
I
what Charlie
highlighted-
Kirk did, by the way.
But I highlight exactly why it's silly, and I
You
repeated
didn't.
your exact phrase, the peak of the babble, right? Prescription of their gender identity. What are you talking about? At the end of the day, we have traits from long-standing time.
All his whole
identify a
criticism
man
is,
and
what are
woman.
you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
We have long-standing. It's not a
What
prescription.
are you talking
of their
about?
gender
I don't know what
identity.
you're talking about, Parker. I can't understand it. Therefore, because I can't understand it, that means it's not a coherent definition. Are you
You're
serious?
precious.
Are you serious? You're coping.
No.
This is all cope. This is all cope with the fact that you can't acknowledge that MAGA ideology is incoherent gibberish. Incoherent gibberish. It's not justifiable. It's indefensible bullshit. So what you're doing is you need to look at yourself in a mirror real quick, because right now that would tell you that you're the one that is believing something with absolutely no justification, with absolutely no evidence, with absolutely no facts justifying it at all. And you believe things just because you feel like it.
Repeat your original response slow and watch you realize that you didn't say anything. You didn't speak to the idea of what I said. So the
Am I speaking too quickly? Am I speaking too quickly?
No, you're not saying anything. You're trying to speak quickly through
How about
it.
this? Can you tell me what I said?
I'm not steel manning the argument. I'm not repeating.
Steel man it.
Because you not wasting my time. You didn't engage
He
with the
doesn't
fact
know.
that there's
He
no
doesn't know,
universal
chat. Look
trait.
at that. He doesn't know. Oh, oops. He can't tell us the steel man of the argument because he didn't pay attention to it and then just says, nuh-uh.
All right, I don't know the argument. What did you say?
Okay, I'm going to go on to the next person. I'm good. You literally weren't engaging with the argument, and it's been about 2 hours anyway. Almost 2 hours that you've been on the stream, so I'm going to go into the next person. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Help get out to more people. Haley, thank you so much for the $8. It's crazy that there's that trans people existing is literal proof of them existing, literally. Anna, thank you so much for the $3 for feeling grifted. Thank you so much. Raul, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. And Haley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Dude has no sources yet, claims all your sources are biased. I know. Literally, I'd provide him a source, and he'd be like, I just don't accept that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2000.
Sorry, they have a bunch of background noise anyway. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
I just want to talk about the trans stuff first.
And we are just looking for people who specifically do support Donald Trump. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you, Lindsay. Let's go to the next individual here quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I believe I dropped my phone. Anyway, I support Trump because I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. That was not Phil, by the way. That was not Phil. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Chat guest, there's one person that's really obsessed with me in the guest box. Literally in my guest box all day, every single day. Take a guess who it is. He said, stop empathy maxing. Bro, stop grift maxing by watching my stream and helping the grift, bro. You know, every single time you come up in the stream, you are like supporting the grift. You know that, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? 25.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah. Heck yeah.
Okay. What state do you live in?
In Germany.
New state dropped. New state dropped. I knew it. I knew it, chat. New state dropped. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. James said, James, thank you for the $5. They said, how much to never have this insufferable chud on your live stream ever again? James, are you they said, bad enough that we had to listen to him spew misogynistic bullshit on Dean's live yesterday? Absolutely. Yeah. Is that the person that's in the chat that's literally like, that thinks I'm a grifter? I don't know which person you're talking about, because that could be applicable to like, you know, many people that we were just talking about. I'm assuming it was, though. Kylene, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for bringing the explanation down. Male is biology. Man is identity. They don't see it as different because they don't feel it. True. Well, thank you so much. As well as Deb, thank you so much for the $2 as well, just for helping out the grift. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. W supporting the grift. W supporting the grift. By the way, everyone, later I should be on live co-hosting with Dean, watching the State of the Union.
Hey, dumbass motherfucker!
Okay. Hey, you're mad. Do you not want to debate? You're scared. If I'm so dumb, why don't you send a guest request back to debate me? Why don't you try to prove me wrong in the marketplace of ideas? You just ran away right now. That tells me that you're scared, buddy. But yeah, we're gonna be joining Dean for his when he's I can't even speak right now. He's literally doing the reaction to the State of the Union. So I'll have some time later on today. There's going to be a Parker and Dean live. I won't be streaming it. It will be only streamed on Dean's account. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I should join him on TikTok on this account though, but I'll just mute because I'm gonna like call him through a different thing so that I can just be on my computer because it's so much better that way.
Another Twitch stream, Parker?
Maybe. We're near 4 hours right now. Depends whenever Dean hops on live right now, and then I'll post some stuff, and then I want to hang out with my girlfriend before she goes to get her nails done. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's your birth year?
February 2nd, 2008.
2009?
8.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
My question is, have you watched The Seven Kingdoms?
I have not. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. To just give us a quick second, everyone. Trying to get someone up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I'm jorking.
Let's go to the next individual. Thank you for the paper crane, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next individual. To just give us a quick second to get the next person up here. I don't know why people will think that this is fun. Let's just go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007 January.
Okay. 2007 January. And you
Yep.
said you're how old?
That's 19, by the way. 19. I said 19.
Okay. So if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. What's up with your profile picture?
Well, okay, I'm Russian originally, actually. So, I came to America a few years ago. So, became a citizen. Well, yeah.
What state do you
that's
live
why.
in?
Because obviously, huh?
What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
California. Huh?
What time is it?
8 a.m.
It's not 8 a.m. in California. I live in California right now. 8 a.m.? Bro, what? Come on, man. What are you talking about? I was just waking up at 8 a.m. And I've been live for about 4 hours, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. To just give us a quick second, everyone. We're trying to get the next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Try to get to 2,000 likes. Let me know how many likes we're at on the YouTube stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen, everybody. $1.5K. Let's try to get to 2K, everybody. We can easily do it. There's 3.5 people in the stream. We could do 3K if we try, honestly. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Bailey, thank you so much for the $10 to help pay for your girlfriend's nails. I appreciate it. I already did, though. Thank you so much. Judy as well. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you. Elite, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $1. Thank you. Just want to know your opinion on the ICE whistleblower. I was going to bring that up on ICE purposely violating the Constitution. Yeah, that's a huge story. I was thinking of making that the title of today. That's a crazy thing that happened. A whistleblower and ICE coming out about that. That's huge news. As well as
Parker,
James.
why are you
thank-
making up lies saying I sit in your guest box all day?
I'm not. I wasn't even talking about you, but I mean, you actually are. You're in the guest box on a totally separate account. Like, watch.
Oh, Parker. Why are you saying I'm...
I like how we caught them listening to the other live on the other device. Anyone catch that? Anyone catch that? That was literally 4K evidence right there. That was 4K evidence right there. Oh my god. That was so funny, dude. Oh my gosh. But James, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, it was brutal. Definitely brutal. Ash as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Whoa, I'm so confused. Well, thank you so much, Ash. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the designation. Fussy, thank you so much for the $10. For High Parker breaking news, USS Gerald Ford, a carrier that was supposed to attack Iran, is having major technical difficulties with their toilet systems. I did hear about this, and they want to literally get off, and they won't let them off. Their toilet system exploded, so they can't fight without their toilet system. They made an emergency dock on Greece to fix their toilet that Trump couldn't fix. Yeah, I know, literally, though. I heard about that. As well as Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, they were literally extended, and they can't even go back yet. And a lot of them want to go back, and some of them are even saying they're gonna literally like leave the service after because of how it's gone. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
You're such a goody batone!
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 23.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because like it's kind of controversial, and I haven't heard a lot of people say this, but one of my main reasons, there's like multiple, but one of my main reasons is I genuinely think like we can't have a woman as a president. Because I think that I mean, someday I think we could eventually get there, but in this day and age, I think that if we were to have a woman as a president, like Kamala Harris, the other countries wouldn't. Oh yeah, sorry, Kamala Harris. I think that she wouldn't be feared like Trump is, and she wouldn't be able to.
Can I ask you a question?
Do
Who would you
things
rather
like
vote
kidnap
for?
that guy from the other country. What?
Who'd you rather vote for, Joe Biden or Nikki Haley?
Is Nikki Haley? I don't know who that is.
She's a Republican.
I think. Yeah, I think I would probably vote Joe Biden. Just because I don't think. I mean, I think a woman can be powerful, but not in the eyes of the other leaders of the other countries.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question then. If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, have you ever watched Freaky Friday?
Yeah, I have seen that.
Yeah, so if they swapped bodies like it's Freaky Friday, Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body, Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body, who would you rather vote for?
Then I would still vote for the man.
So you would vote for Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's
Yes.
body. So by the way, it's
Yes.
nothing about the characteristics they have as a leader, nothing about the policies they support, totally just about their biology.
Yes, and I think that one day we will be able to get to a point where women are respected in leadership roles, but I think right now
They are. You know that Angela Merkel,
not-
who was
and the
literally the
things-
chancellor in Germany, was determined to be like the leader of the free world under Trump's first administration because of how Trump was disrespected on the world stage by our allies, because of how he was literally not even a serious person. So, by the way, I just want to clarify, there have been plenty of women who have been leaders who have been completely respected in these positions of power. Actually, if you want to look at respect in terms of Trump versus Harris, actually Harris has more respect around the world, especially amongst her allies, comparative to Donald Trump. Literally, if you look at the confidence that other countries had in their in that they were going to do the right thing regarding world affairs, Kamala Harris had a significantly higher confidence rating, 55% confidence rating amongst a median of 18 different countries, whereas Trump on a 24-country median was literally at 33% confidence that he was going to do the right thing regarding world affairs.
Okay, so I get what you mean with the statistics and about the other country and stuff like that. But my thing is like still in America, I don't think that a woman would be as respected. So I don't by other countries, and I don't think that they would be able to get as much done if they're the leader of our country. So I think we're
There's no good evidence to believe that at all. And you only are believing that because a woman hasn't gotten to that position yet, because people haven't voted enough for a woman to be in that position. That doesn't mean that women aren't qualified to be in that position. That means that women, historically speaking, have not been allowed into that position because of people's preconceived notions about them rather than their actual qualities or characteristics. And that's why when I swapped Donald Trump and Kamala Harris in terms of their characteristics, their beliefs, everything, completely, you're willing to vote for Kamala Harris if she had male biology. So again, the point is really the restriction that you're putting on her as a woman rather than her actually being in that position, not being respected.
I think we're just gonna disagree.
So, but like you didn't give any quality of a woman that makes them less of a respected leader. You simply just said because they're a woman, they're less respected, even though there's evidence that I just pointed you to that she was more respected than Donald Trump was. Or Donald Trump is.
Well, I would not agree that Kamala's well in the
Kamala.
eyes. Sorry, I'm just gonna say Harris, but in the eyes of like American people, I would definitely say that people respect Harris a lot more than Trump right now. But I think in the eyes of like Putin and other leaders of these countries, I don't think they're gonna respect Harris more. Like, I think that she's gonna be a lot less respected, and I don't think that she would have been able to kidnap Maduro and do that whole thing. I don't think she would have. I think it would have been similar to Joe Biden's presidency, where like barely anything got done, and just like the border was insane.
Okay, so you know that there was a bipartisan border bill that Democrats and Republicans were working on together that would have addressed the conditions of the border, and Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill and said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." So,
Well,
who restricted
talking
there
about
from
that,
being
though.
legislation to address it? Actually, the Trump administration and Trump himself.
I'm not talking about that though. I'm talking about during Joe Biden's presidency.
Yeah, that was during
The-
Joe Biden's presidency.
Yeah, well, what I'm telling you is that I don't agree. I agree. Okay, sorry. I do not agree with how during Joe Biden's presidency, the borders were not 100% not as secure as they are now. And I do think it's going a little too far now and that needs to be reformed. But I think it's better than what we had before. And no matter what like policy you're talking about right now, the fact is that Joe Biden was the president at that time, letting a lot of people come into our country and paying them while they're here as well. And Trump is not having that. And I fully support him with that, with deporting illegal immigrants.
Okay. There's a few things here I want to address. First, we'll start with how do you identify that the border is secure?
I think you can identify like if it's more secure or not. I don't think if it's like completely
Yeah.
secure. I think there's
What
obviously
what metrics do you use? Like border crossings, is that the metric?
no, I would say like I would say the metric would be like who is allowed to enter our country, because obviously we're going to try everything we can to like prevent border crossings and stuff, but I mean there's only so much we can do. So I would say like what is allowed and what isn't allowed would be the metric. So I would say Trump not allowing people to come into the country.
So border crossings, right? Or you're saying allowed in the country. So how many people do you think were allowed in the country under the Biden administration?
No, but that's the thing. I'm not saying border crossings because I think that the statistic on that, I don't know it, but I think that it's more important to focus on like who is allowed to come in. So that's what I would base it on. The amount of people that are allowed to come in based on, compared to.
I don't know if you really have stats on that. So are you saying
No, but it's-
amount of legal immigrants that are allowed in or a lot of undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, the amount of undocumented immigrants. And
Okay,
I
so
think that
how many
under Trump,
undocumented
they're
immigrants do you think came under the Biden administration?
No, see, you're trying to like word it in that way though, but I'm not saying like I don't know how many people came in during this term. What I'm trying to say is the policy during the terms. The policy during Trump's term, you're not allowed to come in undocumented. The policy under Biden, you are allowed to, or you're able to stay here, and especially if you have a family or whatever, it's more lenient. But with Trump, it's not like that at all. So I agree with that.
Okay, here. Well, I don't really know kind of what you're referencing. I'll just give you this. If you reference border crossings, there are actually a greater level of
But
border crossings.
I'm not talking about border crossings though. It's my thing.
Yeah, but you don't have a metric to identify this, so then I don't know how you're referencing it.
The metric is like the policy under Joe Biden.
Okay, so what
A lot
policy?
more people are allowed to come
Okay,
in.
no, they weren't. That's
Then
just not a policy of Joe Biden. So let me ask you the question: what change in ICE policy, for example, do you like of Trump's?
What changed? I think that what I like about it the most is that he's actually like going out and sending these people to enforce it more than Biden was, and people aren't allowed to just stay here and get housing provided for them and stuff. Like that's no longer like our money isn't going contributing towards that.
So undocumented immigrants are not just staying here and getting housing. There's no federal government policy that gives them housing. That's just ridiculous to say.
No,
Secondly,
during Biden's term, I don't have the exact website and stuff, but they actually were allowed, like they got a certain amount of money per month to stay while they're figuring things out.
so you're talking about asylum seekers who are here through a legal process.
Well, that's a whole different story. I'm not talking about the
And that's
asylum
not federal
seekers
policy,
that
that's
are here
statewide
legally.
policy.
I'm not talking about the asylum seekers though.
That
During
you
his
were. You
presidency,
actually just were talking about the asylum seekers. Those are legal immigrants that were getting access to those
I'm
particular
not talking
benefits.
about the legal ones.
Yeah, but there
I'm talking
are no
about the
undocumented immigrants that are getting access to any of those benefits.
Yeah, now there's not thanks to Trump, but during Biden's there was.
Under Biden's, there wasn't. No, there wasn't.
Here, I'll look it up right now for you.
Go ahead.
because
Go ahead.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna go off of this really quick. Tell me if you
I
can
won't be
still
able to hear
me.
you like I won't be able to hear you when you swipe out of the app. You'll have to look at it, remember it, and come back. Just every 2 minutes or so, make sure to click back into the app so you can see me, so it doesn't kick you out of the app. And if it ends
Okay,
up
just
doing
give me,
that, just
like-
send a guest request back and I'll add you back up.
Okay, just give me like 1 minute.
Okay, for sure. Ash, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, don't worry about it. Thank you so much. I get you now. I get you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Stein as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They seem to not understand that the U.S. is the so-called respected and feared due to huge military and not the leader. Exactly. Not the leader being a man. Totally agree. It is because of the military. As well as Amoni, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $40. Thank you so much for this. Literally Cleopatra, the Queen of England, Princess Diana. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Amoni. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you for the $40. Thank you. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Ruthie, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick. Then we can continue on the conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Helps get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. As well, everyone, let's try to get to 1 million likes here on TikTok. We're pretty close to 1 million. And here on YouTube, we're pretty close to 2,000, everyone. So let's try to get there. Honey Badger, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. As well, thank you for the $2. Brand, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. C-Max, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Honey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Jay, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it. Fussy, thank you so much for the $2. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I saw that. I said thank you earlier. Well, thank you so much. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $3 as well. Kylene, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Again, thank you. I think I actually saw that one earlier as well. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It does cost more to deport them overall rather than keep them in the country and provide them a pathway to citizenship because of tax revenues. As well as Ava, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question, and I feel like I haven't heard this like brought up in a lot of debates, but about the like deportations and stuff. So, I feel like a big argument from the left, and like I don't know if you agree with this or not. So just like let me know if you do. Is that like with these illegal immigrants coming over, like us allowing more and more people to come over, or if they illegally entered and just like allowing them to stay and then giving them the citizen or the permission to stay, and now they're legal. So when they come over here, the big argument I feel like is that it increases our GDP with allowing them to be here, and that they're like taking a lot of, or they're having a lot of jobs that like most Americans wouldn't want to have. Like, would you agree with that? And like, that's a good thing?
So to a certain extent, yeah, you could say that's true, but I would say it's preferable for us to have a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes, so they can have a legal pathway to citizenship in this country and they aren't mistreated in the country. So that would be my view. And also, like, immigrants as a whole, they reduce deficits around $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years.
So my like only question was that, and
Also, like, did you want to provide the evidence real quick?
Evidence of what?
Weren't you looking something up?
Oh yeah, that. So yeah, I just like totally got proved wrong. So, but well, I kind of got to be honest here. I'm just gonna come clean. So I actually don't support Trump, but my thing is that I'm definitely more Republican. But like I know you have to be on this live if you only support Trump. So I was kind of just pulling things out of my ass. But I just support deportation.
So before you do, so you are Republican, but you don't support Trump anymore.
Yeah.
So here's what I would tell you. I would tell you to keep watching these streams, and also, right, like coming here
I'm
in the
actually
next
a big fan of you and Dean.
coming here in the next year or so, I'll be having conversations with people like you, specifically who are Republican, who do not support Trump and like want to support other candidates in the Republican Party. So there will be a point to have conversations. For now, I would say keep watching these live streams. You know, maybe I can convince you to come to our side before we even get to that point.
I mean, I was kind of thinking that too. I'm like, I think you and Dean are very intelligent and like have a lot of facts, but like some of the stuff I watch, I just like still don't agree with, even though it's like you're very educated on stuff. And I think you guys have like a very good way of winning debates against people, especially like, oh, sorry, I got a notification. But
yeah, you did just get a misinformation flag.
Wait, what is that? Oh, misinformation.
It means I have to kick you. You can say your last thing real quick, and then I have to go into the next person because TikTok TOS.
Okay,
but
well, I don't agree with everything you say, but I respect the way you debate, and I think you're very intelligent, and maybe you will be able to switch me over to the other side, but I'm excited to do further research as well, and I wish you a good one.
You as well. I appreciate you coming up. Hopefully I can change your mind over time and whatnot, and you don't have to agree with me on everything. I would always recommend to look into it, to question things, right, and to think at your own pace. You know, I'm not trying to force someone right into a position they don't hold yet, because then that's not going to be a good foundation for their views. So I would argue you should look into these things, critically think, you know, listen and hear my arguments through, and if it ends up convincing you, that is what I think is going to happen, but also, you know, it just ends up happening. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual here quick. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. Rodney, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Very true. I do think immigrants coming to the country does a net benefit. I think it's misunderstood by a lot of people in terms of the benefit. And also, there's a lot of right-wing people that even acknowledge this. I had a debate with someone on Jubilee recently who was like acknowledging that, who was like supposed to be a Trump supporter, and it was really interesting thing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Old enough to be your dad.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
The election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Not a question. Donald Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I believe in all of his policies.
Such as?
You guys just create so much shit that you come to believe it. Like, you say such outlandish shit like he gave oral sex to a young girl. Let me tell you something. The Department of Justice...
No. You're thinking the other way around. He tried to force like a young girl to do that to him, and then she bit his thing, and then literally he hit her. So that was literally him sexually assaulting a kid.
If that was true, how long has the Department of Justice on any administration had the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would say that any member of the DOJ that had access to these files should be held accountable. But they were sealed through 2024.
If that was true,
listen, they were sealed. They were sealed through 2024, and there was also investigations into co-conspirators and the appeals for Ghislaine Maxwell through 2025.
Why were they sealed? If it's so damn important, like you guys are making it to be today, why were they sealed?
So that was under grand jury. I'm pretty sure under jury. Like there had to be like a court that released it. So it was because of the court investigation.
If there was any truth to the shit you're spewing, you believe that Barack Obama would have released it. Joe Biden would have released it. So he would never have it. They've tried everything
there's a
under the sun.
separation.
They have tried They have tried everything under the sun to put this guy down for the count, and nothing has worked. Nothing has worked. So now you're on to Epstein, accusing him of doing shit in Epstein files, and everyone in Washington has some affiliation with fucking Epstein. All the elites in Hollywood have had some affiliation with Epstein, but you guys aren't canceling them. Just Trump. Just Trump. That guy could cure cancer, and you guys would find fault in the way that he did it.
So any person, whether they're Republican, Democratic, Independent, whoever in
there's a
famous,
list.
I don't
Why
give a
aren't you
shit.
going off on
If
them?
they have an association with Jeffrey Epstein and they've done stuff with him, like, and all that shit, they should be fucking canceled. They should not be supported, and they should be fucking imprisoned. Okay. So that's what I believe in. I don't care whether they're on the right or on the left or whether or not they're famous. I think every single person who's been involved in this should be held accountable, and that's what I've always said. Under the Biden
So
administration,
including Barack
under the
Obama
Obama
and
administration,
Michelle Obama
let me please
and
finish.
all-
Under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration, there was an independent DOJ. So you can't say that they should have just released it themselves, or that they knew about this information, because there was an independent DOJ, and because these things were sealed, so they didn't necessarily have the information to be able to see. Michelle Obama and Barack Obama were not in the Epstein files, alongside Joe Biden
listed.
and Kamala Harris were not in the Epstein files.
They're listed. The
Not,
list
not
of
as
people that
not
run
as
them.
engaging in any type of actions. They're listed as people specifically who were in like government specifically at the times in which the files were being conducted. Not specifically like as they like did something.
They were on the island.
Nope, there's no evidence of that. Wait, so by the way, Biden should sue you because of that.
I didn't say Biden.
Or Obama. Obama should sue you because of that. There's no evidence that they were on the island. Do you have any evidence of that?
Is there any evidence of Trump being on the island?
No, not specifically being on the island, but there is evidence of him engaging behaviors of people who went on the island, and there's
It's
people
like
on his
he-
administration that admitted to being on the island.
Just like you guys say he did things with the girls that were in the pageant. He's the owner. He's allowed to go in there. He's the one that put
Oh,
on
so
the
you
pageant.
think he's allowed to perv on little girls while they're naked?
How's he perving on them?
He
Tell me-
literally
tell me
bragged
you
about
saw
getting
him.
away with perving
Tell
on
me
them.
you saw him do that. Tell me you saw him do that, or anybody saw
I
him.
didn't need to
perv.
see him. He
It's
bragged
my
about it.
pocket. What is it? He
I
bragged
didn't need to
about
see
it.
him. He bragged about it.
What did he say that he bragged about it?
I can play the audio recording on a thing with him and Howard Stern in the early 2000s.
That was him and Howard Stern bantering, like men banter.
Okay, do you like admit to engaging in sexual exploitation to your friends?
Sexual exploitation.
Yeah.
Do I say a girl's good looking? Yeah.
That's not what I asked you, and that's not what Trump said in that circumstance.
He didn't say anything about sexually.
There's a
doing
big
anything
difference
with
between
minors.
acknowledging that you think someone is attractive and literally what Donald Trump did in terms of sexual exploitation and perving upon people. And especially, by the way, when they're underage, we're talking about people that were girls
most
as
of
young as
those
15 years old in the
underage-
changing rooms.
Okay. Most of those underage girls were with their mother or their father in the dressing
By the way, not
room. So
evidence
their
of
parents-
that. Nope, there was
Oh, okay.
there
Okay,
was no
well,
evidence
you know
of that.
what? I grew up in that environment, and I know exactly what goes
So
on. in
you
those types of
grew up
pageants.
going to these teen pageants?
My family was heavily involved in the pageants.
You were
And the
involved in
parents are
Donald
always-
Trump's teen pageants.
My niece made the finals, so yes, I was there.
At Donald
Okay,
Trump's
so-
Miss Teen USA pageants.
A pageant. And
Okay, so
the
you were there at
parents-
one pageant. Just because you were there at one pageant does not mean that you experienced all
Wait.
pageants.
Wait, and that's you guys just trying to grab at straws to prove him wrong with something. That's all you want. You come
We're
up
not
with the
grasping
next-
for straws to prove him wrong. They are literally scrubbing the files of these particular interviews associated with these allegations because they know that it incriminates Trump. And you're fucking defending it. You're defending
He didn't
it.
do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. This is
Yes,
you
he
guys
did.
creating-
Yes,
Yeah,
he did.
just like-
He was
it's the
credibly
same
accused
thing-
by a
it's-
minor,
yeah.
right?
And
That
he was
specifically
also
literally got a
accused-
settlement
he
with
was
the Epstein
also
estate.
He was also accused of conspiring with Russia and all that. And then where did that go? Everything you guys have accused him has gone nowhere.
We're talking about a
Zero.
credible accusation specifically from someone who got a settlement
Well,
with the Epstein
they
estate.
impeached him on the Russia collusion, and it failed.
That's not specifically the reason they impeached him. So the Russia situation, they
Russia
had an
collusion
investigation on
created
that.
by Hillary
Wait,
Clinton?
listen. They had an investigation on that, and they determined no collusion between Trump and Russia. Okay, there were people on
Just
his
like everything
administration, and they were specifically interference between Russia and the 2016
you guys
election.
are the biggest hypocrites.
Hey,
You guys
Rhodey,
accuse him
can
of-
you please listen to me and stop cutting me off, please?
Sure. Sorry.
That's okay. So there was determined interference between Russia and the 2016 election, but there was no evidence that Trump was colluding with Russia. Okay, so that was established by the investigation. That's not like a hoax or something bad that we should look into. Obviously, if they interfered, it was a genuine thing to look into, especially if they were benefiting Trump. But they determined that there wasn't legitimate basis to do so. That's totally fair.
The Democrats
That was not the
are
basis
projection-
for
the
impeachment.
Democrats are projectionists. Everything they are, they accuse him of. Just like he's weaponizing the Department of Justice. They weaponized the Department of Justice against him.
Wrong.
They stormed Mar-a-Lago and raided his house to find documents that he was allowed to have. And Biden had documents which he had no right to have. Only the president is allowed, not the vice president. And what happened to him? Nothing. Nothing happened to Biden.
So when Trump was specifically in this situation with the documents, he wasn't president. He admitted that he would have declassified the documents if he could have. He was caught on audio recording saying that, alongside the fact that literally he was not cooperating with the law enforcement officials. Ironically, was not complying with law enforcement.
And where did that go?
And Biden actually did comply with law enforcement. That's why there was nothing that was going to be targeted towards Biden, and there probably was towards Trump, was because literally that was the case. But by the way, that was never even taken fully to court because a Trump-appointed judge literally throughout the case.
Just like all the Democratic appointed judges go after Trump?
By the way, you claim that all these Democratic appointed judges are just going after Trump based upon no evidence, but when they determine evidence against him to be true in the context of the court process, you still don't accept it. It's almost like anything that is specifically targeted against Trump that indicates Trump has done something bad, you are just going to deny and act like it's not real instead of acknowledging the evidence and the basis of it, and you're just going to dispute it regardless.
I lost my train of thought. That's because it's so biased against him.
How?
Oh my God.
Can I ask you a question? Let's specifically go into a specific case, and let's see if you can consider it bias. Let's talk about the case in terms of E. Jean Carroll, right? Can you name one piece of evidence in that case that you dispute?
I honestly don't know enough about the case, but well, you only know it because you have people typing on your screen that you read from. You and Parker, I mean, you and Dean don't know anything.
Because
you
I talk about this all the time, and I've
you have
researched into it. Who tells me?
All these discords.
I don't have a Discord.
Yeah. You guys have you keep looking at your screen. How come? Isn't it funny when something pops up, it's automatically on your screen?
Watch. This is you. This is me on TikTok. I'm looking at TikTok right now. This is me on TikTok. I'm looking at myself and looking at the stream. I don't have Discord open. I literally don't have a Discord. I deleted my Discord like literally in fucking September?
Well, all I know is I've been around a long time, and I have never seen the media attack a president 24/7 a day, no matter what the guy does. It is so unfair the way that man is treated. Wasn't it funny before Trump became a president?
Wrong.
No, isn't it funny?
You just say they're attacking him for no reason, even though there's reason when they specifically are calling him out for something. So the media does call him out for things that he's done.
Wait, isn't it funny? Before Trump decided to run for president, everybody loved him.
Everyone did not love him.
Oh,
and by the way, of course, you're going to have more people being critical of you if you run for president. Hell, if anyone runs for president, they're going to have more people that are critical of him than existed prior. Because you're put in front of more people. You're put on a spotlight in front of the American people, and everyone's critical of that.
You had a man that was full of dementia run the country for the last 3 years.
He was not diagnosed of dementia. And Trump is completely incoherent. He looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes twice. He said we should look at it disinfected by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that we should use nukes to fight hurricanes. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote.
Biden couldn't put his coat on. He had to have his wife dress him.
What are you talking? Yes, he could put on his coat.
No,
Trump hasn't done exercise. Have you ever seen any evidence of Trump exercising?
What's that have to do with his mental capacities? I'm saying Biden.
There is evidence of Biden exercising. Keonan, thank you so much for the $25 from the DNC on Discord. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Keonan.
Wait, what does exercise have to do with mental capacities and mental faculties? Nothing. Who cares?
Wait, I'm just saying, like
literally,
like
mental ability to run the country.
Wait. What does someone else putting on your jacket have to do with mental acuity?
Because he didn't know how.
He does. He does know how to. You're being ridiculous.
Yeah. No, he doesn't know how.
Wait. If my girlfriend puts on my jacket one time, right, because she's like literally like talking to me and like wants me to try on a jacket or something and ends up doing that, does that mean I can't put a jacket on myself?
Bro, you know the guy was full of dementia. He had dementia. He didn't
He
know
was not
left from
diagnosed
right,
with
top
dementia.
from down.
By the way, my grandma had dementia,
My mom had dementia.
and I know what dementia
And
looks
she
like.
died
You
of it.
cannot say that. That's ridiculous.
Yes, he had the blank stare in his eyes. He didn't know to go left.
That's
didn't go
not
right.
dementia.
What do you mean? It is. A blank stare is full of dementia. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I blank stare all the time, but that's just because I'm elevated.
Yeah. Well, he had dementia.
And also, by the way, there are circumstances of Trump blank staring, so I don't want to hear that.
I would put Trump's mental capacity up against Biden's. any
Literally,
day
Biden's.
without-
I would take Biden's any day of the week. I'm
Let's
not
try.
trolling.
Let's leave. Let's put.
Yeah,
let's put
Biden is so much more intelligent than Trump. It's not even close.
That's why they hit him for 4 years. How many press conferences did the man do?
So people actually
many?
apply standards to Biden. They don't apply standards to Trump. Trump can literally do anything and isn't held accountable by you guys.
Okay, how many press conferences did Biden do? Because he couldn't do them.
So I don't know the amount of press conferences. I don't know how many Trump's done either. I don't know what your
Trump
point
does
is.
them all the time. He's always in front of the press. Always. Always.
Okay. So you say that
Biden
he's,
could- Biden
but you
could-
can't tell me the
Biden had
number.
mental
You
capacity
don't know.
to complete a press conference. That's why
So by the way,
hit him.
Biden can. It's just the fact that literally Trump isn't held to account when he can't.
Why didn't Biden do them?
Biden did do them. He
How
just
many
didn't do
did
it.
he do? 5?
It's just Biden was more focused on legislating than he was specifically on
That's 'cause they
trying
had
to
him
like.
hidden in the White House
wait,
somewhere
wait.
because
He
somebody
was more.
was-
I'm going to mute you. He was more focused on legislating and trying to work with Congress to get things done, rather than specifically and actually like legislating, than specifically like golfing and tweeting things on Truth Social at 3 a.m., calling for the deaths of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, threatening other countries that are our allies with annexing them. You know, Biden wasn't doing that. He wasn't wasting his time doing all of that and needing attention from the American people. He was too busy actually getting things passed, like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Safer Communities Act, the American Rescue Plan. All of those policies were things that Biden worked with the other side with to get things done. And by the way, you're about to see on the State of the Union later that Trump is about to act incredibly partisan. He's not going to call for unity, and he's going to say that we're literally Antifa domestic terrorists trying to take over the country and destroy it, and that we won't ever give him any credit when literally he gets credit on everything good he does, and that he literally tries to get credit for fucking everything. Right? Like,
unity.
literally, I don't understand what
Unity.
your point is.
That's why already some of these the Democratic
Biden called
congressmen
for
are
unity,
going-
Trump calls for division.
When did Trump ever call for division?
He literally does all the time. He says that we're the enemy of the people and that we're domestic terrorists. He said that we're
Then what do
literally
you
the
guys
enemy.
call him? What do you guys call him? Do you think the Democrats have said anything nice about him? Give me a break.
So by the way, to clarify, you're saying the justification for calling him this is because he calls us that?
No, it's not a tit for tat, but you act like the Democrats are so pure. They call him all kinds of horrible things.
So wait, by the way,
And they have.
so by the way,
And
what
they
horrible
incite-
things?
They incite violence.
What horrible things
The
and what
politicians
incitement of
incite
violence?
What?
What
Just
horrible
listen to
things and what incitement of violence?
Maxine Waters, you go out there and you get in their face and you tell them they're not welcomed here.
Yeah, that's not
Remember
inciting
that?
violence.
Oh, it's not. You get up
It's
in their
not.
face.
You want
and
to know
then
what is
Chuck
inciting
Schumer
violence?
on the state. Oh,
You wanna know what is inciting violence, Rhodey?
You have had reached a enrollment and you're gonna pay.
Rhodey,
Chuck
you
Schumer
want
saying that?
you want to know what is inciting violence? Calling,
what's that?
literally reposting someone on social media saying HA&G them George Washington Wood in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress that just said to follow the law.
He said what?
Yeah,
Well-
he reposted someone on social media, on True Social, saying HA&G them George Washington Wood in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress that said to follow the law, to not follow unlawful orders, which is what you're supposed to do based upon the Constitution.
He is not the only president that has taken
He
military
pardoned
action.
violent rioters who beat police officers. He called them
Oh,
patriots.
give me a break. That J6 all a crock of bullshit.
It's
Those
not.
doors were open. There were staged actors
No, they
in
weren't.
there. Nancy
No.
Pelosi
So
was
then why
caught
did he
on
pardon
tape
the
saying
stage?
that she
So then why did
refused-
Trump pardon the stage actors?
Because they didn't deserve to be in jail.
So
They were put
Trump
there by the
pardoned
left-
liberal Antifa staged actors
yeah,
that
well, they
tried
were
to
put- they were
undermine
put in
this
jail.
country from
They were put in
within
jail by
and
the
tried to
left
literally
Department of
give him a
Justice.
hoax.
Yeah.
So bullshit.
They were
Bullshit.
putting-
No one believes that. No one believes that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, because it's all they hear on the fucking NBC, CBS.
Dude, you know what?
ABC.
I'm not trolling. People in the chat probably think it's more likely that you're a staged actor saying that on the live stream to get views on
No.
the live stream than actually
I
that there
don't-
were staged actors
dude,
on
I don't-
January 6th that
I
were
don't-
pardoned by Donald Trump. Seriously, it
I
is
don't-
more reasonable to believe that, and you're some random fucking idiot in my comment section that decided to send a guest request.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you what I think. I don't give a shit. I don't spend my life on TikTok. I don't do that. But
You're
you
on
and
TikTok
Parker,
right now.
I know because I can't stand when you and Parker think you know everything at 20
I am
years
Parker.
old. I said you and Dean. I'm sorry.
You said you and
Dean think you know
Parker.
everything. Dean's not even 21 yet, and he
Dean
thinks
is
he knows
21.
everything. Okay, he just turned 21, and he comes off
And he
as
knows
a
more
pure
than you.
person, and he comes off as pure person who did things against women and hides it all, and he does all these trouble things. Yeah, he was called out a few months ago. Him and Harry Sisson, and he was
So by the way,
women and,
he wasn't called out for anything. He was not called out for that. You just made that up.
he was called out for doing things wrong. And
No, he wasn't.
apologized.
He literally wasn't.
Okay.
That was not what he was called out for. Harry was, but that was not Dean.
Yeah. Well,
You just made that up. You literally unironically just made that up.
No, I didn't. I'm not making it up. That is what
you misremembered it and made it up because you misremembered it.
No, that is what I heard.
None of those accusations were against Dean. And by the way, that was Harry specifically, that he was lying about being exclusive in order to be able to get nudes from someone that thought they were exclusive and wouldn't have sent nudes otherwise, which is the reason why we're not friends with him anymore, because he didn't take full-on accountability for that, which, by the way, is something that we think that you can take accountability for, like cheating over time and change, right? But that's something that we didn't think happened, therefore we weren't friends. That's not us being accused of that. That's literally something that has nothing to do with us.
Listen, I guess the short of this is, and I appreciate your time, I appreciate having a conversation with you, is that I think you guys are highly unfair to Trump. You whatever.
Because we call out his bad behavior, it means we're unfair. That's what it means.
Whichever the flavor of the day is, that's what you guys are going to pound.
Oh, look, guess what? You got a misinformation flag. Guess what? There we go, chat. Look at that misinformation right there. Look at that. Misinformation. Surprising, right? Surprising. Didn't expect that one. Chat, I should hit a restart, right? I should hit a restart. I just got another misinformation flag. That's the second for today. I should do that to quick hit a restart to stay safe. For the 8,500 people here on the TikTok stream, I'd recommend follow me if you haven't already. I'll be right back. Literally, all you have to do is click on the profile picture at the top left, click it again. You have to click it twice. It will take you to my page, and then you have to refresh. I'll literally be right back. We're going to do another probably hour of streaming and debates before Dean hops on. It depends on whenever Dean hops on, but I love y'all. I'll be right back, everyone. Literally give me a few minutes. It will take or not a few minutes. Give me 15 seconds, actually. I'll be right back. Just make sure to follow me here if you have not already here on TikTok. And otherwise, you can go to the YouTube and subscribe to me on the YouTube. It's absolutely free to do so. We're almost at 500K. Chat, how close are we to 500K on YouTube? Let me actually... I have to go live first. I should do that. Okay, let's see. We are at... We're at 495,273, chat. We are less than 5,000 subscribers away from 500K. That is so crazy, chat. That is such a fucking huge fucking milestone. 500,000 subscribers is such a fucking huge milestone. That's crazy. We're so close, chat. We're less than 5K away on YouTube from hitting 500K. That's nuts. That's so nuts. And then we'll be on the route to 1 million, which is nuts. That's actually crazy, dude. I still can't even fucking fathom that. Absolutely nuts. Just subbed on YouTube. I really appreciate it. The live is so addictive. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm glad that I can help spread good information on a stream that is consumable and is something that you want to always come back to. Marks, thank you so much for the $1 for why doesn't Jubilee do live in-person fact-checking? I would love if they did. Elizabeth, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Dylan, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Ask this guest how many of those press conferences where Trump said anything intelligent about his own policies. Also love what you do. Love you and what you do. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well as Ken. Thank you for the $50 for congratulations. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Ken in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ken. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well as John. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said they called it, Robert De Niro called this administration an aristocracy, a government run by the least qualified, most unprincipled or incompetent citizens. described as rule by the worst. What you think? Honestly, it's pretty fucking close to that. Yeah, that's literally what it is. Practically the worst people in our fucking country. We're gonna start getting some debates up here. We'll probably get a few more debates. Let's get it going. It is not my birthday for people asking in the comment section. So, well, Sarah, thank you for the $10. They said, well, why did it go away? Sorry, give me 1 second. We're waiting for people to join back. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Said Quakertown Pennsylvania principal was on a video choking a female student during an ICE out protest during school hours. He's a town chairman. He's also had 6 students arrested. There's currently a petition to have him removed / resigned. That's fucking crazy. That's absolutely insane. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely insane. Literally, my heart goes out to the person that's affected by that. That's absolutely insane.
Dude, stop dodging my debates, bro.
How did it feel to
Stop
get
dodging.
caught in
This is my
4K?
Vent account. Guys, check out the video.
You got
I
caught
have
in
leaked
4K.
footage of Dean Wither.
Okay, well, they're just trolling. So let's go to the next individual. I'm just messing with them. Let's get the next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen.
Guys, you need to check out the.
Wow, that's their name on
need
the
to
other
check-
account. That's a crazy name to have, by the way. That's their second account. Crazy name to have.
Didn't think you'd actually accept it.
You're good, you're good. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Ping, thank you for the $5. Thank you. How dare us not be nice to a guy that violently did stuff to kids and threw an infant off a boat and probably I ate them. How dare all in the files. Literally, though. What's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what's your birth year?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
See, man.
Oh, I just saw what their fucking profile picture was. That's disgusting. Literally a Nazi. What a disgusting fuck. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Why did we lose about half the people? Because we just hit a restart because there was TikTok TOS. We got a second misinformation flag. If we get a third one, it will take down the stream and I'll lose this account access in terms of live access. So that's why we did that. By the way, everyone, we're going to be live until Dean hops on. Just letting everyone know. And actually later we are going to be covering the State of the Union with Dean later. I know some people are talking about boycotting it. If you do watch it on our stream, we're technically not supporting the viewership of the stream. And technically it puts everyone's viewership onto our stream. So it's better that way than if they're on, any other account. And I still think we have to respond to it. I still think it's important to respond to. And we can't just put our head in the sand, Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Taking out my retainer, my bad. Yo, I'm 18.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why. I just thought you were trolling for a second. Send a guest request back. I literally just I heard something other than an answer and I immediately thought that. But yeah, literally everyone will be sending. It's better to send us to here. Isn't Midas Touch doing a separate one? I think they might. Something like that. We'll have to see, but you can always create a second thing open for that. We are going to respond to it because it's important to respond to for political reasons. And also, again, we're putting all of the attention on our stream, on Dean's stream, which is the important thing to do. And, his coverage of it, which I think is good. I think that's a good thing, actually. Because we know damn well Dean's viewership is going to be crazy on TikTok and on YouTube when he streams this. So I think it's important for him to do. Really, really important. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go to the next individual here real quick. 20K? Although I would bet there's going to be 30K people in the stream. That's my guess, at least. Parker, did you see the 1K Dono Dean guy yesterday? I did hear about that. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's W to them. W to them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you had me on a second ago, but then you kicked me.
That was an accident. I apologize. And do you support Trump?
I do. Wait, real quick, what happened to Parker? You're talking about something that I don't know what's going on.
To Parker? I am Parker.
Or sorry, Dean. My bad.
Oh, I'm just saying he's going to go live later.
Oh, but like all this extra support and stuff. I don't know.
I'm confused. What do you mean? Like,
Never mind.
I'm saying he'll get more viewership on his account. What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. It kind of sounded like there was some big event and he's going to get like an uptick in viewership or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the State of Union today.
Oh, true. Makes sense. Yep. How do you feel about that hockey thing?
I mean, I think it was incredibly rude what they said about the women who literally carried them in gold medals.
Yeah, me too. I think it's honestly very disrespectful. But
yeah, you don't do that. That's like this should be very respected. I mean, I don't know. You don't have to watch like the Olympics or anything, but like when someone wins the Olympics, that's like a super respected thing, you know? And like especially if women have carried us in the fucking Olympic gold medals and men haven't like won shit since the 80s, then we should probably be like, you know, praising the women, right?
I know it's fucking ridiculous, but anyways, like I would love to know your stance on the Mexico thing. Is that something up for debate or?
I mean, yeah, you can bring up and talk about what's going on in terms of Mexico. I don't think Trump's doing anything good. What do you think Trump's doing good?
I mean, what's your opinion on that in terms of U.S. intervention, and you know, kind of getting involved in that?
So I don't think U.S. intervention has been very effective at mitigating this type of or causing more stability. I think it's been very historically ineffective. If you want to talk about like personal ways that we can try to limit the cartel's power, I think some of the most effective ways that we can limit their power is by making the legal immigration process quicker so that they have a limited profitability based upon human trafficking. And then also by going after specifically the like DRUGS. So like, for example, when it comes to like certain types of DRUGS, so like M drug, right? There should be legalization of it so that we can get rid of a lot of the profitability on that. And then things that they specifically are profitable on, we can find ways specifically to ensure that it's not them that's increasing the supply or causing the supply, or we can limit the supply coming from those areas, which is totally acceptable and things the Biden administration was already doing.
So legalize, can I say the word marijuana?
You
so
can't
legalize
say that.
marijuana.
I'm sorry. Do you have a second account?
Sorry.
I can add you up?
No.
I'm sorry. Come up on a different day. Because it is TikTok TOS, it will limit the push the stream. You can't say that. I am calling to legalize that. That's an incredibly important thing to do. It will defund them like crazy. I think it's well past needed to legalize it. And to that, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if we meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election world today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump for sure.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I'd have to say he's just better for our economy and definitely his immigration policies.
Okay. So what economic policy and what specific ICE policy did they change that you like? They left. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. W is there in the comment section. Jeanette, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $11. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to look. Said Ghislaine Maxwell spotted in Quebec. I'll have to take a look at that. I haven't seen evidence substantiating that yet. They said I tried to tell Midas Touch, but I got yelled at saying stop spreading false rumors. It wasn't a rumor. It's something I saw and wanted to post a link about. Well, I'll make sure to look into it. Obviously, you know, when it comes to any claims like that, like I always am like someone who's like, oh, I should wait till see evidence of that. But yeah. Justina, thank you so much for the purchase of the $10. Yes, based Canada for making it legal. As well as Roger Ryan, thank you for the $2. Hey, Ryan, I actually have one because Puffco actually, because they like my content, unironically just sent me stuff. So I already got free stuff sent to me from Puffco. I obviously can't show it on the stream, but literally just because they like the content, not like to make a video or anything or to not do anything like that, but literally just because they like my content, which is cool as fuck. Which is really, really cool. So I've never had a company do that before. Only company that's ever done that before. And by the way, I never like do sponsorships or anything. I'm not sponsored by them at all. I don't accept sponsorships. I've been actually asked and stuff. There's been one company I've been thinking about, maybe yes, Ground News, but I don't know if I would. I still am leaning against it just because like I just don't really care to do the sponsorships, but like I like Ground News. I like what they do. So I've thought about it. But yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
And do you support Trump?
No.
Based. What about Oritos? I would love to have, a sponsorship, but no, I definitely don't. That's literally just because I like them. And I get them. I'm not sponsored by any companies. Which I also think is a good thing. Like, I mean, well, obviously I would tell people if I got sponsored by something. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, but I also don't think it's a bad thing if I don't have a sponsor or anything. I think that there's a unique, cool aspect to that. Part of me is just really lazy too. I'm really lazy.
Please start OnlyFans with Dean, please.
Parker can't be bought. Yeah, I definitely would never promote something I don't already like. Like, I really think that would be bad. Like, and honestly, I don't care enough to do that either. Like, why? I'm in a position where I don't need to, right? Like, I make enough money where I can take care of myself literally just because of how nice people are, where I don't have to do stuff like that. And I think that's also really cool. So. Dean is sponsored by Soros. True. Yo, what's about you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what state do you live in?
Penny.
Pennsylvania?
Yeah,
Can
Penny, mate.
you tell me what time it is?
Yeah, it's around about 5.
Around 5. It's later than 5 for you. He was right, but I feel like he was joking because he was laughing. So, Paige, think of the $2 for Don't Lie, you're sponsored by Lenny. You know, that might be true. That might be true. Alrighty. Let's try to get this next person up here. Let me ask Dean when he's gonna hop on. Actually, let's take a message to Dean real quick and be like, "Yo, when are you hopping on?" Hey, bro, I've been on for nearly 5 hours. When do you plan to hop on? I thought he was gonna hop on here soon. He was supposed to, I think like 20 minutes ago. You know, he always says like a specific time, but he's always like 30 minutes to an hour to like 2 hours later. He's always later than what he says. So you know what? That's true. That's partially true. Dean is definitely, it used to be called Parker time. I think Dean time is actually funnier because Dean's time is really funny. He sent a text back. He said here soon. He was close. Only 20 minutes later. He said just making a video first. That makes sense. Alrighty, well, we'll send everyone to him there in a second. Elite Scope, thank you so much for the $5. Said NPR investigation just confirmed the DOJ withheld DJT's name in the files. Yes, that's exactly what I'm referring to in my title here on YouTube. That actually they scrubbed the interviews too. So the investigation also determined that. By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. By the way, everyone in the stream, especially those on TikTok, I am less than 5,000 subscribers away from hitting 500,000 on YouTube. So if you want to subscribe, it's free to do so. I would really appreciate it. Just letting you know, you can always go over to the YouTube stream, join the 3,800 people there. Let's go on to the next person real quick. I don't want to keep y'all waiting very much longer. Just wanted to let y'all know real quick. We are less than 5,000 away. I might actually let the Instagram know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean's late because he's playing Farm Sim, Parker.
Yeah, he actually is playing Farm Sim right now. That's what he's doing. Dean is playing Farm Sim right now. He's become addicted to Farm Sim, and he can't stop playing it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 27, just turned 27.
And do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So, a few of the reasons, one of them is based off of my belief, so I'm not going to say that. I mean, just his abortion stance, his immigration policies, and then also just the fact that his stance on not taxing those with a certain income, or not taxing as heavily, and promoting the, what's it called? Promoting the working class is what I really respect about him.
So I think he's actually doing the opposite of promoting the working class because of the fact that his tax policy shifts the burden of taxation from those that are higher income disproportionately to those that are lower income disproportionately, because he's replacing income tax, which is progressive, with tariffs, which have a regressive negative impact on lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods as the cost of living takes up a greater percentage of their income. Also, we can point in terms of immigration, that his policies, if you reduce the level of immigration or if you are causing mass deportation, that will actually increase the deficits, right? Specifically, which it makes it worse off and then makes it harder for us to be able to even decrease taxes on people, for example, because of the fact that there's been a $14.5 trillion decrease in the deficits in the past 30 years because of immigration. Also, I'd ask you, what specific ICE policy has changed since Trump got in office that you like?
So, again, there's not many policies. I'm going to tell you straight up, a lot of the things that I know, I haven't done a whole lot of research on in terms of what has been done. I don't know, like, it's hard to explain, but I think for me, it's just the fact that they're enforcing more and that they're having a higher prevalence and they're really trying to stop it. Because, I mean, in my eyes, if you come into a country without doing the legal way and going through the processes, it's the same as one crime to the next. Like, it's like if you go to the store and steal, even if you were hungry, that's still not right. And the same thing is when you come into a country and don't go through the proper standard, I don't feel like that's right either, because there's people that have worked their butt off to be able to get where they are. And so that's hard for me.
So, like, you could say that you want people to follow the law to a greater extent. I think my process does, because it provides them a legal pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, right? If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, which incentivizes people to go through said legal process. But I would say you can't really say that from your point, because you quite literally voted for a convicted felon who wasn't put in prison because he was elected for president, who violates people's due process rights to a greater extent, allowed for ICE to not use judicial warrants to literally search and seize people, and specifically has violated the law, not releasing all the Epstein files. There's been an NPR investigation that just came out that indicated that they've been scrubbing interviews associated with allegations against Trump from a credible accuser, literally that accused Donald Trump and got a settlement from the Epstein estate, right? So there's plenty of things we can point to there. Plus, they've been redacting the names of co-conspirators as well, and plenty of other people that they're protecting in the context of the files. So I definitely think that there's things that you should take into account overall that seemingly like we're not taking into account right now.
Yeah. And I agree with that, because like I have a lot of friends who voted for Kamala, and like I've talked to them about a lot of stuff, and it's hard for me because like I do, again, even listening to you and Dean's lives, like I agree 100% with a lot of things you're saying, but it's hard because where my stance is I'm rooted in my Republican beliefs, and like I feel like those won't stray away in how I feel about certain things on that side. But again, I agree with 100% with what you just said, again, because it's hard hearing people talk about all the things Trump has done. And do I agree that Trump is a good person? No, but where he wanted things to go with our economy, and then his stances on those few things that I mentioned are what I agree with. Now, it's unfortunate that he is, and I know for a fact that he's done some of these things, and that makes me sick to my stomach. But if I have to pick for a political party that follows my beliefs, he was the only person at that time that did.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you agree with what I have to say, then that means you disagree with Trump and you're more ideologically similar to people like Harris. So I would argue that you should, again, be able to, even if you've had like you grew up in a Republican household. I did too. I grew up in a conservative Christian household in Iowa. I've changed my views over time. My mom's changed her views over time. My family's changed their views over time. So, I mean, I think that you can change your views given that there is evidence, reason, critical thought that you take into account there, and facts. And I think that there's enough evidence, facts, and information to say that Donald Trump is a horrible person. You shouldn't support him, and that supporting him makes this country worse.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's a good person, but also, again, I want you to correct my beliefs because, again, this is a part of me learning as well through talking to you. But I mean, there's checks and balances in place, and it's not like we have a dictatorship. So it's like in my brain, if I have a leader in place who at least follows the ideologies of my, Republican standpoint, there are checks and balances in place to where that will not be allowed to happen, or at least I would hope. Again,
So he
I
has
know everything's
actually
corrupt.
advocated to undermine these checks and balances, and I don't think the checks and balances are strong enough in order to be able to prevent this, and that's kind of what we're dealing with right now in terms of the Supreme Court's lack of an ability to enforce the particular determinations that they make, and same thing with the court system in general. So I do think that those things are to take into consideration, but I definitely don't think that Trump is a good person, and especially if you've acknowledged that he's done horrible things in the context of the Epstein files, you would acknowledge that he's a bad person and that you probably shouldn't support him because of that, right?
I wouldn't say good person in the sense of he's a good person. That wasn't taken into the correct light. I would say in terms of my beliefs, he's a good person with his political stances. Let's make that clear.
So you
'cause
just
I feel like
ideologically agree with his stances. Is that what you're saying? So like
Yeah,
what
that's what I'm
particular
saying.
stances do you ideologically agree with that gets you to overlook him being in the Epstein files incredibly accused by a minor?
Because for me again, his abortion stance and all that on women, because again, that's for me a religious backbone. I don't have anything to argue it that's not religious, so I don't want to go into that side. But that's just my beliefs. And then
If
another
it's because
thing
of
again,
religion, well, I would say that Kamala Harris upholds religion to a greater extent in terms of Christianity, if that's your particular religious view.
yeah, but that just for me is something that I hold true to on my stance. So
Okay, so
again, if
how
you're
does
looking
Trump
at
uphold
overall,
Christian values to a greater extent? Like what specific Christian values?
I mean, I can't think of anything, but that for me, like the abortion is a big thing that I hold true to. So again, I know that that's not a good, argument whatsoever. And again, I'm on here to learn and I'm on here to talk to you about these things. So I just hope that,
That's totally fine. Here's one thing I have to say is that being Christian doesn't mean you have to be pro-life. And I think a lot of people think this, but that's not true. You can think that it's not valuable up until the point of sentience or subjective experience in the same way that we think it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in our family that is brain dead. So medical life is viewed from a subjective experience sort of lens, and personhood is viewed from that lens. And I guess from a religious sense, you could, if you think that a subjective experience is a soul, you think that's ensoulment happens at the beginning of sentience, not at the beginning of cellular life. So nothing about believing in Christianity means you have to be pro-life. Secondly, you don't have to enforce your religious beliefs upon other people. There's nothing in the religious faith that says you should or says that you have to. In terms of enforcing your religious views upon other people. And there are plenty of other examples where you don't do so. For example, you think adultery is immoral. It's a violation of one of the 10 Commandments, yet you probably don't think it should be illegal. Right? Lying is immoral under your view, yet you probably don't think it should be illegal. There are plenty of things that are immoral, like sex before marriage. That's considered immoral, but it shouldn't be illegal, right? There are plenty of things that you can point to in the context of the religious faith that are considered immoral. It doesn't mean just because they're considered immoral that we can make them illegal, because we have a secular government that doesn't utilize Christianity as a foundation specifically to determine whether or not a particular law should be a certain way, but rather uses reason.
Yeah. No, that completely makes sense. Again, I'm up here to learn as well, but it's just been hard for me, like watching lives and stuff. And I feel like, and I appreciate how you talk and you listen and you don't cut off or anything. But I've seen some lives where people are constantly cutting off and taking words and misconstruing it. And so it's hard watching those, but I really appreciate that you're not one of those people, because I am trying to learn. And all my friends are, again, I've got friends that are, Democrats and have always been, and I enjoy having conversations with them. But again, I think it just comes from what you were saying, my, Republican upbringing. And so it was a hard thing, because dealing with something where I do agree that Trump is not a good person, with his morals or ethics. But in terms of where I saw the government going, I kind of separated the two and tried to, look at it more from, okay, where are my ideologies in the government going to, best be represented, and who's got the same things as me. And I just felt like he was, for me, the better of the two in terms of following what I believe in.
Yeah, so I mean, I do think that there are some circumstances where I end up interrupting people, cutting them off. Those are there's the nature of debates that exist in some circumstances. Depends on like the individual, the conversation, and the productive flow of it. Like if you come to the conversation the way that you did, it's gonna flow like this with me. But there are some people who are, it's probably gonna end up like that. Or if you watch my debate with Charlie Kirk, for example, You're
Yeah,
gonna hear
no,
me interrupt him a lot. But the point I'm making at least is that we can engage with these particular points and we can gain and grow from them. You don't have to 100% agree with me, right? I disagree. Everyone in the chat has probably something they disagree with me on, at least.
Yeah.
Right. And the point is that we can have our disagreements, but they're within the context of a threshold of acceptance, of being okay with it. In the context of politics with people like Trump, it gets to a point where there are some disagreements that we have where they become too much, right? Like there's significant disagreements where like we can't fathom, right, compromising with that particular position, right? Because of the fact that it's so ridiculous and radical. Like Donald Trump trying to undermine the election in 2020. We can't compromise with someone who denies the results of the 2020 election that are objectively determined to be true.
Like even reading some of these comments right now, like it's hard. Like I'm going back and forth on this, but it's like people are so aggressive, like even talking to me and even when people are talking to you, because like they don't agree with what you're saying. But it's like, again, we're all trying to learn from each other and we're all trying to understand. And trust me, like I see all of it. I've been watching these for a long time. So it's like it's hard for me. But I wanted to come up here and just kind of talk about just a couple of the things that are my stances on it. And again, my knowledge isn't where it should be, and I probably should have waited a little bit longer to come up, but it is really interesting, and I just wanted to talk a little bit more. So,
well, I appreciate you coming up. One thing I would say before you go is that I think it's important to take into consideration not only like, I mean, someone can say something in the most not the most effective way, but what they say could still have truth in it. So what I kind of tell people to take into consideration as well is that many people could say things in probably not an effective way. I would say, arguably speaking, mostly everyone does in ineffective ways. Right, until they have those types of conversations where they realize what is effective. Right, before I did this, I had no concept of that, and I would have done a bunch of things specifically that I would designate as like ineffective now in terms of communication. But I mean, really, it's like what the idea they're trying to get out, and sometimes the ideas that people are trying to get out aren't understood by other people, and that's completely fine. You can clarify that in conversations, but it's more like I tell people to. Someone could be interrupting, could be rude to someone, but they could be saying something that's true, and to listen to what people are saying alongside criticizing how they say it.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah. Appreciate you coming out, though.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You can always criticize how someone says something, but it's also good to take into consideration what they said as well, and to critique what they said for what they said alongside that. Both are important. I feel like sometimes people take into consideration how someone said something as a means to deflect away or to not address the content of what they said. Because it is totally factually true, like that someone could bring up something totally factually true, a legitimate concern to bring up, but they might have brought it up in a rude way. And that doesn't get rid of the legitimate concern, right? Although they did bring it up in like a rude way, for example. Some people are saying bring up Kayla. I don't see a Kayla in my guest box chat. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. This will probably be the last person for today. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. How many likes do we have on the YouTube stream? Let me check real quick. Let's try to see if we have really caught up on the YouTube stream. We're at 2,100 likes. Let's try to get to 2,500. I'd really appreciate it. I have some people to thank real quick. You could just give me a quick second to thank some people. Lady Sorella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Stoney, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. That's base. That's literally so long ago, I feel like. W's for you. W's for you. Sage as well. Thank you for the $2. Blue, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. I hope I do too as well. Thank you. The Jade, thank you for the membership subscription. Sony, thank you for the $1. As well as I think I'm fully caught up on YouTube there, as well as Emma, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe someday we will. Maybe sometime. Bruno, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you. I would say I like both. And I definitely will. I'll let you know. I'll let you know if I see anything justifying that. As well as Dylan, thank you for the $10. And Matthew, thank you for the $5. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, wait. The other day getting off the train. I'm talking with this.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to join, sorry.
What's up? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Dean. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Who would I rather vote for?
Yeah.
Imagine, wait, let me just explain you one thing. I'm 18, but I didn't vote, right? I never voted in my life.
Yeah, who would you
Just
rather vote for, Harris or Trump?
Oh, okay. So I would vote for Kamala Harris.
Well, that's based. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Yeah, apparently they called me Dean. By the way, everyone, if you ask AI... Oh, actually, hold up. How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election roll today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Alrighty, for sure. Well, let me tell something to chat real quick, and then we can go on to our debate. Chat, I was going to say, if you ask the AI overview who Parker Get a Job is, it says that they are Dean Withers. Not trolling. Unironically, it says Parker Get a Job is Dean Withers. So, it looks like I am Dean Withers, chat. I actually am. According to the AI overview, it's proven. Look it up. It's proven. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Because of immigration, man.
Okay, what about immigration?
We send all the illegals home, bro.
Okay, why do you think name one way in which mass deportation benefits our society as a whole?
Creates more jobs. Nah, man, I'm just joking. Kamala Harris all the way.
W is Kamala, W Kamala Harris. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Bro, you look up, it literally says my net worth is crazy high. That's an insane thing to say. Dude. Omega, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bro, that's crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. It doesn't say Parker. Wait, where does it say my name? Wait. Name. Who is Parker Get a Job real name? What? What? It says... Now it says Parker Ballinger? Who the fuck is that? What the fuck, dude? And it says I have 1.5 million subscribers on YouTube and I was born in 1994. What the fuck, dude? Apparently I've authored a book titled The Art of Getting a Job. Dude. Wait, Parker is also known for his pet dog and has created content creating public figures such as Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk. What? What? What, dude, this shit is so, how is it so wrong? How is this so wrong? Like, it's not even close. It's really funny, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Can you stop like faking like everybody looks at your AI and you're like bugging out? Like you look like you're crackhead. Just address the article about you and Dean Withers. All your subscribers are fake. So now, right now, I'm asking
What
you,
article?
Address the article on Reddit. That's like
What article?
viral right now. The article. Don't act dumb, dude.
I
Don't
actually
act
don't
dumb.
know what article you're referencing.
Oh, you don't know? Okay, yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about. There's 50 people following you. It's all fake. You got caught. There's 50 people following you right now. You're a scammer and you're canceled. Respond to that.
I only have 50 followers?
Respond to that.
So I only have 50
Get
followers. You
off
just
your
said
AI,
that?
you fucking weirdo. You look like a retard. Respond
Okay,
to
you
what I
don't use
just
slurs.
said.
Don't use slurs. Don't use that slur. That is ridiculous. One, you're probably going to get banned for that. Two, don't say that. That's ridiculous. Three, I'm not canceled, right? There's literally over 10,000 people in the stream. There's actually 11,000 people in the stream right now. You think that I only have 50 followers is absurd. Just letting you know, I have 1.6 million on TikTok, 1.3 million on Instagram. We're about at 500,000 here on YouTube, and we have over 200,000 on Facebook. So I don't know. That sounds pretty real to me. It doesn't seem like I'd be able to fake all of that viewership, but apparently everyone in the chat's a bot. Everyone in the chat's a bot. Oh, there you go. You got a flag. They got a flag. There we go. They got taken down. What fucking article are they referencing, chat? Like, seriously, what was that? What viral Reddit article? I don't go on Reddit, so I have no clue. I don't think it's real. I think were they trolling or? Like, I'm confused. Maggie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Please do a TikTok with Dean with the sound. I am Drew. I am Danny. We are not the same person. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Ronald, thank you for the $5. And Bruno, thank you for the $3 to help with the net worth. Thank you so much. Also, I want you to know I'm not a crazy person or anything. I really believe in conspiracy theories. Oh, well, I don't think you are. Yeah, does anyone know what that fucking article was? I genuinely have no clue. And why were they so mad at me? What did I do? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Hello?
How old are you?
Hi.
Oh, they sound like a kid. Liz, thank you for the $5 for donation from a fake follower. You know, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm scamming all these fake people, right? Like, so by the way, I'm a scammer, but I'm also scamming fake people that don't exist because I only have 50 followers. So that was coherent. Yo, what's about you?
I love you, Parker.
Well, I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22, bro.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election royal today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, bro. Trump.
Okay, first, I have a few people to think of. We can move on to the conversation. Just give me a quick second. SPZE, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you. I really appreciate it. They said, just found out I'm a bot. What the hell? Seriously, though, right? Feisty, thank you so much for the $5 for the bot money. Thank you. Wobbly, thank you for the $20. Thank you for the fake $20 to take her off. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Pink Glitter, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, ridiculous. Lars, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much for scamming the bots. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I love scamming bots. It's incredible. Bethany, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And then Madeline, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Oh wait, why'd you say in the comment section that I was scamming people?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Man, listen. It ties into this. Listen. You bring up these women, you bring up these girls, bro. You know they can't debate, just like Kamala. You know what I'm saying? She's not fit to run. None of these women in the box are fit to debate, bro. They ruin the quality of your life.
I don't know why you think that's funny.
She doesn't even know herself.
I don't know why you think that's funny. That's disgusting for you to say. One, I think that women absolutely can debate, and there are plenty of women in the chat that would actually dog walk you, and plenty of women that would dog walk you in debates. You're an absolute idiot. Secondly, right, I just want to acknowledge that the women that have been on my live stream have been way smarter than you. Thirdly, I just want to mention, why do you think that just because they're a woman that they can't? Like, there's no good argument for that. There's no good reason. You're just saying that because of your feelings, and I care more about facts rather than feelings, and women on average have a higher IQ than men. Did you know that? Did you know women on average have better emotional regulation than men? Did you know women on average are less likely to commit violent crimes than men? Did you know women on average are significantly better off, right, in terms of opportunities now, right, given that they've been given the same
100%.
opportunity, literally?
100%. But
so then, are you trolling?
No, I'm genuinely not trolling. But they should not be debating on your live.
Why?
They ruin the quality of it.
Why? So why do you think you're better?
Why do I think I'm better, bro? because I'm the truth, man. These women,
You're
listen,
not
the
the
last
truth.
one you
You're
just brought
you're
up,
literally
the
spreading
last one you
fake
just brought
information
up
right now.
called you a scammer, went on a tangent,
Didn't
emotional
you
as
just say
hell.
that I was doing the same thing?
Yeah, because no. You're smart. You're smart about it. Listen, because you're a man. You see what I'm saying? You're smart. You look in the box. You see women. You bring them up. Easy money.
By the way, most of the people who join my live stream who are guests are men because disproportionately men support Trump. Disproportionately women are in the chat that actually like my content. Why? Because disproportionately women supported Kamala Harris. Because women are actually smart.
Kamala doesn't even know herself, bro.
Kamala does. Can you
Kamala
say one
doesn't.
dumb thing
She's
that
bringing
Kamala
up.
Harris said? Can you name one dumb thing that Kamala Harris said?
She's bringing up Megan Thee Stallion to go crazy.
That's
on
not a dumb
stage,
thing.
man.
Wait, so by the way,
Listen.
you can't mention anything actually serious. All you can bring up is that you don't like Megan Thee
Exactly,
Stallion.
because she's not serious.
That is serious, right? Trump isn't
Because
serious.
she's not
He
serious.
said we should look at a disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the election in California, right? He said specifically that we should use nukes to fight hurricanes.
We should.
He looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes, and you said we should. You've got to be trolling, bro.
Listen, man, Trump. I'm not trolling Trump.
You're covering your microphone.
Sorry, my bad. Trump, I support him 100% all the way. But they just be plotting on him. Eugene Carroll, fake.
Eugene Carroll.
Fraud.
Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Yeah. She doesn't even know herself. She's a woman.
So you don't have a piece of evidence in the case.
Fame. She wants
so it
some
sounds
money.
like you're the idiot. Sounds like you don't know the
man.
single piece of evidence.
She is.
So you just owned yourself without
She doesn't
realizing.
even know what entered her. She didn't even know what entered her.
So by the way, that's not evidence that she wasn't assaulted. More or less the fact that someone had trauma.
Man, Trump is a big baller. He wouldn't put nothing in that woman.
You understand that he bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, and then he mistook Eugene Carroll with his ex-wife after saying that he would have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type. What you're doing right now is disgusting as fuck. You're saying because she doesn't meet this fucking standard of attraction that you're saying, that he wouldn't have sexually assaulted her, which, by the way, means he would sexually assault women he does consider attractive, and two, because he mistook Eugene Carroll with his ex-wife, means he would have done that, dumbass.
Oh, she needs to, you know what I'm saying? She's got a lot of self.
Why do you think it's acceptable to say that about women on live streams? Do you care about the women in your life? What about your mom? What about your sisters? Do you care about any of them?
What about them, man? Listen, at the end of the day, men are the ones in control. Men run this world.
Not you. You guys are idiots. Right?
No, we do.
MAGA are
Remember
stupid as fuck. You guys are not smart. You guys are not running the country in an effective way. You guys are destroying this country from within.
Exactly.
What's up?
And Trump, man, he should take him right back.
Do you want to give me an actual intellectual argument? Give me a policy of Trump's that you like.
What we want to talk about, man? I like that he.
This is rage bait? Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Delia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yeah, I've been seeing it go up and down, kind of. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election royal held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, without a doubt.
Alrighty, for sure. I have a few people to think, and we can move on the conversation. Madeline, thank you so much for the $10 for the fake donation. Thank you so much. Allie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2 for the beep boop beep boop. Allie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Laura, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. And thank you so much, Wombly. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
I don't know, dude. Look at all the results in 2026. Up until this point, he's gotten a lot done.
Like what?
Well, if you look at the economy, immigration, and what he's doing with foreign policy, I almost pretty much support everything that he's been doing. If you want to talk about them one by one, we can.
Okay, so what economic policy and what immigration policy?
The policies can't mention, but I'm looking just at the results. So as
you don't
far
know,
as
you
what
don't know the policies?
Well, the policy is that.
And I'll ask you about the metrics then. So you say you don't know about the policies, so I'll ask you about the metrics. Okay, can you name one metric that's become better off since Trump got in office in terms of the economy?
Yeah, if you look at SAP and the Doe reaching 50,000, SAP reaching 7,000.
This guy's got to be
Why
trolling.
are you laughing?
Because you brought up the same thing that Pam Body brought up, which, by the way, I don't even know if it's at 50,000 anymore. And secondly, it actually increased at a higher percentage under the Biden administration, near the end of his administration, compared to what Trump has brought up.
If you look at crime as far as like the border crackdown, it's the lowest crime that we've had in quite some time.
Not because of Trump. So can you tell me anything
What do you
Trump
mean?
did to cause that?
Is he not president?
So him being president does not mean he caused that. So what did
Well,
he do
as
to
I
cause that?
What are you trolling me?
No.
Okay.
So what did he do to cause that? Tell me.
So what did I say about the border?
What did he do to cause that? Answer the question.
As far as crime goes, if you looked at convicted people, murderers, rapists, you look at it in that standpoint, he's been removing those people. He's specifically
No,
said...
he hasn't. 5% of those
yes, he
guys have a
has.
violent
Let
criminal
me finish.
record,
He said,
and he's literally a
so-
rapist himself. He didn't
Okay,
remove
you're
himself
just-
from the country.
Mm-hmm. He said specifically that he's focusing on cracking down on the worst people, of which that's what he's been doing.
That's
Of
why
which I don't
proportionally
think,
there's
if
been
you're
less
honest
violent
with
criminals.
yourself, you can't deny.
No,
What's
proportionally,
that?
there's been less violent criminals that they've gone after comparative to the Biden administration, the Obama administration. Name me any source that indicates that Trump has gone after a higher percentage of violent criminals than the prior administrations.
Dude, where do you get your stats from? Like, I'm not trying to
The
be rude.
DHS themselves.
Okay. Okay, instead of like, for example, always talking about Trump, I think it's important to acknowledge that I
The
think
president.
as far as you guys go, you guys have a 2028 problem, and honestly, you're right now because it's only 2026. It's just all about bashing Trump, this, and that. But you look at the end of the day, I think his administration's only going to continue.
Are you
because
going to
guys
ask me
have a
who I think the
2028
candidate should be
problem.
in 2028?
What's that?
Are you asking me who I think the candidate should be in 2028, or what are you asking?
I don't think you guys have a good base at all, no matter who you choose.
I think we
Who's
do.
your best pick? Who's your pick?
I would love if Ro Khanna were the pick.
Who?
Ro Khanna. He's working with Thomas Massey to get the Epstein files released. Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Okay, aren't the Epstein files, majority of them out?
No.
A majority, right?
No, but they're supposed to release all of them.
Okay. I don't think that has any point to do with what I'm saying. I've never even
does.
heard that guy. I haven't heard that guy's name before.
Okay, well, you
I
should
mean,
look into
you're
him.
honestly better off with, honest to God, you're probably better off with Kamala Harris again, or Gavin
Okay.
Newsom. But
Both of them
I
would
don't even
still,
think
would
that's
still
gonna
be
work
JD
out.
Vance.
Dude, if it was JD Vance and Marco Rubio, come on. You guys got a tough battle ahead. You guys can win the House.
I think JD Vance is. Yeah, I definitely would. I would love for the candidate to be JD Vance. Please pick JD Vance. Please pick JD Vance.
I think that's
That would
probably
be
the
so
highest
easy.
likelihood.
That'd
so
be
you don't need a
hilarious.
hope.
Yeah, can you name anything
Okay.
JD Vance
I
has
think
done
it'll
as
be
vice
hilarious
president?
whoever you guys actually get in
Wait,
there.
tell
It's
me
gonna be a
one thing.
joke.
Tell me one thing JD Vance has done as vice president, other than hump the couch and go on vacation.
Oh my God. You don't even deserve a response after that, homie.
Oh, you don't have one.
No, I just think you're being ridiculous.
So tell me.
I'm not trying to be rude, but come on.
Are you gonna run away?
No.
So then
No.
tell me. What has he done?
What has he done? He's been getting up every single morning working with the Trump administration, being a pretty decent vice president as far as Kamala Harris goes. She didn't do shit
What did he do?
the entire time.
What did he do?
What did he do? I mean, he's been going on foreign trips. He's been talking to people. I
Who?
mean, he's been a
What foreign
much
trips?
better contributing member of society than you'll ever be, just sitting up here.
Nope. I
So-
think
and
I
he- and
contribute
he's
to
got-
society
he's got
in a more
better
positive
future
way than
ahead of
JD
him.
Vance. I think I contribute to more positive way than JD Vance. Not even close. Now, secondly,
I don't even
Simon
know how
Think of
you
the
can
Galaxy
think that, but-
because I'm doing more than humping the couch. I'm not doing that. That's JD Vance. He's humping the couch.
Right,
He's
right,
literally
right.
just sitting on the couch all day.
Just
He's
like how Joe
vacationing.
Biden sniffs kids, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so again, you still are not acknowledging that JD Vance has done nothing. You can't even tell us what he's done. Right? Kamala Harris had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history.
This corner.
Right? Kamala Harris had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history. She had the Inflation Reduction Act. She specifically got. You don't care? You don't care what she did? I just gave you literally things of what she did.
I don't care because she was bad. She was a DEI candidate from the start.
No, she wasn't.
And she was implemented because of a system.
You only say that because she's black.
That she wants a black.
You literally only say that she's DEI because she's black. She's in that position because she's qualified. She's one of the most qualified people to be in that fucking position. Can you name 2 qualifications of JD Vance?
No.
I can name multiple of Kamala Harris. She was vice president. She was district attorney. She was attorney general. She was a senator.
Right.
Right?
Okay, and JD Vance.
She was a prosecutor. Yeah, and I would rather pick the prosecutor, the district attorney, attorney general, and vice president and
JD
senator,
Vance was a senator
former
for
senator,
Ohio.
over the convicted felon.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you really want to talk about those 34 felonies, we can go there because
Let's go for
that's just plain bullshit.
No, it's not, buddy. How is it bullshit?
It is. I don't know, dude. 34 felonies for falsifying business records in the first degree.
Yeah.
You can pinpoint that however you want.
Yeah, he was convicted, buddy.
At the end of the day, you think that Trump, a former president of the United States at that time, can get a fair trial in court?
Yes.
In New York?
He did, and he lost.
Okay. Yeah. Well, right. He lost that, but he didn't lose the election. So what does it matter? Why are you doing that face? It doesn't matter.
Explain to me how they could steal. Explain to me how Dems could steal the election in 2020, but they couldn't steal it in 2024.
Won, so it doesn't matter.
Who won in 2020?
You're just constantly talking.
Who won in 2020?
Listen, bro, you're talented. I've seen your debates with Charlie Kirk. I've seen you go on Jubilee many a times. Okay, I'm not trying. Okay, and then he just leaves.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. So, as I've been saying, I've seen your debates. I feel like a lot of this is just corner trapping into a hole. I can still talk about it. I don't know how much longer you're going to be on for, but dude, you got to be realistic with yourself sometimes, bro.
I am. So I'm telling you right now how Trump has made this country worse, how JD Vance has done nothing, and all you do is you sit there and you blame Kamala Harris. She said she did nothing, but you never did any research. You don't know anything any vice president did because you aren't informed.
The economy back then was horrible. The border was horrible.
The economy's gotten worse since Trump got in office.
You had a lot of drugs coming over, and now you just listen to me. You now just had a report come out that the U.S. had helped Mexico and the U.S. intelligence to get apparently Mexico's worst cartel drug member alive, and they helped with that. For example, that's a good thing. I bet you can't give any credit to that when that was pretty much all in secret. Nobody was talking about it. Foreign policy, helping with Trump trying to help Russia and Ukraine. Pakistan and Afghanistan was going at it again the other day, of which I don't know if he's done anything about that yet. He's dealing with Israel and Iran because they can't have a nuclear weapon. What, are you done hearing me? You can talk if you want, but I think you're just blatantly ignoring the facts here.
I wrote down everything you said. Keep going, man.
How much more do you want me to talk about?
Oh, I'll go. I'm totally happy if you're done speaking. So actually, DRUGS were being heavily reduced in terms of coming to the country under the Biden administration, and that trend already existed prior to Trump getting in office. The economy has done worse since Trump got in office, basically every single metric. We've seen real GDP growth become worse. It was 2.8% in 2024, 2.2% in 2025. We've seen real median wage growth become worse in 2025 as compared to 2024. We've seen
the inflation
real domestic
rate's like at 3%
Let me please finish.
Let me please finish. Which isn't horrible.
Let me please finish. We've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration. We've seen real business investment decline under Trump's administration. We saw the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years under Trump's administration. So there's no good reason to believe that Donald Trump specifically, literally, is better off for the economy. He's actually worse off. Inflation is still upward pressure and still higher up. It's actually expected specifically to stay up, right? And specifically is a reason why we haven't decreased the level of the interest rates, which would allow for us to have greater levels of investment.
Okay, in terms of what you were saying. As far as unemployment goes, unemployment's, for example, is only at 3.0%. And the only reason as to why it has increased is because Trump had fired a lot of people from government that were basically useless and not contributing to anything. I'm not going to sit up here and say that DOJ was perfect because, I don't know, I try to be realistic. But, I mean, he got that done. So when you talk about unemployment, it's really not in a bad spot, my guy. The economy is not in a bad spot at all. Yeah, prices kind of remain high. I don't really like Trump's tariffs all that much. The Supreme Court, we all saw that ruling, but Trump is trying to find other ways to get it done. I don't necessarily like the tariffs and how that's raised prices. But in a way, I think the tariffs have been argued that they can help the economy.
So tariffs have made the economy worse off. They've not made the economy better off. I just gave you multiple different metrics that are worse off. You said the economy is not horrible, but it is worse off than what it would have been if Harris were in office. That's the point that I was making. Secondly, you brought up Iran in terms of a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump pulled us out of the nuclear enrichment, surveillance that we had over them. We had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities, which would have diplomatically and peacefully prevented them from developing a nuclear weapon, which we had, and Trump pulled us out of, which then led to him saying that he needed to use lethal force and then is possibly going to cause war with Iran. Plus, they're literally sending like tankers and a bunch of ships towards Iran. So like they're literally getting ready for some sort of conflict.
What's wrong with conflict? I mean, I think Trump's been
wrong?
giving Iran...
I don't want forever wars in the Middle East.
Because of this reason, it's because Trump has given Iran plenty of time to negotiate, of which they haven't met the requirements that would be, met because we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, and we already bombed them once. And they're trying to rebuild it because satellite images had actually been showing that they were in the process of rebuilding them. So if they're not willing to negotiate and keep going up against what we're saying, I feel like they should get invaded.
Okay, so you just feel like it's totally justified to like invade other countries.
But you agree that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
I think we could have done it through diplomatic reasons if we didn't have Trump here in office.
Okay.
We had diplomacy prior under Obama.
Yeah, like the drone strikes.
With Iran? No, Iran,
Not
we had
with
an
Iran.
agreement, peaceful negotiation with him. Trump increased drone strikes by over 3 times in the Middle East. Did you know that?
I think I did, yeah, actually.
So you kind of shot yourself in the foot with that one.
You want to keep talking, or?
I thought you were going to make a point after that. You going to respond, or no? Okay. Is there any
No, I'm not
defensible
gonna
reason to
respond.
support Trump? Because he didn't end the
Defensible
Russia-Ukraine war in
reason.
24 hours. He didn't release the Epstein files when legally mandated to do so, even though he said he would do so. He didn't drop a new healthcare plan, right, that specifically reduced healthcare prices. He literally is just leaving it up to private companies to figure it out, essentially, which is nothing, right? Concepts of a plan.
Well, I think it would be a lot better if people could just get on their own health insurance policy.
So just saying figure it out yourselves is not a governmental policy to address it. He said he was going to
Yeah, man,
repeal
get on-
and replace the ACA.
Get on
Replace it with
Select
what?
Health. Get on like Blue Cross Blue Shield. There's plenty of options there. I mean, like it's not like
Dude,
we
you
don't have
understand
the
that they don't
healthcare plan at
cover
all.
everything for everyone, and it's extremely expensive for many people that in which they can't afford, and that's why
Well,
tens
it
of millions
depends
of
on the
people in this
coverage
country
that
are
you
uninsured.
get. That's what people don't understand.
What's that?
People are demanding absolutely free healthcare. It doesn't make sense.
They should have
because-
free healthcare in this country at the point of service. That should exist. They have it in other countries. We're the richest country in
But
the history of
because
the
we're in
world.
the
We should be able to
predicament
do
that
it.
we're in, people should just try and go overall, look at the benefits of each
It's
insurance
less costly to
company
do it that way.
and then decide what ones they want to get.
But it's less
So
costly
they don't
for
have
us
to
to do it
take
this
full
way.
price to go into a hospital.
You're not understanding. It's less costly to do it this way because if people get access to healthcare through preventative healthcare, it increases the likelihood that they're going to catch any type of chronic illness prior or early. So they're going to be able to address it when it's less costly to do so. So it's actually most effective to provide people access to healthcare across the board because of the fact that it's going to create issues if you do not, because it will be more costly in the long run due to the greater likelihood of developing chronic illness, right, and chronic disease and negative impacts in the long run that become more severe. Does that make sense?
Sometimes it. Yeah, I guess.
So then, like, if we look at other countries around the world, they cover everyone and have almost half as much of the cost per individual.
But as I said, because we're in the predicament that we're in, yeah. So this economy is worth $30 trillion plus. You think that we would have free healthcare, but we don't. So as I said, it's just a predicament. You're going to have to deal with it in this current state and time. You really think
Then
that
why didn't
they
you
can
support the
figure out
candidate
a
that
way
wanted
to
it?
pass free healthcare?
Why did you
Dude,
support a
not-
candidate that wanted it rather than the candidate that had concepts of a plan, which was clearly nothing?
Why didn't so when Biden and Kamala Harris were in for 4 years, why wasn't a healthcare plan passed then?
Because there were people, specifically moderates, that limited
hard
it from
to
being
do.
passed. Plus, you have to get it passed through the context of Congress. But it's more likely to get done if we have Democrats in office, if you voted for Democrats, rather than voting for Republicans.
Well, in terms, Republicans are better than Democrats in a lot
How
of
so?
ways, and I think.
How so?
What have we been talking about, Parker?
Exactly how Trump's
So
worse.
you want to talk? Let's talk about foreign policy. So throughout the time that Trump's been in office, I can't imagine, and I haven't seen the contribution that he is making and always inviting foreign leaders into the White House, like numerous counts and counts and counts and counts, and just keeps going. He's not perfect. He's not perfect at all. But it's like, if you're going to deny how many times this guy just works throughout the day and just tries to solve things, and it's like constantly bashing him for false allegations that you guys have been trying to pinpoint on him for years, and it hasn't worked. As far as from 2016, Russia failed. The 2 impeachments failed. 2020 didn't fail. I don't believe in the whole 2020 election was rigged. He talks out of his ass in that regards. I'll be totally honest. It didn't work, and then you guys hit him with the 34 felonies. Then he hit him with the classified documents. Then he hit him with the Georgia election interference case. None of that worked, homie. I think you guys should look in the mirror that Trump went through all of this stuff, and the fact that you guys had still lost is asinine. So I think you guys have the bigger problem on your hands, that you guys had went and pushed all that against him, and he still found a way to even not only win the election but win the popular vote.
Hey, dude,
you guys
act
could
like
have
there was
chosen
like
a better
some group
candidate.
of Democrats. You act like there was some
A
group of
better
Democrats.
candidate.
Okay, let me know when I can
Biden
speak.
was old as shit, and then he just pretty much just hands it over to his vice president. Didn't work. I mean, you guys will bash him. Then I'm gonna bash you guys in the way that you guys bash him in this way. Hey, man, guess what? Yes, you guys say that he's this, and that, but I don't think the majority believe it because it didn't work. If you guys win the House, you guys sure as hell aren't winning the Senate. If you guys win the House, you guys can try to do with what you want. It's not going to work. And then
Dean, by the way,
2028 comes
we can hear you,
around,
Dean, by the way.
and then you guys are ultimately screwed because you guys won't have anybody to compete up against Vance and Rubio. So you're screwed, dude. You're honestly screwed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
Dean, chat. That was Dean. He's setting it up right now. Dean, just letting you know, we can hear you. You can't hear you. Just letting you know. He said we're all good to go. Okay, just letting you know. Let me know whenever you want to start. By the way, Dean, and I can send everyone over. So the point that you're making, you think that there's like a specific set of Democrats that are just like putting all of these crimes against Trump, right? That's not how it works. There's not like a specific set of
Dude,
them that are just
district
doing
attorney's
that.
offices
So
from
secondly,
New York.
let me
I mean,
one,
come on.
One, I can say
Come
that.
on.
Two, as it relates to this, by the way, that was all separate and independent under the Biden administration, right? Secondly, what you're not acknowledging is that these cases actually showed his guilt in plenty of these scenarios. He was convicted of 34 felonies. The reason why he wasn't put in prison was because you guys elected him into the
What
position
about the
of presidency.
classified documents case? It was thrown out.
That one
It
that was thrown out by a
entirely.
Trump-appointed judge. But by the way, that being thrown out is
Bro.
not evidence that no case against him is legitimate. That makes no sense.
I'm just
right?
going based off of
Wait,
what
do you
I
agree?
heard during the re-election campaign.
Wait, so that wait,
which
so
is why
then
I'm
wait,
bringing-
what happened to the cases against Joe Biden and Hunter Biden for fraud? All of that was thrown out. None of that had sufficient evidence. Where was
the
that?
fraud laptop shit.
Yeah, wait, where was that?
I haven't.
You guys had your own
Well, I
cases.
honestly
You
haven't
guys
heard
had your own
anything from the
investigations, and
Biden-
it was all thrown out.
Mhm.
What was shown to be legitimate in terms of the whole fraud and money laundering thing that you thought was true with Hunter Biden?
I haven't heard about that case in a while, but from what I remember is that
Exactly.
Biden. Huh?
Exactly. You guys
The
stopped
Biden
talking
son,
about it because you had
Hunter
no
Biden.
basis in it.
So there was no cocaine at all. He didn't sniff.
You can't
cocaine.
say that on TikTok. It's TikTok TOS. You can't say that.
Well, you
You
can't.
are going to be the
just-
last person anyway, so I'm going to just let you stay
Okay.
up. But
I
you're not
didn't-
allowed to
I
say
didn't
that
mean
on
to-
TikTok
I didn't know
TOS.
that.
Yeah, it's
good
okay.
To know. Good to know. But I mean, was that not true? I mean, he's gotten himself into trouble. So yes, some of those cases did go through successfully. They did.
So, yeah, and they determined his guilt. So if you can
Was Hunter
acknowledge that
Biden
they've
not
determined-
convicted in the end of anything that he was accused of doing?
It was a gun charge, but like it was nothing related to money laundering
it
or
was,
fraud or anything like that.
Yep.
So then, like, if he wasn't, convicted of money laundering, fraud, or whatnot, then your whole investigations against him are bullshit, right? So, like, the whole thing you're making against the Democrats is ridiculous here, because, like, obviously them investigating is completely within their
Prosecutors
jurisdiction.
bring Trump into a trial?
Listen. Investigators investigating is completely justified. There's no issue with them. I don't have an issue with them
They think
investigating.
that they had listen, dude. These prosecutors got together, they got their evidence and so on, right? And they thought that there was enough to convict Trump of a crime. Whether you're talking about Georgia, the election interference case, the classified documents, the 2020 election,
They had
January
enough.
6th thing.
They had enough in these. That's why they don't want to release the January 6th report that the federal government outlined specifically from an independent.
Dude, I saw so many January 6th
independent
reports
auditor.
from 2020 on to 2024.
Yeah, they said that. Wait, by the way, Jack Smith testified under law that they had beyond
Doug
a
Smith is
reasonable
a dumbass.
Listen, they had beyond a reasonable doubt evidence that indicated that Donald Trump did this. Okay, right? So literally, that's true. Not only that, but Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
I don't agree with that. I think you're mischaracterizing and thinking that I'm just a 100% Trump guy 100% of the time. I'm not.
Pretty
I look
close.
at the pros and cons. I don't think he should have pardoned those guys, but because he was elected president, he's got that power, right? So he's going to use it if he wants
But
to.
you're willing to support him in despite of the fact that he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he literally called them patriots.
Not a lot of some of those guys did, yes, but I don't believe all of them did. I mean, I don't know the full details. There was a lot of guys that got arrested for almost not doing anything, and they were on.
You got a harassment and bullying one? He got harassment and bullying, but not even for the other thing, by the way. Like, what? That makes no sense. Well, that is going to be my last guest for today, by the way, just letting everyone know. I'll be answering questions, hanging out for a little bit. We're going to be joining Dean's Live, and we're going to be covering the State of the Union. I'm already like set up with, he's got everything set up, so we're going to be able to do that here in a second. But yeah, we're going to be joining him. We're going to be covering it with him. I'll be posting probably videos in the meantime until then. If you have any questions, you can ask me real quick. I'll probably answer a few questions for a few minutes until I decide to get off, because I am probably going to try to find a video and post that. I have like two options. Dean's not quite on yet, too. Rick, thank you so much for the $5 for insert flaming Elmo gif here. I'm dying. My gray matter is going into internal sleep. Very true. But by the way, everyone, just letting everyone know, we are going to be overlooking the State of the Union. Dean and I are going to be doing it. It's going to be a pretty huge stream, so I won't be live myself. Oh fuck! I accidentally hit record. I won't be live myself, but I will be joining Dean. I will join on this account, so you technically will still see me on this account, but I'll be just joining in and muting on TikTok. I mean, and then on YouTube on YouTube I won't be live, so we'll have to send everyone over to there. When can we buy the Trust Me Bro notebook? I thought about it. I thought about, we could possibly make one where we could like actually start selling them, because they are pretty funny, but I was thinking about it. I'm not sure. Maybe sometime soon. I'll think about it. If enough people want it, I gotta see if there's any copyright issues with doing something like that before I would do it, because I don't know if there would be a copyright issue. Alpha, think of the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. What do you think of absurdism? Like, do you mean like reductio ad absurdums? Or I'm not sure about the view, actually. I am relatively into philosophy, but I actually am not really familiar with that view. Need diabolical birch? Maybe sometime. Paige, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Mango. For sure. Seth, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yes, you may. As well as Hannah, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, of course. Ben, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Leah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty. 9 p.m. Eastern time is when it starts. Yes, it does start then. But I know there's like a democratic thing that's supposed to be an hour before that we are going to overlook. So that is that. Is Dean on right now? I think he might be. There we go. Dean is on. All right, everyone. Go look up Dean Withers. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love and Parker. Look up Dean Withers. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love and Parker, everybody. Alrighty, everyone. Have a fantastic day, everyone. I love y'all. Have a great night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Probably going to be on live earlier tomorrow, I would expect. Depends on if my girlfriend has work tomorrow. But yeah, I love y'all. I'll see y'all then. I'm going to be joining Dean's live, and we're going to be covering the State of the Union. I'll see y'all there, everyone.